All right, we are back with the live stream from the regional qualifier in Minneapolis, brought to you by McClunky Gaming. And we are getting ready for round 2 action. We saw a terrific 3-game match between a Emperor Palpatine data vault and the new Han Solo, Never Tell Me the Odds, running the 30 HP aggression base, and ended up in a draw. Great match that went the distance, and now we're just getting ready to see what will be featured here in round 2, but great start to the tournament.
Yeah, for those who may have missed the end of the previous game, I know there were some internet issues, but in the final situation, it was a real nail biter. But Felipe, the Han player, was able to only do 32 damage and needed 33. If he had sequenced a bit differently, I think he could have got there, but he was not able to find the path to victory. Unfortunately, and the match did end up in a draw.
Yeah, so close, but at the end, a draw for these two players, but certainly not the worst case scenario. They both walk away with 1 match point and are certainly still very much alive in their hopes to advance to day 2 at this regional qualifier.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see. How that goes. And I think draws are tough, but the fact that it is a draw instead of a double loss is probably a comfort to these players to at least some degree.
From Carolina.
And we were discussing the base known as Lake Country earlier, and I believe we're going to see it here. I think we have a Palpatine Lake Country versus a Pilot Vader from Jump to Lightspeed. It's gonna be a cunning Pilot Vader deck facing off against that Palp Lake Country.
All right, this should certainly be interesting. This Vader pilot deck, this Vader yellow, has been really kind of making a splash over the last few weeks. We've seen it actually win a planetary qualifier. It was a smaller one, but it has won at least 1 PQ. It's had several top cut finishes, so definitely a deck that's kind of been on the rise, and you love to see it here. It's a deck that can absolutely run you over in space if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, I think we saw it's actually quite funny. In our first match of the day, we saw a Palpatine against a space aggro deck, and I think we're going to see perhaps a similar dynamic here in round 2, even though, of course, Jump to Lightspeed Vader is very different than Jump to Lightspeed Han.
Yeah, no doubt about that, but we are going to see another very heavy space deck against Palpatine, so we'll see how the Palpatine player responds to the Space Swarm.
Yeah, this Jump to Lightspeed Vader has an interesting ability that allows you to create TIE Fighter tokens as long as you've attacked with I believe, a non-token vehicle unit. And that does allow you to get some real value building up fast. On the other hand, though, if your opponent can sweep the field of non-token vehicles, you can find yourself unable to use that leader ability.
Yeah, that is going to be very important. The Palpatine player will certainly want to try and keep Chris off of the early vehicle units, prevent them from attacking if able, to stop the token generation and the board from expanding quite a bit in the space arena. So we've got Jim on the left piloting Emperor Palpatine Lake Country, and Chris on the right piloting Vader Yellow. Should be an exciting match, and it looks like Chris will be starting with the initiative here in game 1.
Okay. Let's see how we do here. And Chris is going to lead us off.
Chris leading us off with the Republic Y-Wing, starting the space presence early, and Wingman Victor 2 coming out on the Republic Y-Wing as a pilot upgrade, and Chris is going to get a TIE Fighter token right away.
B Fortuna in chat saying OB or bust for Palp. Yeah, let's be real. Overwhelming Barrage is a very nice card to have against this Pilot Vader deck, as it tends to have a bunch of cheap units.
Now here's a pretty good response for Jim on turn 2. He has that eager escort fighter ambushing and defeating the piloted Republic Y-Wing. So now Chris losing the non-token vehicle unit, which means the the token generation for Vader will not be turned on this turn.
That's right, Josh. Even if we're seeing this attack now from the TIE token, but it doesn't matter because that is a token unit and it has to be a non-token unit attacking a non-token vehicle unit to enable the token generation on that leader card.
Now Chris playing another really good threat in the space arena, the lurking TIE Phantom. A 2/2 with Raid 2, and then has pretty good text in the text box, wouldn't you say there, Tower?
Yeah, that's right, Josh. I think the main reason Lurking TIE Phantom can be a scary card is that text, which makes it so that basically a lot of normal removal options just don't work on it. So the way the Lurking TIE Phantom works is this unit can't be captured, damaged, or defeated by enemy card abilities. So it can still die to normal unit combat. You can still exhaust it. You can still bounce it. But a lot of the normal removal options just stop working, including Palpatine's ping damage.
Yeah, that is a really good point for sure. Now, Chris really turning up the heat in the space arena. We've got Victor Leader coming out. That means that TIE Fighter and Lurking TIE Phantom getting +1/+1. As Victor Leader gives each other friendly space unit +1/+1. That is quite important here.
Yeah, it's really a linchpin card for this Pilot Vader deck, which is quite fitting thematically because it is Darth Vader's ship from Star Wars: A New Hope. But that +1/+1 to all of your space units works great with a deck that plays a bunch of space units and then generates more with the leader ability making those TIE Fighter tokens.
So here comes another Wingman Victor 2 piloting the ready TIE Fighter token. Chris getting another TIE Fighter, and now we're going to see the Palpatine action ability being used.
Battle droid sacrificed there for a damage to Victor Leader. I don't know if the plan is to eventually steal that with Palpatine or just try and clear it with damage, but one way or another, he's getting started there. This is looking pretty good for Chris, though.
Yeah, this is a great start for Chris. He's off to the races here. Jim certainly needs to find an answer for that Victor Leader, and as you mentioned, dealing 1 damage to it, beginning that process, but at this point, very difficult spot because you really need something like a Barrage, but Barrage isn't going to do too much here because Poggle the Lesser only has 1 power, so Barrage would only deal a total of 3 damage. So let's see if he's got a way to handle the space. Oh, look at this. TIE Dagger Vanguard coming in, dealing 2 to the damage.
2 damage to a damaged unit. That's 2 more on Victor Leader, and that means that Victor Leader now has 1 HP. So Palpatine's ability can be used with to sacrifice the battle droid that Poggle generated there, deal 1 damage to Victor Leader, and get it off the field.
So a very nice play for Jim to set up the damage with the Palpatine action ability, Vanguard, and then another action ability. And Victor Leader is defeated here. So Jim answering one of the big threats, but that lurking TIE Phantom still a problem as well. Is going to get in for 4, bringing the damage total up to 15 on Jim's base.
Now that TIE Dagger Vanguard is going to be a pretty relevant threat now, given that it could trade with the lurking TIE Phantom if Chris doesn't come up with something else that'll deal with it.
Yeah, that is a really good
Oh,
point. So we're going to see
scanning
scanning
officer.
officer. Okay. So we're going to take a look at 3 of Chris's resources, and if he finds any cards with smuggle, they would be defeated and then replaced, but Chris would lose his ready resources essentially. Now, we don't find any smuggle cards. I don't think normally this Vader deck is running many smuggle cards, but hey, if Jim found a hit there, would have been certainly impactful.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess there's a chance that someone would be running the Hotshot Blaster, for instance.
Right.
But when you have a deck that's so focused on vehicles, I don't know, like how likely are you to do that necessarily? I'm not so sure. That being said, that scanning officer is another unit on the board, can potentially be sacrificed for Palpatine's ability and so on, but maybe not the play that Jim would most likely see in this scenario.
Now here we go. A bunch of TIE fighters. We've got 4 TIE fighters out for Chris. Here comes the Geonosis Patrol Fighter bouncing the TIE Dagger Vanguard. And that's important because that's going to leave Chris's lurking TIE Phantom open for now. Of course, the win plate ability gets potentially turned back on for TIE Dagger Vanguard, but the real threat for Chris right now is that lurking TIE Phantom swinging for 4.
Yeah. Now, one thing that the scanning officer does offer, I suppose, is another point of power as a potential target for a overwhelming barrage. But for a 4 damage barrage wouldn't be amazing here. You could take out the Geonosis patrol fighter and 2 of the ties, I suppose, but Chris would still have a lot of threat in that space arena.
Yes, he absolutely would. Still a great start for Chris. 19 damage on Jim's base, just 2 damage on Chris's base. Jim has the initiative. Let's see what we start with. And it looks like we've got a little pause in the action.
Now, I believe that the Lake Country is a 34 HP base, so that means that there is 15 damage left to go.
Yeah, that is the.
And the, and Chris has lethal at this point if you factor in Darth Vader's deployment.
Yeah, that's an
Unless
excellent
Jim
point.
can do something to disrupt him, we could see the game end this round.
Of course, Lake Country giving you that extra 4 HP, a nice benefit, but you do lose the extra aspect that all the other bases would give you. And as you mentioned, yeah, Vader can deploy here. He can deploy as a pilot upgrade and would give that unit +5/+5, or could even deploy to the ground arena as a 5/6. So either way, Vader potentially showing another 5 damage. Now here is the overwhelming barrage. You talked about it. And there goes Geonosis Patrol Fighter and the TIE fighter that was piloted by Wingman Victor 2. So a little bit of the space arena taken care of for Jim, but still staring down 3 TIE fighter tokens and that lurking TIE Phantom. Action back over to Chris.
Yeah, that was 5 damage. Could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, Vader piloting the lurking TIE Phantom. That's
Now that
nasty.
is
Oh,
just
is this going to be a
brutal.
confiscate? It is.
Oh, he's got confiscate right away. Vader defeated. Phantom will only swing for 4. Now, Chris did get the ability when Vader is deployed as a pilot upgrade. You get 2 TIE Fighter tokens. So Chris does expand his board over in the space arena a bit, but that is a very good confiscate to minimize the damage coming through here in this round.
I do think we're seeing one of the downsides of the pilot leaders. We are in a meta right now where there are people playing traitorous, there's people playing various upgrades, and there are people main decking upgrade removal to deal with it. Unfortunately, I think most pilot leaders are a lot safer deploying to the ground instead of as pilots. And, you have some exceptions. So, for instance, I think if you're playing pilot Luke, he defends himself against all upgrade removal other than bamboozle. Um, but and you do get that immediate value. Those tokens were generated, but I do think Chris would have been in a better position if Vader had showed up on the ground instead.
You make an excellent point. Now, Chris has put another huge threat in the space arena. The Clone Combat Squadron. It gets +1/+1 for each other friendly space unit. That combat squadron is what, +5 right now. It's an 8/8.
Yeah, that card. We were talking earlier about how the Victor Leader card is a real linchpin for this Vader space deck, but the Clone Combat Squadron is another linchpin where with all those little ties, that unit is very powerful.
Oh, it really is. It's so good because this Vader deck can put so many units in the space arena. Clone Combat Squadron, a huge threat here. Keep in mind, Jim has 25 damage on his base, and Chris is showing lethal. He just plays Super Laser Technician. That's not going to do anything. About 8 damage coming through. 33 damage on one more swing from any of these units that Chris has in the space arena would finish this first game.
I think that's got to be about it. Another overwhelming barrage at this point could kill all the little ties, but it would not be able to deal with the lurking tie phantom. A space sentinel would just get chewed through at this point. I think it's over. And yep, Jim scoops it up.
There you have it, Chris, with a huge space swarm in game one, getting the job done. Clone Combat Squadron swinging for 8, and Chris takes it, and he will have the early lead here in round 2 at the regional.
Jim might have had that confiscate ready to take out Pilot Vader, but it was not enough. And even though Pilot Vader did get removed, we saw some value from that ability because the ties that he generated did go on to buff up that Clone Combat Squadron. Now, would it have been more value for Chris if he had gone to the ground? Yeah, probably. But he did get at least some value because of that effect that goes off when you deploy Vader.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Still able to get some value, maybe not the full value, but some value nonetheless with those 2 extra TIE Fighter tokens. Now, going into sideboarding here for these 2 players, are there any specific cards that you may be looking for if you're Jim to try and help alleviate some of this space pressure?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I think one of the problems with playing the Lake Country is that you only have one aspect. So, if he had a different base, well, you have two aspects, but you don't have an additional color. And I think in this sort of situation, if you had access to aggression, for instance, you could play shoot down. If you had access to vigilance, you could maybe even play something like system patrol craft. Just try and get more units out there to potentially defend. I think if we have like the Black Sun starfighters or more of those eager escort fighters in the sideboard, those would be good inclusions. Um, I'm trying to think of what else would be good space counters specifically in command villainy.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, you could, as you mentioned, you do have the option of the Black Sun Starfighter, which, Jim could certainly be running. It's a card that we're seeing a good bit of here in these green villainy decks. We just saw it with the Palpatine Data Vault deck that we saw in round 1. That is certainly an option. I guess you could go the route of something like Strike True as well, but man, that just feels so inconsistent. And I don't know. I don't know if there's really great answers with just command villainy, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if he has like an out of aspect bombing run, or if he has,
Right.
a turbo laser salvo, if he has big space units to fire it off, that would be like potentially a more relevant late game thing. If he can get to Devastator is really, really good in this situation, but like getting up to 10 resources against a deck this aggressive is going to be tough.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, I will say this. If Jim has any sideboard cards that could come in and help alleviate that space pressure, I think in this situation, in this matchup, it's probably pretty easy to take some cards out because one thing that Chris isn't doing, he's not really going into the ground arena much. And there's a lot of cards that Jim has that are more focused on the ground arena. So I think cards that you take out become a little bit easier in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and there are some, one thing I think also is that if Jim has extra upgrade removal, it would be a great option. If Jim has Traitorous, that would actually be pretty reasonable. I think Traitorous can be a good answer to decks that have pilots. It can be a good answer to that Phantom. Now, Chris, knowing that, might include upgrade removal of his own. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that consideration, but I don't. Did we see a traitorous in this game? I don't think so. I think we only saw those in the previous Palpatine versus Space Aggro match with the Han player.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We did not see Traitorous in game one, but that is a very good point. Could certainly come into play with some very decent targets. So we'll see if that is a play that Jim can make here in game two. And as you mentioned, the eager escort fighter, which we have seen get a lot of value for both of these Palpatine players through the first two rounds, will definitely, or Jim will definitely want to see those some more. Now here in game two, Jim will start with the initiative. And I think the ideal start is probably, you're hoping that Chris doesn't fire off 2 1-cost units, so maybe you can answer that one that he plays. But if he plays 2 1-cost units, that could get a little bit more difficult for Jim to stop the token generation that Chris wants to get going.
Yeah.
So it is Poggle the Lesser for Jim, Republic Y-Wing for Chris. And look at this, Chris does have double 1-cost space units on turn one. You talked about it a little bit, Tower, in the last round. As you mentioned, double Cartel turncoat is super good early. Now, this isn't quite as good as that because that Republic Y-Wing is only hitting for 1, but this is still a pretty good start.
Yeah. I think the I think one thing that is quite relevant for Palpatine here is the ability to sacrifice units to deal with 1 HP, to deal with 1 HP threats. So this first order tie is 1 HP, for instance. And Poggle the Lesser lets you do that much more efficiently by allowing you to just keep generating those battle droid tokens, which are great fodder for Palpatine's ability.
Yeah, really good for sure. Poggle getting the droid, Palpatine smoking the First Order TIE Fighter with just 1 HP. Chris very smartly getting in with that First Order TIE Fighter with his first action, seeing the writing on the wall with Palpatine's action ability. Chris does get the extra token with the Vader action ability. Gets in for a damage here, and now we see the 7th Fleet Defender coming in. So he gets a shielded space unit to make it a little bit tougher for Jim to deal with.
Yep.
How do you feel about this early positioning in game two, Tower?
Well, it's interesting. I think that I think that right now, as we were discussing, Poggle the Lesser is really helpful for Palpatine in this scenario, but I don't know. It definitely looks like he does not have a lot in the space arena to stop Chris, and that's really the main question here.
Poggle the Lesser getting some more value. Oh, go ahead, Tower. Sorry about that.
Oh no, I was just the Gamorrean the Gamorrean here is a good potential target for an overwhelming barrage. But Chris's board right now, I mean, I guess now that we see a victor leader hitting the field, overwhelming barrage would be good to kill that and kill the tie, or knock the shield off the defender or something. I don't know. It's an interesting situation, but right now, if I'm Jim, I am worried about getting more presence in space, essentially.
Yeah, Jim needs to find some answers in space for sure. He had the Super Laser Technician. He does go up to 5 resources. Crumb coming in, healing a damage. But as you mentioned, now with Victor Leader coming in, lots of damage pouring through with each and every unit that Chris has in space, getting that +1/+1 from Victor Leader. 7th Fleet Defender getting in for 4. Darth Vader doing his thing, still generating more tokens. And look at this, another unit. It's a second First Order TIE Fighter. And once again, it's ground versus space, and Chris is showing a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, because I was at Denver, so I got the full one.
Let's see here.
Yeah, Jim has the initiative. We'll see if he has any kind of answer to open up here in this round.
Now, That Gamma-ray does mean that it's going to be harder for Vader to just go ground and push damage through than we might otherwise see. Oh, and there's Traitorous. We were just discussing that. Taking over the defender.
That's a big deal. That defender is shielded. Going over to Jim's side, that's going to be a quick answer to Victor Leader. So Chris is going to get in for 3 with the First Order TIE Fighter, but now 7th Fleet Defender on Jim's side because of Traitorous attacking and defeating Victor Leader just using the shield token. So Jim could potentially use that 7th Fleet Defender once again next turn to deal with more threats.
Yeah, and I think it should have been 4 damage from that First Order tie, shouldn't it? Because it had the raid 1 and then also the +1 from Victor Leader.
That is a good point. I guess did he miss 1 damage there?
I believe they erroneously did. No, I think you called it right for what the players actually did, but I think they missed a point of damage there, although I could be wrong.
But yeah, you are right. The raid 1 plus the buff from Victor Leader. So we've got 15 damage showing right now on Jim's base. A second copy of Victor Leader coming out for Chris, once again buffing up all these units. So now those TIE Fighters again representing 2 damage each. Action back over to Jim with just 1 ready resource. I don't know that he does anything other than maybe that Palpatine action ability. That is still an option here. And it could start to do some work maybe on the Victor Leader. No, it's going to deal the damage to First Order TIE Fighter, but again, doesn't get defeated because of that Victor Leader buff. And now Chris taking one of the TIE Fighter tokens, attacking and trading with the 7th Fleet Defender. And this feels like a tough spot for Jim. 17 damage on his base. Vader's action ability getting another TIE Fighter token. Now Jim once again has the initiative, and you did mention with the retainer having 3 power, the barrage certainly more effective. And that barrage could be good here because it could clean up Victor Leader, one of those ties, and that First Order. So we'll see if Jim has found an overwhelming barrage to start things out. Both players.
Let's see here.
It's still just ground versus space, and Jim just desperately trying to find answers. Now here's a choose sides. He's going to give Chris Salacious Crumb. He's going to take control of Victor Leader, which does defeat the First Order TIE Fighter with the buff gone.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we saw choose sides being played in the previous match as well. I don't know that it's like a complete answer here, but it is going to really decrease that threat. Not only does he get the First Order tie off the board, he gets a Victor Leader, and also all those other units are now swinging for 1 instead of 2. Oh, Vader deploys. Is there a confiscate?
I will say this, Tower. The problem is Jim had to use all of his resources for that choose sides. So Vader Pilot is wide open and ready to go here.
Oh, you know, you're right. He does, even if he has confiscate, he doesn't have a resource for it. So Vader's going to get at least 1 swing here.
Yeah, this is going to be a painful turn for Jim. The Darth Vader piloting the Republic Y-Wing. Republic Y-Wing getting +5/+5. Now a 6/8. Victor Leader coming through, taking out one of the TIE Fighter tokens. But again, now there's no other answers to any of these space units for Jim here on this turn, which means Chris is going to do some work. Look at this. Here comes overwhelming barrage for Chris onto the Republic Y-Wing. That's 8 damage going to come through to Jim's side of the table.
Man, we were talking about an overwhelming barrage from Jim, but it's Chris who gets to fire 1 off here. And that is not, I think, what Jim wants to see.
That is brutal, taking out the Victor leader and the Gamorrean retainer, leaving Poggle all by himself. Poggle gets in for a damage, but now Jim is about to soak up a lot of damage.
Salacious Crumb taking out Poggle, and Vader swinging in for some heavy damage with that overwhelming barrage buff, plus another tie still swinging. Jim is in huge trouble now.
So that should be, what, 9 total damage, I believe, that goes through with both of those after the overwhelming barrage buff. So 26 damage on Jim's base. Jim is in trouble.
It is not looking so good. Not looking so good for Jim.
To add insult to injury, you're staring down the Republic Y-Wing with the Vader pilot, and Jim has no units on the board. Chris able to completely dismantle every unit that Jim had. And I just don't know what he can play here to turn this around. He doesn't have any barrage targets.
He's only has 8 HP, so Chris has lethal on board. I don't know. I think this match is going to Chris, but we'll see what Jim can do here. He does have one of those eager escort fighters, it looks like, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
So Palpatine deployed, taking back that Salacious Crumb that was damaged. And then Chris right away getting in for 6 damage with Republic Y-Wing. That's 32 damage on Jim's base. And now Jim has to find some answers for the TIE fighters. He doesn't have it. There's the handshake. Chris with Vader, Pilot Yellow, taking it 2-0 in round 2.
Yeah, I think we saw very different levels of impact from Pilot Vader in these 2 games. In the first game, immediately confiscated. His only value was those ties he generated. But in this second game, Jim didn't have an answer, and there was a huge barrage from Vader, as well as just some big damage getting pushed to the base. These, it may be risky, it may be counterable with upgrade removal, but some of these pilot leaders can be really nasty if they get going.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Chris able to do some serious work with Vader as a pilot here in game 2. It felt so bad for Jim because Jim had to use choose sides to really keep that game going. But then, of course, playing choose sides, it just left him completely vulnerable to anything else that Chris was going to do that turn because he had to spend all of his resources, and Chris got in quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
There's going to be some ways to cheese her out, really.
So through the first 2 rounds, we have seen 2 very heavy space decks. We saw the new Han Solo, and now we've seen Darth Vader, so a couple jump to light speed decks. Very heavy space, and Vader getting the job done. And what are your thoughts overall, Tower, on that Vader deck? How do you feel it's positioned into this current meta?
I'm actually a big fan of Pilot Vader. I've had a lot of fun playing the deck. I'm not entirely sure how competitive it is. At least when I was playing it, it didn't necessarily seem like it felt to me like I would rather play something like, I don't know. I felt like I'd rather play like Sabine Yellow or something if I was doing that. But I don't think it's bad, and it does have some cool plays. So one of them we actually saw in that last game, and that's Overwhelming Barrage, one of the best cards in the game. And that's not something that Sabine can do, but for my overall approach and style of play, I would personally prefer to have I would personally prefer, if I'm running an aggro deck, to have access to some of the heroism cards there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point for sure. It does feel sometimes like it can be a little bit like a glass cannon, right? If your opponent can answer those early vehicles and keep you off of that token generation, that early game plan, things can be a little bit tough. But I do feel like the deck can, pour out units pretty quickly out of nowhere. So I have seen that deck in some situations where you're behind early and you still come back and can present a big space arena and come through to take the victory. But definitely tough if your opponent has good answers early.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, that round, unlike the previous one, finished with ample time remaining. We saw the first one actually go to a draw, but with this one, we have looks like about 24 minutes left in the round. And that, it can kind of go to show the difference in some case. It's funny that those two matches were both a Vader deck with only green versus a space aggro deck, but we had very different outcomes across the two.
Yeah, definitely. Two very interesting decks for sure. And it looks as though, Tower, I think we got the information from Claire, the top 8 decks played today. Is that looks like Sabine is the most represented in the field again. Sabine ECL, most represented. Looks like Kira Data Vault was the second most represented. And then now here's something that's interesting. It looks as though Darth Vader, Cunning, the deck that we just saw, the third most represented in today's field. To me, that's a bit surprising. And there it is,
Yeah.
Claire. Claire for the win. We've got it on screen for you guys. So there are the top represented decks in today's field. I don't think there's a big surprise on Sabine and Kira. I think a lot of players thought those would be the two most popular decks in this field, but I think Darth Vader being the third most represented, I find that quite interesting, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I think that the situation with some of these things is like not necessarily, oh, this deck has been a competitive staple forever, but is, I think with Darth Vader from Spark of Rebellion, I think people are gunning for those showcases. And how many people would play Spark of Rebellion Vader in an event if they thought that it was the most like how many people think that that's the most competitive deck in the game? To be honest, I doubt many, if any, of those players think that Darth Vader Spark of Rebellion is the best leader or the best deck in the game. But that those special showcase prizes really change the calculus for some of these things.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. I think the original Spark of Rebellion, Darth Vader being up there in the top represented decks, very interesting. Got quite a bit of people going for that showcase. So with 25 of them, right, that's a real battle to see who ends up on top and gets that showcase, because correct me if I'm wrong, Tower, but only one of those 25 would get the showcase.
That's right. You have to not only make the top 64, but also be the highest placing player with that leader in the top 64. So actually in Denver, for instance, I was playing Sabine. I made the top 64, but I did not win a Sabine showcase because there was another Sabine player who did better than me.
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to, it's hard work. I mean, it's not easy for sure. And especially if you're playing a deck where you have, or a leader where you have quite a few other players also on that leader, could be a real challenge, but we'll see if anybody will walk away with that Darth Vader this weekend. But what a good start. You love to see, again, a pretty open, pretty diverse field. And again, I think the Vader up there, for me, that was a pretty big surprise as the third most represented. And Ray Datavault was also on that list, Tower. We saw it down, I think, towards the bottom there, but Ray Datavault, some decent numbers. And I'm almost kind of surprised. I think that myself and several other people within the community thought that Ray may be a little bit more represented, but turns out not quite as popular. Kira still holding strong and over double the amount of Ray Data Vault. Of course, we've heard those two decks talked about so much, and that particular matchup has been a polarizing topic between a lot of the community.
I think one of the things that we're likely seeing with that, Josh, is simply that the Ray Data Vault deck is much newer. You know, Kira has been around for a long time, and the using Data Vault for Kira, it isn't really that interesting. You know what I mean? Like people have been playing Kira 30, Kira ECL, whatever ever since she came out in Shadows. And Ray on the other hand, has often been played with a very different overall structure and hasn't been seen as much competitive success until the more recent builds came out after the Django suspension. And I think players just aren't as used to this style of Ray deck yet.
I think you make a really good point there. It is a much newer deck, and while it has had a very good win percentage over the last couple weeks, and it has won several PQs, right? Cura is definitely a more proven deck at this point that, many players may be a lot more familiar with. So I think you make an excellent point, and no surprise, that's the results that we're seeing in the breakdown.
All right. Now, I believe that what we're going to do here is take a quick break before we move on to the third round of Swiss. So, once again, I am Tower number 9, joined here by Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC. This is the McClunky Gaming coverage of the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier, and we will be back to you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream here at McClunky Gaming of the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier in Minneapolis. We are getting ready for round 3 of 9 rounds of Swiss that we will have on day 1. I'm Josh Snyder, and we've got Tower number 9 alongside of me here doing some commentary today. Tower, how you doing so far?
Doing well, Josh. We've had 2 matches so far, and I'm excited to get some more here on the stream. I think thus far we've seen some Palpatine gameplay and some space aggro decks out there, and I'm curious to see what else is going on at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. In a field of Sabine being the most represented leader, it can be scary times bringing Palpatine to the tournament, but we've seen Palpatine in the first couple rounds, and certainly those players will hope to dodge the at least 70 Sabine decks that we have here in this field, or at least Sabine Energy Conversion Lab. And yeah, we've seen some interesting matches, and getting ready for round 3. Is there anything standing out to you so far, Tower?
I would say one of the things that's most notable is just the number of people that are there. We have over, I believe, 600 people. Melee is currently showing 604 active players, but I believe that's with some people having dropped. We started with more than that. And I think it's going to be as you were saying earlier, a big showing for Star Wars Unlimited in the United States, and the biggest event that we've had here thus far, though there has been a larger event over in Europe.
Yeah, no, you love to see the great turnout, over 600 players. Yes, the tournament over in Europe, the regional in Lille, did beat us out for the largest Star Wars Unlimited tournament to date, but this is the largest in the United States. And of course, Galactic Championships will be held here in the U.S. in just a couple months. And I'm sure that that will probably shatter the number that they had in Lille, as so many people are very excited for the Galactic Championship. And speaking of that, of course, the top 8 players in this tournament will all be guaranteed a day 1 bye. They'll have a spot guaranteed in day 2 at the Galactic Championship.
Yeah, and that's a big prize, Josh. I suspect, I have a feeling that the Galactic Championship is going to be the biggest event in Star Wars Unlimited, regardless of where we're talking. But a little unfair to the Europeans maybe, because I have a feeling it would be the biggest event regardless of whether it was held here or in Europe.
Yeah, no, you do make a great point. There's going to be people traveling all over the world for the Galactic Championship. So much on the line, of course, at that event. And it is going to be, of course, the first ever Galactic Championship. It's open to everyone here in this, or the main event is open to everyone here in this first time around. And so that will certainly bring even a bigger crowd than it would be otherwise.
Yeah. Now, I believe the players are taking their seats, and I think we should have our own table going up shortly. Not entirely sure which matchup we're going to end up with, but I'm hoping it's going to be an interesting one. Chris Tot requesting 2-0 Kylo Droid Manufactory on stream. I don't know if we're gonna get that, but that is an interesting match, or an interesting deck. Kylo Droid Manufactory, huh?
Yeah,
Very
that
interesting.
that does sound interesting for sure. We've seen some Asajj droid manufacturing, the Asajj from Twilight of the Republic, but haven't seen any of the Kylos, so that would be a new deck. And, like we talked about earlier, it just feels right now, as open as this meta is, you can bring a lot of different combinations that, you know, maybe wouldn't have been viable not too long ago, but you make a good chance at a good run now. So looks like we're not going to have Kylo here on stream in this round. Looks like we're going to have maybe some other spice, though, Tower.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have I believe so. I believe this is a showcase. I believe this is Asajj Ventress. But it's going to be the version from. It is going to be the version from like Pilot Asajj from Jump to Lightspeed, and then that's going to be with Tarkentown, and it's going to be against Anakin Blue 30.
This should be interesting. So the new Asajj Tarkentown, this is also a deck that we haven't really been seeing, right? Like, this is not something that we would have expected. So love to see some, again, leader deck combinations or leader-based combinations that we're not familiar with. And that's what we're going to get here in round 3.
Yeah, so I think that so Asajj Ventress, the pilot leader, is an interesting option. So her actual stats are not particularly good, but she does have grit. And if you deploy her as a pilot, she gives grit to the unit that she deploys to. Additionally, she has a pretty strong leader side ability where you can exhaust her to deal 1 damage to a friendly unit. And if you do, you also get to deal 1 damage to an enemy unit in the same arena. So that can be quite useful as a source of pings.
Yeah, that is a really good point. And having Tarkentown as the base, that ping can, of course, be very beneficial and set up to some nice removal, potentially early in the game. Like, we will have the Asajj players starting with the initiative here in game 1. Good with their opening hand, and the Anakin player choosing to take a mulligan.
Yeah, we'll have to see
Lyle
how this
versus
goes.
Matt. Lyle piloting Asajj, Matt on Anakin. And I'm kind of curious to see this Asajj Tarkentown. I wonder if it's more of an aggressive deck. And we're going to see the Onyx Squadron Brute as the opening play for Lyle here in game 1.
Onyx Squadron Brute's a solid card, 2 cost 2/3, and when defeated, it can heal your base. Useful card there for a useful card there for a variety of leaders. We've seen I think we've seen it be especially relevant for the Jump to Lightspeed Thrawn, where you get to double that when defeated effect. But honestly, a fair few leaders can make good use of it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now we see C3PO coming down for Matt, and the number that Matt called was not 7. We did see the big 7 cost Luke Skywalker on top. Matt did not get to draw it, but it does go to his hand, and that will certainly be relevant later in the game, no doubt. Brute's going to get in for 2 here to open up the damage in game 1. Action back over to Matt.
Oh, I'm guessing damage experience.
Let's see what's happening here. Now, this C3PO is not going to be drawing cards anywhere near as the Han deck that we saw previously, and it looks like Matt has indeed missed his draw there.
C3PO 0 for 2 at trying to get some card advantage here in game 1. And here's a card we don't see too often, Tower, the Death Watch Loyalist. 3/3 with grit and overwhelm, so more units for Lyle with grit.
Good target for some upgrades, maybe with the Death Watch Loyalist. The base stats aren't really such that that he can get great value out of those keywords, but if you can get some upgrades going, that might be different. And we do see Asajj's ping being used here for 1 damage to the Death Watch unit and 1 to C3PO.
Now, normally that 1 damage would be really nice because C3PO, of course, would only have 3 HP remaining. Tarkentown an option to take it off the board, but Matt has put the lightsaber onto C3PO. So C3PO +3/+3 with the Jedi lightsaber. Now, Tarkentown still used. C3PO 4 damage on, just 3 HP remaining, which means that the Death Watch Loyalist could take it off the board. Matt will have the first action, and we'll see if he can either protect that C3PO or if nothing else, at least get in with some damage. C3PO would be swinging for 4 here. C3PO is not a force unit, so it would not get the additional on attack ability from Jedi Lightsaber, which would give the defender -2/-2, would be great, as that would give him the option to take out Death Watch Loyalists. But unfortunately, C3PO does not control the force. But here's a good play from Matt. Daring Ray taking out the threat to C3PO.
And I think that's a pilot. Is that pilot IG-88 that we just saw?
I do believe so.
It was.
Yeah. IG-88 coming out. That's going to give the Squadron Brute an additional 3 HP.
And 3 power here because there is a damaged enemy unit on the board, but it looks like, is that covering the wing that's going to be shielding C-3PO and also putting this X-Wing on the field?
Yeah, there you go. Covering the wing, going to help protect C-3PO a little bit more. Onyx Squadron getting in for 5 here with that buff from the IG-88 ability. C-3PO getting in for 4, and once again, Matt unable to get any card advantage off of C-3PO.
One thing that I did note is that I believe on the previous C-3PO activation, I think the card that was seen was a pillage. So we are seeing some discard tech there from Matt's Anakin deck.
Yeah, very interesting seeing Pillage. I believe Pillage was in the main deck for the Anakin blue deck that made it all the way to the finals in Lille. So we're seeing that same recipe here from Matt. Onyx Squadron once again getting in for 5. So good early pressure from Lyle here in this opening game. Now, of course, all that early pressure will mean Anakin will come out and be even stronger, but certainly something Matt will have to think about. 4 damage coming through for C-3PO, 9 damage on Tarkintown. And now Lyle's going to play Banshee in the Space Arena. It's a 5-cost 4/5 that has a nice little on-attack ability. You may deal damage to a unit equal to the amount of damage on this unit. So if that unit were to get Grit Tower, that could get pretty nasty.
Yeah. You know, there are some combinations where the damage can really start adding up, and
That's right.
I'm not sure how relevant it's going to be. It looks like not at all because it immediately gets killed by takedown.
Yeah, Matt doesn't want anything to do with that unit potentially getting a hold of Grit with Asajj. So takedown defeating Banshee. Action back over to Lyle now. And the Asajj action ability, 1 damage to the Brute and 1 damage to the X-Wing token. Now on the 5 resource turn for these players, so next turn, that's when we're going to see these leaders being opened up to deploy. Matt still has the ready X-Wing in the Space Arena. Tarkintown, that's 11 total damage on Lyle's base, and of course that damage will start to matter very quickly here with Lyle just having 25 HP.
Yeah, Lyle's slightly ahead in terms of damage inflicted, but in terms of HP remaining is actually a fair bit behind. And maybe realizing that is going to ping off the opposing X-Wing here.
Yeah, taking out at least the space threat. But C-3PO, once he got the lightsaber on, then the shield token, C-3PO has definitely done a bit of work here. Is going to get in for 4.
I will pay 2.
And now we're going to see, I believe that's Grim Resolve.
Yeah,
for
you
Lyle
know,
here.
that's a not a card that you see a ton. So Grim Resolve, attack with a non-leader unit and it gains grit. So essentially a 2-cost +2 here.
Then that additional power from IG-88, so swinging for, I believe, 7 there.
One nice thing that Lyle has is that if that brute is defeated, it is going to heal the base, which is pretty helpful to have in a racing scenario. Both leaders deploying now.
Yeah, now things get interesting. Anakin out. Anakin will have +3 power with Matt having 19 total damage on base. Asajj much smaller than Anakin, just a 4-6, but she does have grit. See where Anakin goes here. Anakin looks like Matt deciding to go to base.
No,
Oh, no, not to
he
base. Okay.
defeated Ventress and did one with Overwhelm, I think.
Yep, there we go. So the one overwhelm, 7 total power for Anakin. Oh, look at this grenade strike.
Wow.
2 damage to Anakin, taking the shield token off of C-3PO. Now, the only problem is that leaves Anakin still on the board.
Yeah, interesting. You know, Grenade Strike, not a card that has seen a ton of play outside of Limited, I think, where it was very strong. 2-cost event, deal 2 damage to a unit. You may deal 1 damage to another unit in the same arena.
So Lyle spreading out some damage there, but Matt still holding on to a very strong position on the board. Now playing the Concord Dawn Interceptors to prevent the Brute from going straight to base. Now we see Anakin's Interceptor. That's going to get the extra buff, +2 power.
Daring Raid to the
Daring
base
Raid.
here.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Matt is looking pretty ahead here to me. Only 7 HP left on Lyle's base. Does Lyle have some way to deal with that Anakin? If not, I think this next attack will end it.
You are absolutely right. Anakin is showing fatal with 1 swing. Does Lyle have an answer? Looks like Lyle is holding on to Planetary Bombardment, but Matt could just place the damage strategically to where Anakin doesn't take any. So we've got to have an answer for Anakin. It is Planetary Bombardment. That is going to be a total of 8 indirect damage being dealt to Matt here.
Don't think it matters.
Yeah, but I don't think he has to put any of that damage on Anakin. He can spread it around.
He could just put 8 damage on his base, swing and win, right? I think it's
absolutely. 8 is not fatal for Matt.
Now, it is possible that he will misplay it and will allocate the damage in some way that gives Lyle an advantage, or he won't see that he has lethal or something. But like I don't know. I don't think this is a game-winning play necessarily unless Matt makes a blunder here.
You know, and that may very well be Lyle's play here. It's like, look, I'm going to play this card. Let's see if he slips up. But it doesn't look like he does. Anakin will swing in for game. Matt victorious in game 1 here in round 3 with Anakin Blue.
Yep. Solid win there for Matt, and we'll see what happens as we move on to the second game of this match. But I don't know. Lyle's deck had some interesting things going on, but it felt like, to me, the big difference felt like the leader flips. Anakin just seemed so much stronger than Ventress, at least in that scenario, and was indeed able to kill Ventress in 1 hit, do some damage to the base, and stay on the field to do more damage in later turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Anakin is so good. And especially if you are being pretty aggressive. You know, Lyle was getting in some early damage. That Onyx Squadron Brute was getting in for 5 a turn for several turns there. And Anakin flips, is hitting for 7, and Asajj is just not doing much there as a 4-6. And Lyle did not have another vehicle unit to deploy Asajj to as a pilot upgrade. So yeah, Matt really taking control of that game in the mid game with Anakin. And you know, Tower, C-3PO and Jedi lightsaber, the droid wielding the lightsaber, he did a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That C3PO. One thing that was interesting too is that Lyle used that Tarkin Town to set up for a potential kill on C3PO, and then thanks to the shield from covering to the wing, like was never really able to get it. That C3PO just kept doing damage, and even though Matt was not hitting his C3PO draws, broadly speaking, it was not that relevant.
Now this time around, Tarkin Town does take out C3PO. Matt missing on the C3PO when played ability, not getting the extra card. And Asajj ability plus Tarkin Town taking out C3PO. Matt with the initiative. We're going to see Yoda for the first time in this match. And that Scout Bike Pursuer with the damage does have grit, so that's 2 damage to base.
Yeah, it's some nice bonus value from Ventress's ability in that scenario, where not only is it enabling the Tarkin Town kill on the opposing C3PO, it's also actually buffing your own unit thanks to grit.
Now we also see another card that we haven't seen a lot of lately, the Fifth Brother coming out for Lyle. And getting a damage from the Asajj action ability and 1 damage to Yoda. Fifth Brother is another one of those units that just hits harder and harder the more damage that it has.
Yeah, Fifth Brother, good target for Ventress's ability as well. And Lyle seems quite focused on grit or grit-like abilities and getting value out of the double-sided nature of that ability, which seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do if you're going to be playing this version of Asajj Ventress.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, interesting opening play for Matt. Wants to take care of that Fifth Brother, plays Force Throw, targeting himself, discarding Bravado, and having that Force unit in play deals 5 damage to Fifth Brother, so Fifth Brother defeated.
Force Throw on yourself can be an awkward play, but sometimes it's what you got to do.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to have that removal for a very valid threat. We see a couple 3-drops for both players. The droid missile platform for Lyle and tech coming out for Matt.
Now, I think that Lyle is not currently winning this race. I mean, with the droid missile platform, that might change it. But even with the Scout Bike Pursuer buffed by grit, if it's swinging and Yoda is swinging, each swing from the Scout Bike does 3, and each swing from Yoda does 2 and heals 2. So Matt is ahead on that exchange.
Matt with the initiative. We're going to see Anakin's ability here for the first time in this game. And Tech is going to attack and defeat the Scout Bike Pursuer, taking back 3 damage.
That does do some damage to Matt's base, but Yoda is there to help mitigate it. Although now we have Yoda being taken out before he's going to get a chance to.
Yeah, another card we haven't seen so far in this match. Devastating Gunship for Lyle. He's able to get that when played ability. When played, you can defeat a unit with 2 or less remaining HP. So Yoda just 2 HP remaining. Defeated. Matt does get a card, and he's going to smuggle in Cassian. Cassian's ready. We trade some more damage. 4 damage from Lyle in the Space Arena. 9 damage on Matt's base. Cassian gets in for 3. There's 5 damage on Tarkin Town. Talked about it a little bit, but in terms of the race right now, Matt not in the worst position. We've got Lyle showing 7 damage, 5 damage on Matt's side of the table. First action for Lyle, just going to deploy Asajj. Now again, when Asajj is a leader unit in the ground arena, just a 4/6 with grit. Matt making sure that he gets in 2 damage with Tech before Tech can be attacked and defeated. Now we're going to see the Onyx Squadron Brute once again for Lyle.
Lyle's Space Arena is really getting built up here. I'm not sure this is a great situation. But that Anakin Skywalker can mean a lot, though.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. This is a very threatening space arena. And now we're going to see...
What pilot was that?
I think it was Dengar. I think it was the Dengar from Jump to Lightspeed. Yeah, the 4-cost 5/4 piloting. You can attach it for 2, gets +1/+2.
Looks like Matt attempts to play a Fell the Dragon, but Lyle points out this unit doesn't actually have enough power because I believe it is at 3 or 4 power there, not 5.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Dengar only giving the devastating gunship +1, so it dodges the takedown with the upgrade, and it dodges Fell because it's not quite big enough power-wise.
Yeah, 4-6 or 4-7 or whatever is kind of a sweet spot where both Takedown and Fell the Dragon cannot be used on you.
Decide to just protect a little bit in the ground arena with Village Protectors. 2/2 with Sentinel, gets a shield. Asajj just going to remove the shield token. Here comes Anakin. Anakin not near as strong this time around when Matt deploys Anakin. Just +1 power right now, but that's going to quickly change because here comes Gunship getting in for 4. That's going to bring Matt up to 13 damage on.
Yeah. That space arena is looking very strong for Lyle, but Matt's forces are now definitely at an advantage in the ground arena. The Village Protectors, Anakin, Cassian, Tech. I don't know if Ventress is going to be able to get through on the ground.
Now we do see 2 damage dealt to Cassian. Dengar, the pilot Dengar, allows you to deal 2 indirect damage to a player, and that 2 indirect damage went on to Cassian. But as you see, Anakin getting in 16 damage on Lyle's base.
We have a question from a YouTube viewer, Victor Giovanni. Couldn't Asajj ping the shield before the damage to the villagers? Actually, no, because the on-attack ping ability from Ventress only applies when she is as a pilot. As a ground unit, Ventress is just 4/6 grit, so she doesn't have a way to knock off that shield.
Yeah, that is a great point. Ventress doesn't quite bring the same versatility when deployed as a leader unit into the ground arena. So here comes Anakin once again, swinging for 7. 23 damage on Lyle's base. 1 swing from Cassian, or any of these units that Matt has in the ground arena finishes it.
Yeah, it's... Lyle's space arena may be strong, but the ground arena is looking out of control. And there's a, last act of defiance, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Get in for an extra 4 damage, 2 indirect coming through, but Matt will just swing in for game, and Matt with Anakin Blue taking it. Pretty decisive victory here in round 3 over Lyle and Asajj Tarkentown.
Yeah, that was an interesting match. I think ultimately, I think the key difference here is just that Anakin Skywalker is frankly a much better leader card than Ventress is, in my opinion. Yeah, like when one leader is a 4/6 grit and one leader is a 4/7 overwhelm that also gets bonus stats based on the amount of damage that you have on your base. And Anakin's leader ability is also at least arguably better than Ventress's leader ability, at least in a matchup where pings aren't as important. I mean, Anakin just seems like a card that I'd much rather have on my side.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Anakin's flip is generally much more impactful, and again, as that damage builds up on your base, Anakin just absolutely smashes the opponent. And then with Overwhelm, you can Anakin can, of course, be treated as removal and still be getting that damage through to the base. So, yeah, Anakin definitely one of the very powerful leaders in the game. Can potentially swing for very large amounts, and we've seen pretty good success for Anakin. Again, we saw an Anakin blue deck runner-up in Lille, and I believe we saw one make it to the top 4 in the Richmond sector. So Anakin blue has certainly been a player. Not a very represented deck in the meta, but has certainly been a player over the last few weeks.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting to see what things are going to look like in the evolution of. I think one thing that's going to be especially relevant looking forward is once it becomes time for the Galactic Championship. The Galactic Championship is actually going to be played with like an early set 5 meta, if I recall correctly. I believe that the Legends of the Force set will have been released a few weeks before the Galactic Championships, and the meta should be very much in flux at that time.
Yeah, I think that's one of the more exciting times, right? If you're I guess it's kind of a double-edged sword. If you're a very competitive player that likes to have the meta solved, you know what the meta is and what it looks like. You've had tournaments where you've played in this particular meta. You're comfortable with that, but from the outside looking in, it is going to be super exciting because you have, as you mentioned, the brand new set, Legends of the Forest, coming out very shortly before the Galactic Championship. So, the meta will not be defined at all at that point, and it's going to make for a very exciting tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time one of the most exciting periods in a card game is when new releases have come out. It's not really clear what the strongest stuff is, and people are still trying to test and find new decks, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what's going on compared to now a more established meta, and like fine tuning and targeting the decks that are well known to be good. That can be fun in its own right, but I think the kind of Wild West exploratory state can be what's really cool, at least in my opinion.
I totally agree with you. And add the Wild West exploratory state with the largest and most important tournament yet, and you get for it makes for a lot of fun. So we've got something special for you here. We had a very quick feature match between Lyle and the Anakin player, and now we're going to be moving on to another match. So we're jumping right into what looks to be one of the potential showcase hunters tower. We've got the original Spark of Rebellion data vault on the table.
Yeah. So let's take a look here.
So Darth
we were
Vader,
discussing this. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say it looks like Darth Vader data vault versus Han 2 data vault.
Yeah, we were discussing this this Han Solo Shadows the Republic or Shadows the Galaxy version as an interesting deck, and unfortunately it looks like the Han player is about to eat a painful, overwhelming barrage.
Absolutely brutal, overwhelming barrage onto the resupply carrier, wiping Kevin's board. That hurts. Now, Kevin does have a pretty good follow-up with Home 1. Home 1 comes in and will get back the blue leader. But a pretty impactful play for Eugene.
No, I don't think that's a blue leader. I think that's red 5.
Is it red 5? Okay, yeah,
so.
You're right. I'm sorry.
It can be hard to tell when players are using those, those really
cars
fancy cars.
throw me off
Yeah,
a
the
little bit.
prestige treatment. I recognize most cards that see competitive play from the art, but the prestiges have different art, and it may take me a sec.
Yep, I'm the same exact way. So we've got Eugene on the left with Darth Vader data vault, Kevin on the right with Han Solo data vault. And now we're going to see open fire defeating the red 5. Kevin just claims. It appears as though both leaders have been deployed and defeated.
And that resupply carrier buffed by the Overwhelming Barrage is just going to crash into home 1 and get defeated here, which does mean that home 1 is going to be able to swing at least once, I think, if Kevin chooses to do that, but could now be defeated actually by Darth Vader's ping ability.
Yeah, the Darth Vader ping ability, very relevant now. Kevin is going to get in for 7 damage with home 1 with his first action. No. Oh, and look at this.
Ruthless Raider
finishes home 1. That's a big play.
Yeah, that's... It's not as crazy as it would be in other circumstances because we do... Oh! There are some spicy cards being played here.
We are coming into this match, and we are seeing big play after big play. The Arquitans assault coming in, ambushing, and defeating the Ruthless Raider. And that's going to give Kevin an extra resource. The Ruthless Raider is now one of his resources.
That's right, Josh. The Arquitens Assault Cruiser is an 8-cost 7/8 with ambush, and when it attacks and defeats a non-leader unit, put the defeated unit into play as a resource under your control. So that is why we now have a resource with one of those Darth Vader sleeves over on Kevin's side of the board.
Big time play for Kevin. And once again, we've got Eugene, no units on the board here. We'll see how he responds to Kevin showing another 7 damage right away with his first action. We're going to see something big, whatever it is. He's going to pay 8 for Reinforcement Walker, and he is going to discard the top card, healing 3 damage from his base.
The Assault Cruiser swings on in for a nice chunk of damage there. Another 7 damage on Eugene's base. 19 damage there. That's 14 to go. But Yularen's going to change that.
Lauren healing some damage. Every command unit played now for Eugene will heal an extra damage off his base, but Kevin's still showing some good damage with the Assault Cruiser.
And he also still has all his resources for the turn, but he's going to start spending them. Let's see what he brings out.
Oh, Fell the Dragon will defeat Reinforcement Walker. That's a great play.
Now wait a minute here. That's out of aspect, right? Doesn't he have to pay 6 for that?
Yes, he absolutely has to pay 6, so I don't think he can play both Wrecker and Fell.
Well, he could maybe
use
Han's ability on Wrecker here. I'm not sure, but I think that was an out of aspect Fell the Dragon. Unless I'm wrong about what base that is. That's Data Vault, right?
Yeah, I do think he should have paid 6 there for the Fell the Dragon. So Kevin, with this board state, in a pretty good spot to try and force game 3. Oh, look at this. Here's Devastator coming in. That's going to absolutely destroy Wrecker.
No, it's like you said. It's like you said, Josh. This is just big play after big play.
Massive plays for both of these players. Kevin is just going to run the Cruiser into Devastator, but still has 3 HP remaining. And now Kevin's got to find an answer for this massive Space Sentinel with Overwhelm.
7 damage on it, though. Doesn't necessarily need that much more. Han's ability being used?
Yeah, you do make a great point. I mean, even something like Blue Leader could come in now and take out Ambush and take out the Devastator. But I think we're trying to figure out the resources from the last turn.
Yeah, they may be discussing what happened with that Fell the Dragon. I do believe that was out of effect and should have cost 6 resource. And maybe what he's saying is, oh, but I think Han could have been used. I'm not entirely sure.
So that record would have had.
Yeah, so that's what they're trying to figure out right now. Again, Eugene has the lead in this match. So this game, of course, critical for Kevin. And it looks like we are at a point where we are going to continue play. And now here comes another Arquitens assault cruiser ambushing and trading with Devastator.
Yeah, and now Devastator is going to become another resource on Kevin's side of the board. Now, one of the things that is a little interesting about these assault cruisers is turning your opponent's card into a resource means that they can't return it with Palpatine's return. But it looks like somehow that's being taken back. No? Okay, there we go. Not entirely sure what was happening there. And then Sabine Explosives Artist, a classic early game unit, is also going to hit the board for Kevin. You know, a little late in the game, but having something on the board that can throw damage on your opponent's base doesn't hurt.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because so far in this game, it's just big threat, answer, answer. And that's what we've seen so far. So Kevin trying to stick something onto the board here to start pushing through this last 15 damage that he has to find. But here's another big play for Eugene. Darth Vader coming in. That will certainly be able to ambush Sabine. He'll get to search the top 10, and he'll get some villainy units.
Yeah, I'm just curious to see what Kevin is going to throw back. I think you said this earlier, but these players are just throwing these big haymakers at each other with all these like very, very endgamey units being played. Kevin also has a large number of resources now, 2 of which were previously his opponent's units. And one little fun thing about that cruiser is it does mean Palpatine's return not going to be able to bring back some of these powerful units on Eugene's side of the board if he is running Palpatine's return.
Yeah, that is such a good point, and I think so viable, because I would be absolutely shocked if Eugene didn't have access to.
Look at that, 3-unit Vader.
My goodness, 3 1-cost units. So he's going to be able to wipe Kevin's board here with the ambush. He heals the damage with Crumb, and now he's showing a huge board presence.
That was a huge play from Eugene. Let's see how Kevin can fire back.
Certainly it's a big play. It's Hammerhead. Hammerhead's going to come in. Now, unfortunately, it's not enough to take out Vader. Kevin just has 2 cards in hand, so Vader takes 2 damage, still has 3 HP remaining.
That might not be what Kevin needs here. I mean, it's going to help, but it's not taking control of this board.
So action back over to Eugene. He still has at least 4 ready resources. We are going to see, I believe that's the Darth Vader pilot.
Wow.
That gets put on to,
only to be
and it's
confiscated.
defeated. Yeah, Darth Vader pilot upgrade immediately defeated by Confiscate. And now
this is a pretty wild game.
This has been crazy. Claire really hooked us up with a fantastic match in an absolute crazy back and forth game too. We're going to see Poe Dameron coming out for 4 total resources with Han's action ability. Does take 2 damage, which means that it is susceptible to being defeated right away by Vader.
Yeah, it would end up being a trade. Would end up being a trade, but I think it's a trade that Eugene can afford to make here, given the. I don't know though. We'll see how he plays it. An overwhelming barrage here would certainly be welcome for Eugene, at least. I don't think Kevin would be fond of it.
I think he has it in his hand. I think I saw it. He does have it. Overwhelming barrage onto Darth Vader. 7 damage across those units on Kevin's side of the board. Poe defeated. Hammerhead just 4 HP remaining.
Another wrecker from Kevin, though.
That's crazy. So he'll defeat a resource here, taking out Vader.
He defeats his opponent's Ruthless Raider, and that 5 damage is just enough to kill Vader even with the temporary HP from Overwhelming Barrage.
outstanding game we are witnessing here in round 3.
I'm a little surprised that he chose to defeat his opponent's Ruthless Raider here. I would somewhat assume that you would want to perhaps defeat one of your own resources to set up for home 1. Or even if you didn't have something that you could set up for home 1, that you wouldn't want to give the opponent a Ruthless Raider and discard that they could potentially recur or use later by some other method.
So now Eugene just smacking into the rebellious Hammerhead with the first order TIE Fighter. Hammerhead still has 2 HP remaining. Kevin is able to get in for 5 with the Hammerhead. That's 22 damage on Eugene's base. And now with that Hammerhead and Wrecker, even though it seemed like Eugene had just taken control, the board has flipped once again.
Another big play for Eugene, though, with another Raider, which pings off the Hammerhead and damages the base, but Wrecker is still there, and Wrecker is a big deal.
He absolutely is. It's another great play for Eugene, having what he needed to take out Hammerhead, but yeah, Kevin could certainly get in for some good damage with Wrecker. He's going to smuggle in Cassian to present some more damage right away.
I think Kevin has the initiative here, not like the literal initiative token, but the conceptual initiative. He's the one that seems to be dictating the pace of the game and putting the pressure on his opponent.
So the first order Stormtrooper dealing a couple extra damage to Wrecker. 1 indirect damage put on, I believe, Kevin's base there. And now Cassian getting it for 3.
Cassian's a very good card. Honestly, one of the strongest cards overall. 3 for a 3/5 no text is pretty good. Like, people already play like Liberated Slaves, which is 3 for 3/5 no text. Cassian has better traits than that because he's Rebel and he has extremely relevant text. He's really an incredible card.
Yeah, Cassian is so good and really becoming a staple in any red heroism decks. Now here we go, moving on to the next turn. Wrecker's still in play. 25 damage on Eugene's base. Crumb is going to deal 1 to Wrecker, but here comes 7 damage. 1 HP remaining for Eugene. And that's going to do it. He will scoop it up. And Kevin taking game 2. We're going to go to game 3. What a game that was, Tower.
Yeah, that was really something, but I think these players are gonna have to rush in order to get game 3 actually completed. We do not have a lot of time left in the match. That being said, it is possible that there's some kind of time extension, given that they ended up being they ended up being moved onto the streaming table in the middle of the match.
That is a solid point. What a game, my goodness. Like you said, back and forth haymakers from both players, and Kevin able to prevail, fighting off the big Devastator. I tell you what was really important there were those 2 Arquitens assault cruisers.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only did they do some major damage, they also got some extra resources on the as part of the deal.
Yeah, that card is so good. It's really, really strong into other heroism decks that are playing home 1. Arquitens Assault Cruiser is just so good against home 1 because it just straight up defeats it and stays on the board. You get that resource. But in this case, very good against this villainy lineup as well. So game 3, Eugene will start with the initiative. Like we saw timely intervention for Eugene, getting down into the resource row. We're going to open up in the ground arena here in game 3 for both players. It's the first order Stormtrooper for Eugene and Mon Mothma for Kevin. He gets to search the top 5 cards of his deck for a Rebel card, so he's going to get that Bright Hope. Getting some card advantage with Mon Mothma. And then the Vader action ability. 1 damage to Mon Mothma and 1 damage to Kevin's base. Vader action ability, you pay 1 resource, and if you played a villainy card during that phase, you get to deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a base. So with the first order Stormtrooper costing 1, works out as a nice turn 1 play for Eugene.
Yeah, let's see. Well, resupply. Oh, look at that.
Oh my goodness. What a play. Cham's great. You got to love him.
So resupply gives Eugene an extra resource, but then Kevin uses Han's ability to play Cham Syndulla, who essentially ramps you, but only if your opponent has more resources than you. And with Han's ability, that can be played early, still gives a powerful body on the board, but it doesn't stick.
Yeah, that's a really good response for Eugene. Kevin does get the extra resource, but the TIE Dagger Vanguard defeating the damaged Cham Syndulla. But Kevin has Rebellious Hammerhead a turn early here with Han's ability, defeating TIE Dagger Vanguard. We see Eugene playing Salacious Crumb, but Rebellious Hammerhead certainly a much bigger threat than Crumb.
They are trading punches again here. You know, we have the resupply followed by the discounted Cham, followed by the dagger to counter Cham, followed by the hammerhead to clear the dagger.
What a matchup.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Hammerhead starting the turn. 5 damage to Eugene's base. Crumb getting in for 1. We'll see Han Solo deployed. And another resupply for Eugene. That is 7 total resources now, which means Vader can be deployed here during this action phase. And what a play from Kevin. Vader is deployed, and then General Riken comes out. So Riken coming out. Now we've got Sentinel, so we'll see where Eugene goes here with Riken on the board. Now, I guess the thing for Vader is he could still just take out Riken unless he gave Han Sentinel. I'm not sure who he gave Sentinel. Did you see?
I don't think it was indicated by a counter. And so we do have some there is a bit of a time extension, and the clock has, I believe, now been updated. So they do have a bit more time than we were seeing earlier. But yeah, so Vader can attack for 5 and then on attack deal 2, but he doesn't even attack. He just takes the initiative.
Oh, very interesting. So maybe Kevin did give Han the Sentinel there, and Eugene says, no, I'll take the initiative, because then, of course, with the first action, he could take out Riken with Vader.
If Vader attacks into Riken, it'll create an interesting situation, though, where then, you know, he'll have to use the on attack on Riken to like fully get the kill, and he'll take 5 damage, so Han could then trade for Vader.
Yeah, it's a spot where it's almost like Eugene's going to have to do some trading one way or the other.
No, he goes for Han. Interesting. And 2 damage on Riken. I think there is a die on Vader there, but it's a little tough to see with the colors. I think it's a black and red die on a black and red card.
So Kevin is going to use Hammerhead, getting in for another 5 damage. 10 damage dealt so far for Hammerhead.
Ooh, that's a strong looking hand for Eugene. I see That might be an Overwhelming Barrage, a Ruthless Raider, and a Reinforcement Walker. All of those cards are really quite good.
That is a wonderful point. His hand is super strong. Here comes that Overwhelming Barrage onto Vader. 7 damage going to be spread out, and it looks like, how much damage was on Riken?
I think it was just 2 on Riken, so he'll need to
Okay,
use
there we
5
go.
to clear Riken, and then the remaining damage is sent over to the Hammerhead, and it is not quite enough to clear the Hammerhead. Kevin takes the initiative. I don't think Kevin even played anything that turn.
No, I don't think he did. He did get in some damage. Oh, he's got Crate Dragon! Crate Dragon slammed down a turn early with Han's action ability, and this spells big trouble for Eugene.
Yeah, Crate Dragon can really be a game-winning unit. So the dragon is 10/10 with Overwhelm, and when an opponent plays a card, you may deal damage equal to that card's cost to their base or to a ground unit they control. And that, I think that spells a lot of trouble here for Eugene, but we'll see what happens. Now, I believe Vader can attack and use the on-attack ability to clear the Hammerhead, which is pretty relevant here.
Yeah, I think mitigating at least that 5 damage, super important, especially now with Crate being played. And it's almost like the Overwhelming Barrage last turn, while it took out Riken, Eugene was not able to push his board in. He wasn't able to play that Walker. And now to play one of those cards, it's going to cost him quite a bit. So Vader is going to attack into Crate on attack ability, dealing 2 damage to Hammerhead. Hammerhead is defeated, and now Crate Dragon just 3 HP remaining.
Yeah, another thing that this means is that without Vader there as a potentially be removed by the Crate Dragon's ability, it's a little safer to go for some. What is this? Timely Intervention.
Timely Intervention. It looks like a big play, whatever it is.
The problem with this is a lot of big plays can just be killed if the Crate Dragon uses its ability on the unit that's being ambushed. It looks like it's being undone.
Oh, I think he was hoping to timely in the Reinforcement Walker, but he doesn't have enough. He only has 9 resources.
Oh, but he needs 10 if it's smuggled. Yeah,
yeah,
I could see that. I could see that.
He realized it after he, did the smuggle, that he only had 7 resources remaining, so he just doesn't have an answer here. He's going to take some
No, he has an
damage.
answer. He can do Ruthless Raider, 2 damage to the Crate Dragon, and then use Vader's Ping. Oh no, he can't use Vader's Ping this turn though, because Vader was just defeated.
Right, so he's going to have to wait at least another turn to take him out. Eugene's just, I believe, claiming, or did Kevin already claim?
Now it's Eugene who's just going to it's Eugene who's just going to go to the next turn without spending any resources.
Absolutely brutal. Has to find a way to deal with that Crate Dragon, and it was Kevin that had the initiative. 10 damage to Eugene's base, 13 HP remaining.
Ruthless Raider plus a ping will clear the Crate Dragon. It could inflict 6 damage on the base, which is harsh, but like I think other options are maybe worse. Oh, I guess if you do this timely, you get to double trigger.
So he will double trigger, but we're going to see a lot of damage coming through here.
Does this even work? Can he just kill the Reinforcement Walker? Oh, I think that how does the timing work on these triggers? Like the Reinforcement Walker is itself what is it? Is an 8 cost unit?
It's 8, yeah.
And it has 9 HP. So the question is, can the 1 damage from the Crate Dragon trigger on timely be assigned to the Reinforcement Walker? I don't actually know how that works. Someone says active player gets to order it. Yeah, okay. So he can order it so that the Crate Dragon goes off. Yeah. And yeah, ambush before the damage, then it gets resolved, so then the damage goes to the base. But some of that damage to base is being mitigated because the reinforcement walker itself double triggers here, since it gets the when played and it gets the on attack. However, despite that being a relatively clean resolution to the crate dragon, Eugene then has no cards or all resources spent, and Kevin hasn't spent anything.
And now we're going to see another big play. The Gorilla Attack Pod coming in with 2 damage from Han's ability. That's 6 more damage to Eugene's base. He's had to claim the initiative, and he's got to find an answer for Gorilla Attack Pod, or this match is over.
Yeah. Gorilla Attack Pod, very relevant here. Interesting situation where Han's ability is basically a buff, because putting the damage on a grit unit that comes into play ready is sort of free damage to your opponent's base.
Yeah, coming in ready, 2 extra damage. That attack pod dealing 6. And now we're going to see a very nice copy of Darth Vader coming in. And we'll have to ambush the Gorilla Attack Pod. So Attack Pod defeated, and now Eugene will resolve that when played ability on Darth Vader. Try to replenish the board a little bit. And he's going to play a Sentinel unit in the ground arena, just trying to protect from potentially another attack pod. So now the action back over to Kevin. Eugene had the answer to keep this game 3 going, and here comes a big play for Kevin. Home 1 off of Han's ability, and he's going to pay those extra resources to bring in the attack pod.
Home 1 into a pod, but as you were saying, Josh, there is an obstacle here. That Dark Trooper is going to prevent the pod from just attacking into the base directly here.
Yeah, that is a great point. So pod taking out the Dark Trooper, getting 3 damage. Eugene with the initiative, but now there's 2 units that Kevin can win with 1 action.
Does a barrage clear both of these? I don't think so.
I think
no,
he's
it would be off by
damage
1
shy. Yeah,
he needs
shy.
Devastator here, and he has it.
You called it, and he's got it. Devastator defeating the attack pod, and now standing in Home 1's way in the space arena.
Man, this is a crazy game. Kevin firing an open fire to get Vader off the board.
What a find for Eugene with that Devastator. And here's another attack pod, and that is going to do it. Eugene can't respond to that one. Kevin takes it in game 3.
What a match. That was crazy. I wish we had seen the first game of that too. You know, we saw the players just throwing one haymaker after another at each other. Very interesting gameplay here in this match between Kevin and Eugene, and ultimately Kevin is the winner.
That was absolutely thrilling. Claire hooked us up with a masterpiece there. What a great match to witness. So glad we got to see the end of it. And Kevin with Han 2 Data Vault taking it down after going down in the first game, back against the wall, takes the next 2, and is victorious in round 3.
Yeah, and we have a viewer pointing out Gorilla Attack Pod doing work, and yeah, it was. You know, the Gorilla Attack Pod is a great choice for that Shadows of the Galaxy Han, because the ability to damage your unit for a discount synergizes really well with a unit that has grit and can come into play ready.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorilla Attack Pod, so good with that particular Han leader. And a lot of these decks, you don't see the full 3 copies generally of the attack pod. A lot of these decks seem to be having 2 of in their sweet spot. It's exactly what I was running at a showdown last weekend. But man, when you find them, they can just come in absolutely clutch. And they certainly did that for Kevin here in game 3.
Yeah. What a match.
So once again, in case you're just tuning in at the regional qualifier here in Minneapolis, we've got the most represented decks in the field today. Sabine, I don't think a big surprise. Sabine is the most represented, followed by Cura Data Vault. And then I think what is a little bit surprising, the third most represented, Darth Vader Cunning. Very cool. We saw one of those decks earlier. And
Yeah, and that is the jump to Lightspeed Vader, but Darth Vader from Spark of Rebellion still making it into the top 8 paired with the Data Vault.
yeah, and that's interesting. So both Darth Vaders in the most represented. You love to see that. Of course, as you and I talked about a little bit earlier, Tower, you have to think that the Spark of Rebellion Darth Vader players, they're probably hunting that showcase.
Yeah, I think that is a big factor here, and I suspect there's going to be more Luke players than you would see in a normal event as well. Now, that was a very interesting match, and we have some we have someone cheering "Let's go, Kevin." And we do have a viewer pointing out that Eugene looked at the replacement card in that misplayed timely intervention. Yeah, so that's an interesting point. So when he tried to play the timely intervention and then realized he didn't have enough resources, I personally didn't see if he did or did not look at the replacement card. But if you looked at the replacement card, you did gain information from that, and it shouldn't be allowed to do that and then just take it back with no consequence. However, I don't know for sure if that's exactly what happened. And in any case, he did not end up winning that game. We are going to take a very quick break here as the players get situated for the next round, and we'll be back with you shortly for the next round of Swiss here at the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC, and we will see you guys soon.
All right, everyone, we are back for some round 4 action from Minneapolis here at this Star Wars Unlimited regional qualifier. And we've got some decks we have not seen yet today through the first few rounds. We've got Cad Bane Tarkentown and Admiral Piet Data Vault. Very interesting. I think this is one I have not seen before. I've seen Piet paired with blue. I've seen Piet paired with red and even yellow, but I have yet to see a double green. So super exciting to see yet another spicy combination.
Yeah, I think the double green, we saw a double green Palpatine earlier, but double green Piet, we'll have to see. Now, one of the things that double green does give you access to is even more ramp, as you can then run command. But should be interesting to see how this goes.
Doubt about it. Yeah, Piet will have access to more ramp. We know that Piet can already play capital ships out at will, so it will be very interesting to see how it works out with double green and the extra ramp. Now, one thing about this Cad Tarkentown deck is when we get into the late game, it's not fantastic, right? I mean, it has the Cad Bane 7-cost unit generally that can certainly change the board in its favor, but when you're talking about Piet and bringing out some big starships, that could be pretty dicey for Cad in the late game. So I would suspect that Michael wants to try to put on some good pressure early in this match.
Yeah, so Piet has historically been a deck that is a lot stronger in space than it is on the ground, and is relatively strong against space aggro, but vulnerable to ground aggro.
Speaking of ground, we're going to open up with the ground arena for both players. We've got Dominique on the left piloting Piet, Michael on the right piloting Cad. And we've got the Gamorrean Retainer opening for Dominique and Cloud Rider coming out. Michael not ambushing here, just dealing 1 damage to the Retainer with the Cad action ability.
That's a cool play. I think the idea here from Michael is that now if he plays another Underworld, he can potentially use it to ping off the guard. But Dominique is going to bring out a Super Laser Technician, which makes that plan a lot more dubious.
Super Laser Technician coming out. We talked about the ramp. Dominique looking to get it early. Now here comes, now there are 2 of them. We're going to see a turn 2 Zuckuss for Michael.
Cad's ability used again, I believe. Now Dominique could use that to clear the Super Laser Technician. Or is the ability being, maybe the ability isn't being triggered and he just forgot to, yeah, it looks like he just forgot to ready that card and may actually be choosing not to use this on purpose to avoid his opponent getting an easy Super Laser Tech, not sure.
So that is one of the risks that you run when you leave one of these Underworld units in play for these Cad decks. You could see that now you're 2 of them. If you control exactly 1 unit, you get to play a non-vehicle unit from your hand that shares a trait with the unit you control, and it costs 5 less. So that's why we see Zuckuss coming out here on turn 2 for just a total of 3 resources. Now, the Gamorrean Retainer did get in for 3, and Michael is going to use the epic action on Tarkentown pretty early, taking out the Gamorrean Retainer and getting in for 3 damage of his own with the Cloud Rider. Dominique with the initiative, going to make that trade. Super Laser Technician for Cloud Rider. And the when defeated ability on Super Laser Technician The technician becoming a ready resource for Dominique, but Dominique is going to get hit for 6 by Zuckus. And now we'll see Resupply Carrier 1 turn early with the Piet action ability, allowing him to play a capital ship for 1 less and getting an extra resource off of the win plate ability on Resupply Carrier. So Dominique doing some good ramping here. And Michael also playing Forlom, so now has the duo, the Forlom-Zuckus duo. These 2 units give each other +1/+1, so Forlom now a 5/5, Zuckus a 7/7. And they
and they
both have
also pass on their
Saboteur.
keywords.
Yeah.
Both of those units now featuring Saboteur, which means that a ground sentinel is not going to be enough to stop them. Piet deploys, but I don't know how long Piet's going to be on the field here. Michael could clear Dominique's Piet with a single attack from that Zuckus, but at least it would absorb some damage on the base, I suppose.
Yeah, Zuck is so threatening with Forlom in play as well. Michael has the initiative, and we'll see if he opts to go after Piet, and that is exactly what he's going to do. But as you mentioned, it does mitigate 7 damage coming through to base. Dominique putting 4 damage on Tarkentown with Resupply Carrier, and Forlom very big as well, 5/5. Dominique up to 14 damage on his base. And now we see the MC-30 assault frigate and tower back at the Bothan Invitational in Atlanta. We had someone in chat call it the Mick Frigate.
The Mick Frigate.
So if you're good with that, that's what we're going to refer to it. Mick Frigate is great. I love it.
Yeah.
So
that's a unit that's
Dominique.
Not super commonly seen, but does have some nice synergies with Piet for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we see the 2-cost Admiral Piet coming down, and Michael is just absolutely running through with a ton of ground units here. He plays Cloud Rider and Boba Fett.
As we discussed earlier, that is to some degree Piet's weakness. Ground aggression.
Now let's see here. We've got 9 damage on Michael's base. And Dominique is showing a total of 10 in the space arena. I'm just trying to see. We've got, I mean, it's still going to be a pretty tight race just due to the fact that Michael only has 25 HP. Oh, here comes the big overwhelming barrage. +2/+2 to the assault frigate. That's 7 damage going over to those ground units. And let's see where the damage goes. 5 damage would defeat Zuckus. It's just so good with those 2 being on board, right? The Forlom and the Zuckus are just so good together and making this a much more difficult play for Dominique.
Zuckus cleared. As well as I believe that Cloud Rider. And 1 damage on Forlom.
Now, Tower, I will say this. The race, the damage race, just substantially got changed by quite
Absolutely.
a bit.
Oh, yeah. So Michael is now presenting, it's just 7 damage now because Forlom is debuffed. Zuckus is off the field. There isn't a Cloud Rider there. And additionally, there's bonus damage on Dominique's side of the board from the overwhelming barrage. I think Dominique is now presenting more damage than Michael, but of course, Michael still has quite a few resources to spend.
He does still have his resources, and he also still has Cad Bane that he has not deployed. We're going to see sneak attack into the 7-cost Cad Bane unit coming in. He can capture up to 3 enemy units with total 8 HP or less remaining. He's going to capture the McFrigate that had the barrage. +2/+2 on it. That's a big play for Michael.
Yeah, that is big. And so now the problem with this is that because that was brought in by sneak attack, we're going to see this CAD leaving play at the end of the turn, at which point the frigate is going to reappear on Dominique's side. But at least in the interim, it blocked that buffed attack with the overwhelming barrage, and CAD himself can swing for 7.
So Michael with his first action after resupply carrier gets into Tarkentown for 4. Forlom does 4 of his own. And now we're just trading some damage here, doing some math. Boba Fett taking Dominique up to 21 damage. And it's more ramp for Dominique as he plays resupply. And here comes the Cad Bane. Oh, and he actually chooses to to rescue the MC-30 assault frigate. That's going to give Michael 2 extra cards here.
Now, why did he do that?
Yeah, maybe he just forgot that sneak attack is going to defeat that Cad Bane. So Cad Bane is getting out of here no matter what. And now Michael with 2 extra cards, that could be very important. Cad Bane leader deployed, 4 more damage to Dominique's base.
There's only 1 HP left on that base, I think.
Yeah, just 1 HP remaining. Dominique has to find an answer for every one of those units that Michael has in the ground arena, or it's game over in game 1.
I don't think he has it. I think there's a turbo laser salvo there, but it doesn't have enough damage to take out that Cad Bane. No, he's just going to swing on in, and then Michael, there's the handshake. Michael takes the game there. A bit of an error, perhaps, from Dominique in getting the unit back from Cad Bane and giving his opponent those cards, but I don't think it ended up mattering.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right because I don't think Michael played any other cards after that. He had Fatal on the board, and there was just no response for Dominique to take out every one of those units. And as you mentioned, the turbo laser would not clear the Cad Bane. That was the Cad Bane leader unit was the real problem there for Dominique. Turbo laser would have taken out the other 2, but not Cad. And Michael with Cad Bane Tarkentown taking down game 1 here in round 4 as we move over to these 2 players going to the sideboards. Now, Tower, was there any big standout plays for you in that game or anything that you're maybe looking for as we're going into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the barrage from Dominique was quite good, but I think that Michael had a great answer with the sneak attack into Cad Bane. And even though that unit does end up getting returned to the opponent, you're in a situation there where capturing it denied a substantial chunk of damage that would have otherwise gone through. Plus, you get the sneak attack swing for another 7 damage on your opponent's base. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Dominique is going to be in trouble if Michael can put together a really strong ground aggression push. But on the other hand, with Piet, it's sometimes possible to get a big ship out early on and then fire the overwhelming barrage or the turbo laser salvo, wipe out your opponent's force on the ground, and be in a really good state as you move towards your advanced endgame ships. But it's also a different version of Piet than I've seen before. This Piet Data Vault, I'm used to playing Piet with Vigilance and having access to a lot of Restore. So I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with this.
Yeah, no, you do make a really good point. That is, I guess, the one downfall to playing Piet with Data Vault is, you do lose some of the healing options that you are granted when you run the blue version of this deck. And, I think you were absolutely spot on. I think the sneak attack into Cad Bane, taking the MC-30 assault frigate that had the barrage buff on it, That was just the MVP play for Michael, and it really carried him to victory there. And I think it's another really good point. The ground is where Michael has to be. He has to put on that good, early, aggressive ground arena start. And I'll tell you one card that would really stand out to me. And it's an option now, right? If he does happen to have it in his sideboard, Cham Syndulla could be fantastic for Michael because not only is it a huge body in the ground arena, but you know that Dominique is going to be ramping. He has so many options to ramp early in this game, and then you can get to your Cad Bane leader unit even earlier, which just again puts that pressure in the ground arena even faster. So I think Cham is a big card to look out for here in game 2.
Yeah, Cham is a very relevant card against ramping opponents. And Piet likes to ramp, and I suspect double green Piet extra likes to ramp. So Cham would be I think a great option, like you said, Josh.
Now, deja vu here, Tower. We have an identical turn 1 play. You've got the Gamorrean Retainer for Dominique, and Michael once again playing the Cloud Rider, just pinging with Cad, choosing not to ambush. Now, that Zuckuss went a long way for Michael in last game. Do you think Dominique leaves that Cloud Rider here?
Very interesting question, Josh. I was just thinking another big play that influenced the previous game was that now there are 2 of them. That
Absolutely.
really kind of jump started Michael's early game. And it looks like Dominique is thinking, I don't want that to happen again, and does go for the trade.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think that has to be the right call. Don't even give him the option of the now there are 2 of them play. So we see Mist Hunter for Michael. Michael actually going to the Space Arena early here in game 2. And we get Emperor's Royal Guard for Dominique in the ground arena. So a couple different units that we didn't see for these players in the first game.
All right.
Now Michael has the initiative, and we're going to see another. Now there are 2 of them. This time we are playing Boba Fett, it looks like. Boba as a 5/4 shielded unit in the ground arena.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I
Not
think that makes a lot of sense under the circumstances. Um, Very dangerous unit to have on the board.
absolutely, yeah,
And
certainly.
this m- this ship here, I believe that's the Mist Hunter, right?
Yes, yeah, the Mist
So
Hunter.
on attack, if you played a bounty hunter or pilot card this phase, you may draw a card. How many
Yeah.
bounty hunters and pilots do you think Michael's run? We definitely saw a fair few, like that. Forlom and Zuckuss are both in that category, for instance.
Yeah, I think he has quite a few. And, again, of course, he was able to trigger it off of Boba Fett being played. So, you have to like that play for Michael. Of course, Boba Fett, not quite as big as Zuckuss, but he does still hit for 5. And he does have that shield token, which is going to make it a little bit tougher for Dominique to get through.
Now, I think we're seeing the uh enterprising lackeys, a double green card on Dominique's side of the board. And that is a 4-cost 5/5, where when defeated, you can defeat one of your resources and replace this with it, essentially. So you're going to be putting that into your resource row instead of something that was already there, which is because it can also be smuggled out.
Right. You could get some extra value for it later in the game. And of course, a 4/5/5. Pretty good stats for 4 costs, no doubt. Now, Michael is going to play Zuckuss once again. And now the action back over to Dominique. Michael trying to get some good value out of Mist Hunter. And we're going to see Command here. The enterprising lackeys getting 2 experience tokens and Command becoming a resource. So Dominique once again getting ramp here in game 2.
Yeah, and those enterprising lackeys are really scary now. They're actually a 7/7. So they can take out Zuckuss and remain alive, although of course Bobo would then be in a position to take them out, just losing his shield.
Mist Hunter once again getting some really good value for Michael. He played a Bounty Hunter card this phase. He gets to draw a card on attack, getting in for another 3.
Now, what happened? What happened with the Emperor's Royal Guard there?
I think Michael used the Tarkin Town to finish it off.
Got it. Yeah, there we go. Tarkentown action. Now,
Now,
interestingly, here Dominique is actually being the aggro in this situation. The enterprising lackeys aren't swinging to clear Zuckuss; they're going for the base.
and I kind of like this play tower because of course, he's a 7/7 now. Deploying Piet does give Michael the initiative, so he will not be able to swing again with enterprising lackeys because Michael having the initiative, good and well, he's not going to be able to let 7 more damage come across. I think Dominique was in that spot where he says, look, you've got 25 HP. I'm going to be aggressive. That's exactly what he did with enterprising lackeys, and he's kind of asking some questions of Michael here.
Yeah, Michael's base actually only has 10 HP left, which is not an especially desirable position to be in, especially against a Piet deck that probably has a significantly better late game than what Michael has to offer.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. If this game goes long, Dominique starts bringing out those big capital ships. This can get ugly for Michael in a hurry. Michael has the initiative. We'll see what he opens up with. He's going to pay all of his resources here. Oh, he's playing sneak attack to play Cad Bane once again. Entering play ready. Lackeys being captured.
That's interesting. On the so there are pluses and minuses to this. On the plus side, you get a powerful buffed unit off the board. On the minus side, after Cad Bane leaves play from the sneak attack wearing off, the lackeys will be returned without the damage that was previously on them, so they're going to be a little harder to remove.
That is a really good point. The 5/5 with no damage, maybe arguably a little bit better than the 7/7 with only a couple HP remaining.
Yeah, but it does at least get them off the field for this turn, and even if Cad is removed to bring them back early, they'll come back.
Now Dominique doing some math here. Michael is showing a ton of damage on board. He's got, I believe, if I've done my math correctly, 21 damage between those 4 units on board. And don't forget, Cad Bane, leader, can still deploy here during this action phase.
Very interesting.
So that would bring the total up to 25 potential damage that Michael is showing and would leave Dominique with just 2 HP remaining. Now, of course, Dominique has all of his resources here. Does he have any options to slow down the massive ground units that Michael has on the board? Dominique, of course, can, play those capital ships for 2 less resources, but I don't think there's anything that he could play right now that would actually deal with those ground units.
Yeah, I mean, 7. Yeah, so it's tough, and this is getting back to what we were talking about earlier as a weakness of Piet against the ground aggression. Now, on the other hand, Cad Bane is leaving play at the end of this turn from the sneak attack. It's important to remember that, and that is going to put those lackeys back on the field.
Yeah, it's a good point for sure. Lackeys are certainly viable here. Hitting for 5 can certainly mean something in that race with Michael only having 10 HP remaining. And if you need them to be removal, lackeys could 1-for-1 trade with Boba Fett. But this seems to be a tough spot. It looks as though Dominique has Devastator in hand. Devastator would be fantastic. The only problem is he's 1 resource short.
Yeah, and I think that might end up that being 1 resource short might end up turning into still being a resource short next turn if Piet is defeated.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. A lot to think about for Dominique. Overwhelming Barrage here does not do much. It would take out Boba Fett. If he played the Barrage onto Piet, he could take out Boba Fett right away or the Mist Hunter, but I'm assuming that Dominique wants to try and clean up this ground arena as best he can.
I think Dominique may have been a bit overconfident to go for his opponent's base instead of clearing things up with the buffed lackeys. I don't know. I really expected them to take out Zuckuss, but that isn't what we saw.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected too. But here's a thought tower. When he attacked with lackeys, he then deployed Piet after Michael was completely exhausted. Michael could not take any further actions and just claimed. If Dominique claims there, instead of deploying Piet, he's showing 7 more damage right away. And then we're talking about a really, really close match because of how
You have a point there. You have a
that's
point
what I
there for
thought he was
sure.
going to do, was just claim with lackeys, because 7 to base right away would have been, okay, Michael has to just answer everything now.
It looks like it's going to be a relentless here from Dominique, so that's going to block the first event each turn from Michael's side of the board. But Michael is throwing damage on the base. That relentless is also just a really powerful unit in its own right. This seems to be turning into a bit of a race.
Yeah, Cad Bane getting in for 7, 21 damage on Data Vault now. Very interesting indeed, because as you mentioned, with 17 damage on, Relentless is what Dominique needs here.
I
He's
don't know though.
27.
Yeah, I mean, does Cad Bane flip this turn?
Yeah, Cad Bane flips, but it's only 4. He's still short. He's short 2.
Right, but I don't know how Dominique. Wait, Dominique. Can Dominique swing with does swinging with Relentless just win?
Yeah, he claimed. Relentless just wins here. Relentless deals 8 exactly, which is exactly what Dominique needs. I think
Yeah,
Michael may have.
Maybe Dominique focusing on the base turned out to be wise.
Yeah, I think in the end it absolutely mattered. And I think Michael was surprised here. I think the way he was playing his cards and taking his actions, I think he was maybe under the impression that he had enough to deal fatal, but he ended up being just a couple shy. And Dominique is sending this into game 3 with Piet Data Vault.
Yeah, it should be very interesting. Now, Admiral Piet's a really interesting one because I think when previewed and in kind of early testing with people playing around with the card, it actually seemed to be extremely powerful and maybe even too powerful. But ultimately, it hasn't had the competitive results that I think people were initially expecting.
I think you're
However,
absolutely right.
Dominique is, maybe challenging that and had an interesting win here in game 2.
Yeah, very, very good game there. Enterprising lackeys getting the 2 experience tokens going to base. It was enough for Dominique because he had exactly fatal with Relentless. So those 2 experience tokens from command really went a long way here.
Command is a good card. It has, I think, of the double aspect legendary events, Command is probably the worst one and has really suffered in particular from the damage side of it saying non-unique. There are just so many units in this game that are unique. Even if the card just said non-leader, it would be a lot stronger than it currently is. But that doesn't mean that it's a bad card.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is. It is a little bit more, I guess, restrictive. I think having that non-unique wording there, I think definitely sets it back just a little bit, but it's still very good, and there's, a lot of really good uses for it, and we've seen Dominique take advantage of it here in this match, and, we saw it used very well early on with Palpatine as well. So here we go, Game 3, the deciding Game 3 in Round 4 of this Star Wars Unlimited Minneapolis Regional Qualifier. Piet versus Cad Bane, Dominique versus Michael, two players looking to stay undefeated. Dominique, of course, running a deck that I am sure many players not expecting to see. And so far, he's been able to put up good results with it. We'll see what happens here in Game 3 with Michael starting with the initiative.
All right. Cartel Spacer, no exhaust, not the spiciest start in the world.
Yeah, just the Cartel Spacer, a little different than what we've seen Michael do the first couple games. And Dominique actually just claiming the initiative, does not make any turn one plays here in Game 3.
Neither player really pouring on the gas here with these starts. Let's see what Dominique does next. Now, I'm wondering if this is a situation where it's like I'm intentionally not doing this so I can.
Dominique does ramp with resupply, getting the extra resource. Michael playing Mist Hunter, so Michael all space here early in Game 3, getting in for a couple damage with Cartel Spacer. Dominique will hold on to the initiative. No units so far for Dominique. We'll see what he does here this round, but of course that ramp is important. So even with no units on the board there, getting that ramp will certainly open up some options for him. First action, Piet deployed.
Now, up to that means that a capital ship of up to 7 resources can be played now if Michael doesn't have some way to deal with Piet quickly.
That is an excellent point. If Dominique can put down a big capital ship here, this could get really interesting. But here comes Bazine.
Highly relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this hand, taking out Barrage. So Dominique has to discard Barrage. He does get to draw a card.
I think we're going to see maybe a resupply carrier here. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, there you go. Resupply carrier coming down, getting another resource. So we are going to start seeing some big capital ships after Dominique has ramped twice here in Game 3. Piet in play. Michael now just going to put additional pressure in the ground arena with Greedo. And look at this. It's Dogfight. Dogfight used to attack with resupply character or carrier. Even with it being exhausted, Mist Hunter is defeated.
Why did that have 2 damage on it?
I think he put the 2 damage on it from the, or at least 1 damage from the CAD trigger. Was it? Yeah, I don't know why it should have 2.
It's only 2 damage on when CAD's deployed as a lead. That right? I think that should still be alive with 1 HP left on it. Like it should be 1 damage from the ping, and then 3 damage from the combat. I believe. I think they may have miscounted that somehow. I'm not sure what happened, or maybe I missed something, but I just don't see where that last point of damage came from.
No, that is a good point. And maybe we can get some clarification here. Michael has the initiative here, and we are going to play another Bazine. Taking a look at Dominique's hand, we see Resupply, Maul, Lackeys, and Relentless. And Michael is going to have Dominique discard the Relentless because Relentless could be played here with Piet in play, but we're going to fire out Maul instead. Maul is going to ambush and defeat Bazine. And that is going to be 4 damage from Overwhelm getting through to Michael's base. Michael following up with Boba Fett. And then 2 more damage onto Tarkentown with Piet. Michael once again will get the initiative.
Maul is a good card.
No doubt about it. And so action on Michael. He's got the initiative. First action going to play Bosk, and that's going to be able to ambush and defeat Piet here, I believe, is where he was going with that. So Piet defeated. Bosk taking back a couple. And then the Cad Bane trigger, an extra damage put on Maul.
Okay. Bosk, nice to see here, I think, for Michael. And Maul's still kind of a powerhouse here, but facing off against several units. And the question is what Dominique is now going to do with his own resources this turn.
Now, with the next action, Dominique is going to play Legal
Legal
Authority.
authority.
Look at this. That's another card we
Michael
haven't seen a lot of.
Yeah, I think Michael maybe hasn't seen it either. Has to look over.
Maul is defeated, but Dominique does put some more pressure on the board with the enterprising lackeys.
Okay, so now we're going to have a much stronger board for Michael compared to Dominique. But Michael is close to the edge. There's only 7 HP left on that base?
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
I don't know though. Do you think Dominique will be able to get?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. He needs 7. He has the initiative. Lackeys represents 5, but he has to find 2 more, and that's going to be the difficult part here. Depending on what he has in his hand, this game is coming down to the wire. Game 3 of
And
round 4.
not entirely sure what exactly happened. There are some reports of maybe having taken too much damage on Cad's base. Yeah, it looked like he was at 6 HP and got hit by Maul. And then I'm watching this back. Yeah, he was at 6 HP, got hit by Maul for what should have been 7, and then went up to 18. Yeah, so there was like 5 extra damage there somehow, I think.
So Michael just had to claim Relentless is showing fatal. And with what you were talking about, even if you, okay, so I guess you were saying they added 2 extra damage, I believe.
No, it was like 5 extra damage. I'm not sure what happened there. And then, and I think there was some. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there was some other buffer thing going on, but it seemed like that attack from Maul did substantially too much damage, which is interesting because then we had also seen earlier the resupply carrier probably taking too much damage itself. So I don't know exactly what happened there, but I think something was off.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think resupply carrier should have still been on the board, and then you had too much damage dealt to Michael's base. But if we're just talking about the base, and it looks like the report is that 5 was added, if you take away the 5 damage that was added, Michael is still sitting at 18, which means I believe that Relentless is still enough to win the game because Michael did not find an answer for it.
Yeah, so if you're looking at 18 damage and gonna get hit for 8, you're still that's still game over on a 25 HP base. So more damage was taken there, I believe. I'm not entirely sure why. It's possible there's some effect that I myself missed, but ultimately the outcome may have been the same either way.
Yeah. Sometimes mistakes do happen, but great game nonetheless. Both players played a strong match here, and Dominique with Admiral Piet Data Vault
Surprisingly
going
aggressive
to 4-0.
gameplay. Surprisingly aggressive gameplay from the Piet deck, and this was not, I'm going to go for the like ultimate end game stuff and only then start attacking. Dominique was pushing damage from relatively early in the game, and ultimately was able to get the win.
Yeah, very good stuff. You love to see these unique leader-based combos that we really haven't seen yet, but I guess someone could argue, well, he's playing Data Vault, and again, we joked about it earlier, but right now it's insert leader here plus Data Vault made the top 8.
Data Vault is a very popular base right now.
It absolutely is. It's very popular. It's very strong. There's so many games, and it's just been proven time and time again, so many games that 3 additional HP has been huge, to say the least.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Data Vault, you have to play more cards in your deck, which is generally considered worse. But it seems like for a lot of players, the consistency decrease that you incur has been worth it in exchange for 3 more HP.
Yeah, I think the percentages of finding those cards you need, of course, reduced not by a large margin, and the 3 HP just essentially giving you more actions in the game is proving to be more beneficial, more of an upside than the downside. But guys, I think
Yeah,
we are going to take a short break. We are 4 rounds through here at the Minneapolis Regional Qualifier. So we're going to step away for a short break, and we'll be back with round 5 action from Minneapolis.
catch you guys later. What's going on, guys? This is Tower number 9 here with Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC. We are bringing you the McClunky gaming coverage of the regional qualifier here in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we are about to move into the 5th round of Swiss. Josh, how are you doing?
Doing well. Just got a little food in me in our short break and ready to see what we're going to feature in round 5. We've had some pretty exciting matches so far today.
Yeah. It should be interesting to see what we get and how the event as a whole progresses. I think that we have one of the larger events in Star Wars Unlimited here, at least in the US, and still hundreds of people in contention.
Yeah, you'd love to see a field with over 600 players beating out the previous biggest tournament that we had in the US, which was the Richmond sector region, or the sector qualifier, that had just under 600, and now today we get just over 600. So great to see these major tournaments growing here in the United States. And yeah, we still have a lot of Star Wars Unlimited action to bring you today. We'll have 9 rounds of Swiss today, and then we will have the cut, and we will have some more Swiss rounds tomorrow. So we've got a lot of action coming to you from McClunky Gaming all weekend long.
That's right, Josh. I think we're going to have this one, this round of Swiss, and then I believe we'll have, round 6, 7, 8, 9. Lots of stuff going on, and then more tomorrow. There's a little bit of downtime here. Claire is saying that they're starting up some side events. That's one thing that's notable about these larger tournaments. Not only do they have the main tournament itself, but they also have a lot of side events going on that you can potentially play in, win some prize tickets, which you can redeem for various exclusive promos. I myself was at the Denver sector qualifier, and I played the main event on day 1. And then once I was eliminated, I went and started playing some side events. I played some Twin Suns for the first time, had a lot of fun.
Yeah, these side events are certainly a big part of these really large events. Offers you a great way to grind and get some of those tickets to spend on the prize wall and get some great prizes. So yeah, I think there's so many players, especially some of the more casual players. I think they love to come and take advantage of all the great side events that they offer here. And it looks like I think they're starting up some side events now. So we're getting some side events going now for the players, and I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of a delay before we get round 5 started.
Yeah, and it is something also that I think makes these larger events more appealing, even for people who are not necessarily the number one. They're not necessarily, even if you're not necessarily, oh, I'm the number 1 tournament hardcore, I'm a great competitor, I'm going to win this whole thing. You can still go and have a good time, and even if you get knocked out, there's side events, there's other stuff. Some people might even attend something like this thinking primarily about the side events. It's an
Yeah,
interesting
absolutely.
scenario.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there's some people, they're not crazy competitive and just don't have that kind of mindset, and they just enjoy the side events, the more casual play, and they love to grind for these awesome promos and these great play mats and different really cool prizes. And hey, that's awesome. I mean, still a great way to enjoy these type events.
Yeah, should be
So I'm
interesting.
just kind of looking through some of the stats here, the standings for what we've got. It looks like Claire's actually throwing it up on the screen for me. I'm looking at Melee, and she's got it pulled up live for us. So right now, the number 1 seed, all of these players that you're going to be seeing on this screen, they're all 4-0. So we've got a great start, 4-0 start for all of these players. But right now, check that out. Darth Vader, Jeff Creasy from Bothan Network on the Darth Vader Pilot Vader deck with the paired up with Cunning. We've got Kira up there. Han Solo. Looks like Han Solo, the Shadows of the Galaxy Han Solo doing very well. We've got a few up here in the top 10 right now. You've got a Ray Datavault up there, Michael Conroe from Team Secret. And hey, look at that. We just saw Dominique on stream with the Admiral Piet Datavault finds himself in 7th after this great start. So, hey, I'm rooting for Dominique. Love to see a deck that most people aren't expecting. Really hope that he can continue to carry this momentum into day 2. But yeah, a couple Darth Vaders up there as well. So maybe this Vader pilot deck really gonna create some waves throughout this tournament this weekend.
Yeah. One interesting thing also, we've seen Han Solo from Shadows with with 2 Data Vaults up there and then 1 Dagobah Swamp.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Yep.
And
That,
Dagobah Swamp is, I believe, a blue base. So, very different, not just a 30 HP or whatever, but, a different aspect.
yeah, no, that's very true. And it's what's so good and the big draw to going into blue with the Shadows of the Galaxy Han Solo leader is Luke Skywalker. I mean, playing Luke Skywalker for 6 resources feels pretty good, doesn't it, Tower?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely one of the best units in the game. So if you can bring Luke out early, you're always thrilled to do so. But it looks like the pairings are up. We are getting ready to bring you some round 5 action. Just waiting to get word on the matchup. But you've got a couple of big names up towards the top of the tables too. Of course, we saw the top 10 there just a second ago that we were talking about. You've also got Maddie from KTOD running that Han Solo Data Vault. He's one of the Han Solo Data Vaults in the top 10 right now. He's up there. And you've also got Ophir or Wu from KTOD with Kira Data Vault. He's towards the top tables. He's off to a 4-0 start. And yeah, so it's exciting stuff to start this tournament. And it looks like we're going to get Sabine and Ray for the first time. 2 very strong meta decks, powerhouses right now, with definitely very well known and have had some great performances recently. We've got Sabine ECL versus Ray Datavault.
That's right, Josh. Sabine ECL, the most played deck at this event. This is a deck that has been good ever since set 1. There has never really been a time when Sabine has been out of the meta completely. Certainly, there have been times when she's been stronger and times when she has not been as strong, but we have almost always seen Sabine players showing up at events.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sabine ECL actually taking down what was the largest tournament here in the United States, the Richmond Sector Qualifier. Sabine ECL was on top. And, Sabine ECL is still a very relevant deck, as as you mentioned, very popular deck's been around. The deck hasn't changed too much, but it's like Sabine ECL gets a few new tools each set, and it just becomes a little bit more and a little bit more tuned. And my goodness, it can hit hard and hit fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I believe, yep, we've got Michael Conroe on the right, piloting Ray Datavault from Team Secret versus Jerry on the left, piloting Sabine ECL. Now, this particular matchup, this is one that I have not personally played, but I have heard a lot of talk on it through various podcasts and through some testing with some of these players that this is not a great matchup for Sabine just simply because of the amount of restore that Ray can bring, plus not to mention some great Sentinel units like the Village Protectors. This could be an uphill battle for Sabine.
Yeah, I personally don't consider this to be so. Now I should say I most Ray decks have not been this Data Vault composition until recently. But in general, as Sabine, I actually really don't like playing against Vigilance Heroism decks with a lot of Restore.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely an uphill battle. Now, getting started with this first game, we've got ground versus space. Michael playing the new seasoned Fleet Admiral from Jump to Lightspeed. It has Raid 1, and when an opponent draws one or more cards during the action phase, you can give an experience token to a unit. Look at this, pretty aggressive start from Michael. He's going to play Fleet Lieutenant on turn 2, attacking for a total of 4 damage to base with seasoned Fleet Admiral. And look at the space arena for Jerry with Chewbacca on Phoenix A-Wing.
Yeah. Chewbacca is mostly a card that is it's interesting. So Chewbacca is mostly a card that is good against blue removal. With the exception of no glory only results. And this is definitely a scenario where it might be helpful. Protecting against the cards like Takedown and so on that Ray could be playing does seem potentially very relevant.
And we trade some damage. Fleet Lieutenant gets into Jerry's base for 3. Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, a 6 power unit right now with Chewbacca. 12 damage on Michael's base after another swing with A-Wing. Oh, and here comes the Village Protectors in immediate response to the Sabine deploy. Sabine has to go into the Sentinel unit. 1 damage to Michael's base with the on-attack ability. And the shield token removed. How do you feel about this spot for these two players as we close into the mid-game of Game 1?
Sorry, say that again, Josh.
Oh, I was just asking, what do you think about the position right now for these two players early here in this first game?
I think, well, it's interesting. So we have the buffed Chewbacca the Chewbacca buffed A-Wing plus the K2SO. Those are good starting units here for Jerry. Like he's built some real stuff up here. And we have not seen on Mikhail's side of the board, we haven't seen the like big healing that is like, there isn't the like, oh, turn 1 uh turn 1 moisture farmer, turn 2 Yoda. Those sorts of plays are what Sabine really doesn't like to see. So at least for now, I think this is not so bad for Jerry. In fact, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That 6 damage coming through each turn in the space arena right now for Jerry is absolutely crucial. Michael right now is just not showing an answer for the Phoenix A-Wing piloted by Chewie. And he's going to need to find an answer here. You've got 21 damage already on Michael's base, 13 damage on Jerry's base. And it looks... So Jerry hasn't spent any resources here. But I think he is deciding whether or not he's going to use that epic action on Energy Conversion Lab, and you bet he is. One of the big plays off of Energy Conversion Lab, the 5-cost Poe Dameron from Shadows of the Galaxy. He will ambush into tech, discarding another copy of Poe Dameron to deal an extra 2 damage to Michael's base.
Ooh, look at that though.
Oh, that's spicy.
I think that's the spark of hope being used to turn that defeated tech into a resource, get Ray out sooner, and get the healing going.
That's huge. Being able to get Ray out a turn early with the ramp, that's so good. And tech becoming a resource, well, Michael can just smuggle him out later.
Yeah. Very good use of spark of hope there for Michael.
Absolutely. That is a very strong play. Now, Jerry will have the initiative, and he certainly has some very threatening units. Michael back down to 20 damage on his base. But Ray, of course, is a problem. And we'll see if he wants to try to answer Ray or if he's just going to go base.
Yeah, it's an interesting
Heroic
scenario.
sacrifice onto Poe. He's just going to base here.
Yeah,
And
heroic sacrifice on Poe is straight 10 damage if he discards a card for the extra damage. So now there's only 3 left.
Yeah, and he discarded Wrecker, but now the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing is showing game. So even if Michael restores 3 with Ray, it's not enough.
That's right.
He has to have an answer in the space arena right now.
Now, why did Ray get an extra experience there? What was that?
Now, the extra experience, that's a good question. I'm not sure on that one. Maybe I missed something there.
Well, Ray goes for the base, but I think it's over. I think Chewie's A-Wing is going to close things out here.
Yeah, 27 damage on Michael's base. Phoenix Squadron at least appears to be showing fatal.
Yeah, that's
And
game.
that's it. Yep, absolutely. Jerry taking game 1 in a matchup that Sabine can certainly struggle in. Jerry has taken game 1 here in round 5.
All right, so that's going to be a pretty strong win there for Jerry. As we were saying earlier, it seemed like Michael didn't really have the early restore that you really want in this matchup. He did have that cool play, bringing out the spark of hope to get Ray on the field earlier and use her powerful restore, but it just it was not enough to stop the aggression that Jerry was showing.
Yeah, that was really tough. The early space unit with Chewbacca on it, and Michael just never found an answer. And the amount of damage that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing was able to get in, I mean, it had to be at least, 24 damage, I believe?
Man, I do think that there are some answers that Michael might have access to. So, for instance, I don't know exactly what is being played here, but one option would be confiscate against Chewie. Another option would be some of these decks play entrenched as a defensive upgrade, or perilous position as another defensive upgrade that can be used to debuff an opposing unit and exhaust it for a turn. Both of those do work on the A-Wing plus Chewie combination, although Jerry has at least some upgrade removal of his own in terms of Poe Dameron, not to mention any confiscate or disabling Fang fighters he might have in the sideboard. Or in the main deck. Some people are going pretty heavy on upgrade removal these days.
Yeah, it is very common right now to see some form of upgrade removal in the main deck. Even for Sabine, we've been seeing that outside of just, Poe Dameron. So maybe like a one of confiscate or disabling Fang Fighter. I think it's a little more common that you see those in the sideboard, but could absolutely have it in the main deck as well. Now, Michael Conroe from Team Secret, this is your finalist. This was your finalist at the Richmond Sector Qualifier, was undefeated all the way to the finals, where he ended up losing against Sabine ECL. Now, he was running Quinlan Tarkentown back in Richmond, and I wasn't for sure. I thought he was going to be running Quinlan back, but it seems as though he has pivoted to Ray Datavault, so we'll see if he can have the same kind of run that he had in Richmond. But Michael, very successful uh, early days in Star Wars Unlimited. Again, finalist at the Sector Qualifier. He's a PQ finalist, another PQ top 8. He was top 16 at Beatle as well. So certainly some great runs so far for Michael. Just changing it up a little bit in the deck choice today.
All right. We're gonna see what happens here in this next game. Is Michael gonna be able to put up a stronger defense, or Jerry's Sabine aggression once again gonna be able to overwhelm things? The Jerry is presenting his deck. The players are cutting or shuffling one another's decks, and we're about to get into the second game of this match.
Yeah, I'm just curious, how this matchup looks post board. What is Michael able to bring in from his sideboard, and does Jerry have anything to further improve this matchup as he went on to get a big victory in game one? And a shout out to Whiny Tortoise letting us know in chat, Jerry, a great local player, has been dominating showdowns this season. That's awesome. That is awesome. Uh, what local area is Jerry from? Is he from Minneapolis? But that's super cool. Nevertheless, love seeing Jerry have some great success, off to a great start and dominating in showdowns and off to an undefeated start here at the regional qualifier. Certainly a big deal. Now, game two, Michael will start with the initiative.
Yeah, we'll see. This unit played by Michael here is actually a unit that I really like, the Clone Deserter. So a 1-cost 2/3 with Restore 1, but it does have a built-in bounty allowing your opponent to draw.
Yeah, I think that.
And sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think the restore is quite important, and the fact that he was able to boost it up with the XP.
Yeah, it goes so well with Ray, and that's just what we saw here. Jerry led with a Battlefield Marine, itself a very strong play, but we saw, oh, look at that. The buffed Clone Deserter kills the Battlefield Marine, and Jerry replies by playing a Disabling Fang Fighter, defeating the experience token and killing the Clone Deserter, which then triggers the built-in bounty.
That was a great play from Jerry. You talked about the potential upgrade removal and disabling Fang Fighter. Absolutely in a good spot on turn two, getting some great value for Jerry. Now, we didn't really see a lot of restore units from Michael in game one. We're seeing him here in game two. Game two, you've got the Clone Deserter and now the Sundari Peacekeeper coming back out. That's presenting Michael a way to potentially restore two each turn.
Now, yeah, there's a big difference between the units that Michael was developing early in game one and the coming out here, and that difference is Restore. This buffed, this buffed Sundari Peacekeeper is a big problem for Jerry. Restore 2 on a unit that can throw out some serious damage is not what you want to see as a Sabine player.
No, absolutely right. The Peacekeeper, very good in this spot for Michael. Jerry does deploy Sabine, and Michael's just going to go ahead and throw 4 damage on Sabine with Sundari Peacekeeper. 2 power with that experience token, then raid 2. And now Sabine is just going to trade with the Peacekeeper as Jerry plays Fleet Lieutenant. Sabine, 2 extra power, attacking and trading. And look at this tower, back-to-back games. Michael playing Spark of Hope. The Sundari Peacekeeper becoming a resource as Michael ramps, and he's going to be at 6 resources here this turn, which means Ray can deploy, and that's another form of restore that will be online.
All right. Board cleared, but Ray, a big factor. Having Restore 3 on your leader is huge.
Yeah, no
And
doubt about it.
I think I just saw a Confiscate in hand for Michael as well. And look at that. I believe that's timely reinforcements.
Yeah, love to see it. Just getting a couple X-Wing tokens here. You get an X-Wing token for every 2 resources your opponent has. Jerry only has 5, so Michael just creates 2. But they do get Sentinel this phase, which is important because now that's stopping the disabling Fang Fighter from just getting into Michael's base for 3.
Right. And furthermore, it's going to create a scenario where I wouldn't be very surprised to see one of those X-Wings trade for that Fang Fighter. So not only does it prevent some damage in the short term, but it's also setting up a scenario where the Space Arena is going to come more under Michael's control, even after that Sentinel wears off. Jerry plays Poe Dameron, no ambush.
Yeah, just playing Poe out by itself, and Michael making one of the X-Wing tokens a little bit bigger with Ray. Ray's deployed. getting the experience token onto herself with the on attack ability and taking out Fleet Lieutenant, restoring some damage in the process. So Rey deploys as a 2/6, but on attack, you can give an experience token to a unit with 2 or less power, and Rey with only 2 power, 2 printed power. You can give the experience token to Rey, which allows Rey to trade with the 3 HP unit. But Jerry does have the initiative with Poe Dameron. Poe certainly a very big threat. We'll see if he takes out Rey or if he goes to base. Jerry's just going to base, discarding Cham Syndulla, dealing an extra 2 damage, 8 damage to Michael's base. But of course, Rey is going to damage, 8 damage to Michael's base. But of course, Rey is going to mitigate some of that damage that just came through, attacking into Jerry's base, restoring 3, and now 3 with that experience token.
All right. Looks like a Luke Skywalker pilot being thrown onto the disabling Fang Fighter here. That's going to give it some extra punch, and it's going to be able to take out one of these X-Wings without being removed itself.
Skywalker, such a great card coming out of Jump to Light Speed, just a 3/2 in the ground arena, but as you mentioned, gives the unit it is piloting +3/+2, and then when it's defeated, you can actually move it into the ground arena as the unit. So great versatility with that card. Michael's going to throw out U-Wing Reinforcement. First time we've seen U-Wing Reinforcement in this match. Let's see if Michael can find some units that make a big impact here.
It really does feel like this game is pulling away from Jerry here. As a Sabine player, you want to have achieved far more damage than this by this phase in the game.
I think you're absolutely right. This is a stage where you have Rey out. You're about to have Michael with a much larger board presence than he already has. And he still has multiple cards in hand. This definitely is not the spot Jerry wants to be in here in game 2 as he's trying to close this match out. Doesn't want to let Michael back into it. We're going to see Yoda and Concord Dawn interceptors coming in off of the U-Wing reinforcement.
All right.
The Concord Dawn interceptors giving Michael that Sentinel unit in the space arena.
Yeah, and Yoda developing even more restore, not at all what Jerry wants to see. Both of those units are disrupting his game plan, and now the damage that Michael's inflicting is starting to add up here a bit.
Yeah, Michael choosing not to make that trade with disabling Fang Fighter. He's just going to base with the 2 X-Wing tokens, 6 total damage. And look at this, we're all tied up in the damage race. But keep in mind that Michael has a lot more HP on that data vault.
That's right. With 9 damage on both bases, Jerry's energy conversion lab only has 16 HP left, whereas Michael's data vault has 24. And I think Michael, seeing that, is trying to turn the corner here and start going for the base instead of trying to control Jerry's board.
Yeah, big difference for sure. Now, Poe once again going to Michael's base, wing leader discarded here to put a total of 8 damage on Michael's base, 17 damage on base now. But Rey once again is going to come through for 3, restore 3 off Michael's base. And there is the on attack trigger as Yoda becomes a 3/5 with that experience token.
Now, Jerry, I believe, has not used lab yet in this game. And we could see something like an ECL Wrecker for a pretty big impact, but it doesn't look like that's forthcoming this turn, or if it is, Jerry's holding off on it for some reason. Oh, there's
Well, here
ECL
it
though.
comes. Yeah, here it comes. What is he playing off of the energy conversion lab? We saw disabling Fang Fighter getting in for 6, Yoda for 3, restoring 2. Does this energy conversion lab make a big
He
impact?
had
Here comes
Wrecker.
Wrecker. He's
Now this
got it.
this is so confusing to me because I'm not sure why he would let his opponent's restore go off like that. He could have done this before Yoda attacked and there would be 2 more damage on Michael's base, but he didn't do it. I wonder what he was waiting for. Maybe he just wanted to ensure that he got the Fang Fighter in?
Maybe, yeah, maybe that was the line, getting that extra damage in. So defeating Yoda on the when played ability from Wrecker, defeating a resource to deal 5 damage to Yoda, and then ambushing and defeating Ray, getting some damage through with Overwhelm. And now Michael's going to play Village Protectors, get some more damage in with the X-Wing tokens, and then fell the dragon on Poe Dameron, confiscate on Luke Skywalker, disabling Fang Fighter defeated, Luke to the ground arena, and now with 21 damage on, Jerry is in trouble.
Yeah, it's looking really bad for Jerry here. The space arena has gone completely out of his control, and while he does have a superior force in the ground arena, that village protectors with the shield still up is going to be pretty difficult for Jerry to get through. There's 6 damage in space, and that is enough to end this game. Sithwith says you defeat the upgrade, shouldn't it go to discard? Actually, no. Luke Skywalker, you still with me, has text where when he is a pilot, if something would defeat him, he moves to the ground arena instead. It's a very strong ability. Timely intervention.
What does he have? Timely into Poe.
I'm not sure that it matters. He has 21 damage on his base. If both of these X-Wings attack, that's just it.
He can take out one of the X-Wing tokens with Poe's ability because he could defeat an upgrade and deal 2, but then Michael could just swing with Village Protectors and the other X-Wing token. So he's actually going to defeat the shield token on Village Protectors, getting into base. Village Protectors defeated. X-Wing token for 3, 1 HP remaining for Jerry. Does he have any way to either deal fatal or stop the X-Wing token? I don't think he does. Michael will swing in for game. We're going to game 3 in the round 5 feature match here at McClunky Gaming.
Yeah, we were talking about it from earlier on in the game, but it was a situation where Michael's start in this time was really different from what we saw in the first game. We had early restore, we had early units that were effective at combating Jerry's units, and Jerry was not really able to get the foothold that he needed early on in order to convert this to a win. Really almost couldn't be 2 more different games between Sabine and Reyes, game 1 and game 2 here.
Yeah, very big difference. And it was so interesting in that game because you had Ray deployed. Jerry was ignoring Ray. Michael was ignoring Jerry's units, and they were just going base, 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 base. But again, that restore that Michael was able to get throughout the game proved to be very important. I believe he restored at least 6 with Ray. He had another couple with Yoda, and that 8 damage being restored went on to mean a lot at the end of this game. And how about the timely reinforcements giving those 2 X-Wing tokens to Michael that ended up doing quite a bit of damage?
Yeah, it's funny how quickly Michael turned the corner there. That's one
Well,
of the nice things I think about playing the Vigilance Heroism. The Vigilance Heroism decks is that you do have access to a lot of Restore and Sentinel, and you can really do some things to mess with these aggro builds.
absolutely. So this is what we wanted to see, a great match between these two players looking to stay undefeated. Ray Dadavault, Sabine ECL, Jerry versus Michael. Going to game 3. And now Jerry will start with the initiative for this final game. Well, as you mentioned, last game, early in that game, the units that Michael was able to find early, so much different than game 1. He found those early restore units like the Peacekeeper, and that was really crucial to get the result he needed in game 2. We'll see if he can find those good early units into Sabine once again. And obviously with Jerry having the initiative, it's even more important for Michael to be able to mitigate some of that early damage and control those early units.
I think I see some desirable units in hand for Michael. I think there's a Yoda copy of the Village Protectors there as well. But Jerry leads with Sabine Explosives Artist, probably the best card that you can start with in some of these matchups, because not only is it a powerful aggressive unit, but Sabine Explosives Artist can defeat Village Protectors through their shield, which is a very important capability to have.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. Sabine Explosive Artist certainly threatening the Village Protectors that Michael has in hand. So Michael ideally needing to answer that Sabine before playing the Village Protectors. Now, Michael did play R2-D2 on turn 1, which is a 2/5 now, and R2 can get another experience token from Ray, which would be enough to then take out Sabine.
Oh, and there are those Village Protectors, but I think we see a Fighters for Freedom in the hand cam there. And that is another unit that could clear the Village Protectors, but that's not what Jerry chooses to develop, instead bringing out Sabine's Masterpiece.
Yeah, bringing out Masterpiece following the Village Protectors. Michael with the initiative. Again, as you mentioned, Sabine threatening to defeat the Village Protectors in one action with that on attack ability. Does Michael have a way to protect it? He's going to play the action ability, giving 1 experience token to Village Protectors, a 3/3 shielded now. Sabine can't get through it in one action.
I think there is a Rebel Assault in hand, though, and that could be what Jerry needs to make this happen. Rebel Assault on Sabine would allow her. No, wait, there's an ambush being played. Let's see what it is.
Energy Conversion Lab
Ooh.
into the Fighters for Freedom with Saboteur taking out the shield token and defeating Village Protectors.
Yeah, that's solid. I mean, it's not the biggest ECL play in the world, but getting those Village Protectors off the field is very important here. And now it looks like the path is clear for Jerry to do some major damage.
And here it is, Rebel Assault going to do some serious damage. It should be 4 total damage with Sabine to Michael's base, and then the on-attack ability from Masterpiece, because Jerry has the aggression unit dealing 1 damage to R2-D2, so 11 damage on Michael's base, and Michael's just going to play yet another Village Protectors.
A little surprising to me that the 1 damage was put onto R2-D2 there instead of onto the base. Um, I kind of would have expected it to just be more base damage. Jerry takes the initiative here without deploying his leader Sabine, which I actually think is quite a good move, because it means that unit Sabine is poised to clear the Village Protectors before they can be buffed.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Once again, Sabine, that 2-cost Sabine unit doing so much work for Jerry here, making Michael's job a whole lot more difficult with these Village Protectors. And now we'll see if first action, Jerry just takes out the Village Protectors and tries to open up things for his Sabine leader unit. And there we go, Village Protectors defeated with the Sabine Explosive Artist. Now, Michael says, I've had enough with the Sabine unit, R2-D2 attacking and trading. But now we're going to see the Sabine action ability, 1 damage to each base. And let's see how Michael can respond and what he can put on the board after his board being cleared.
Sham Syndulla here.
So Champ coming out. Michael is
But it's
going to play Fell the Dragon to take out Champ right away.
funny situation where Cham was played without the actual resource situation there. Just played as a 5/4 unit and then cleared with Fell the Dragon. But now the board's empty for Michael. Jerry Sabine gets on the field and swings, and Ray is about to deploy, but I'm not feeling so bad about this if I'm Jerry.
No, Jerry has been able to do quite a bit of damage, 18 damage on Michael's base. Now we are going to see the blue leader and Michael paying the 2 extra resources to move it to the ground arena, give it 2 experience tokens, ambush and defeat Sabine. But now we're going to see, was that Chewbacca? No, it's Luke
No,
on
it's Pilot
Sabine's
Luke.
masterpiece.
Luke
Now,
flying
either
Sabine's
way,
masterpiece, 6 damage. None of the abilities go off because it's the only unit on the board.
now here's For a Cause. How many heroism cards does he find? Oh, he misses one with
2,
Cham.
3.
Oh, 3 damage going through to Michael's base. That's 24 damage on. Sabine's masterpiece, a 6/5 in the space arena.
Now, missing one of those was actually very important because if he had hit all 4, he could leave the heroic sacrifice on top of the deck, and then the damage there would be sufficient to close the game. But because he missed 1 damage, that doesn't close the game in one go.
Yeah, that 1 damage is crucial because that will give Michael potentially another action. And of course, he's got Ray on the board. Ray can restore at least 3 damage. We'll see what else Michael has in his hand. He has control of the ground arena, but still showing that Sabine's masterpiece is Jerry, and that's 6 power. Quite a threatening space unit right now for Jerry. Michael would love to find an answer. Oh, and he's got an answer with Entrenched. Entrenched will give Sabine's masterpiece +3/+3, but it can't attack bases. So Michael's like, okay, we're safe for now. Jerry's got to find some more upgrade removal.
Yeah. Wrecker showing up here. Getting that blue leader off the field with the ability, but doesn't have ambush, so isn't able to swing and clear Ray as well.
The blue leader defeated, and Michael is just going to attack into Wrecker, restore 3 from his base. Ray defeated, and he's got another blue leader and enough resources to pay the extra 2. It's a 5/5 ambush, essentially. Wrecker defeated.
Jerry would really love to see a disabling Fang Fighter here to free up that Sabine's masterpiece. It's a strange situation now. Michael had to give up a lot to take out Wrecker. In fact, Wrecker was like, what, a 3-for-1 there? Killed both blue leaders and Ray?
Yeah, that was
And
a
that without ambush. So pretty
big,
nice situation for Jerry there. But I think I see on the hand cam, there is, I believe, a Ewing reinforcement there for Michael. Highly relevant card.
absolutely. Jerry's going to start with K2SO. Very strong, threatening ground arena. And now we'll see how Michael responds. He's got 7 resources.
12 HP left for Michael.
And you know, while Michael feels safe right now, the Entrenched on the Sabine's masterpiece, he has to constantly keep in his mind, you know that Jerry is running upgrade removal. We've already seen that disabling Fang Fighter, so Michael has to keep that in mind because if it gets freed up, things could get really interesting.
Yeah.
Another blue leader for Michael. Moving to the ground arena. It's a 5/5, ambushes and defeats K2SO. When defeated, trigger on K2SO, dealing 3 damage to Michael's base, 24 damage on. But Jerry's
You know,
still locked down with the Sabine's masterpiece.
Blue Leader is an extremely strong card, and Michael hitting all 3 of them has been quite a boon for him this game. The flexibility there of being able to ambush against a lot of early space units or go to the ground arena. I mean, some people play decks that run like Syndicate Lackeys, which is 5 for 5/4 ambush. And when you consider that Blue Leader can be both 3 for 3/3 ambush space or can be 5 for 5/5 ambush ground, I mean, the flexibility there is extremely strong.
Yeah, Blue
Jerry may be
Leader.
in some trouble here, playing in another copy of Luke Skywalker, You Still With Me to the ground arena and losing the one that was on his Sabine's masterpiece. Not great.
And now Michael plays that U-wing reinforcement. Do we find some big plays for Michael? Oh, yes, we've got it. Luke Skywalker may be coming out. He is coming out. I believe that's the first time we've seen Michael play Luke in this match, defeating the other Luke Skywalker. And then Fleet Lieutenant coming out, and it's just a 3-3. There's no one to attack with.
Another desperation play from Jerry here. A fleet lieutenant played with no buff. It really, to me, it really smacks of desperation, Josh. I think Jerry is in a very tough spot here. He has just not been able to draw the upgrade removal that he needs to free up his Sabine's masterpiece from that entrenched. He has, looks like he has a dark saber in hand that but he hasn't been able to make a ground unit stick to get that dark saber buff going. I don't know. It's looking grim for Jerry.
You are absolutely right. I think the best play that can happen for Jerry right now, if Michael does just go to base right away, he could try to stick the Fleet Lieutenant, but Michael won't have any of it. Luke's going to attack and defeat Fleet Lieutenant. And like you were saying, once again, Jerry can't get a unit to stick. Luke restoring 3 damage from the base in the process. Michael back down to 21 damage on his base, 12 HP remaining. And now we're going to see more restore units coming into the ground arena for Michael with the Sundari Peacekeeper.
This game is slipping away from Jerry here.
It absolutely is. It's slipping away fast. Now he does play the Darksaber onto the Battlefield Marine, but look
There's a
what
Fell the
Michael is
Dragon
holding.
in hand, though. This is not gonna work.
Yeah, he's got Fell the Dragon. It looks like he also has Village Protectors, so he could just protect his base and other units with the Village Protectors that would have the shield token. So now Michael says, okay, it's time to put my foot on the gas. We have turned the corner. Blue Leader getting in for 5. Jerry claims the initiative, but this is big trouble.
There's a buff. There's Fell the Dragon. Brutal situation.
Man, that is brutal. Right after Jerry claims, Fell the Dragon takes out the threat. And Michael, complete control in this final game.
There is no time. There's no timing consideration here, but at this point, the game is basically over, in my opinion. Jerry has already used ECL. He has no board except this unit with the entrench that he just hasn't been able to clear. His opponent has an extremely strong board and also a board that is going to be healing quite a lot. I think Jerry has, I think Jerry's lost this one.
Jerry starting with the Battlefield Marine, Luke Skywalker on Michael's side, hitting the energy conversion lab for another 6, restoring 3. Jerry will push some more threats in the ground arena with K2SO, but now Sundari Peacekeeper just gets bigger with Ray's action ability, swinging for 5 now, restoring 2 more. And now Jerry down to just 5 HP remaining on base. He's got Blue Leader. That is going to do it after Jerry takes game 1. Michael with the come from behind victory. He will remain undefeated in Minneapolis.
Yeah, very interesting match. In game 1, we saw things going really right for Jerry. Michael just wasn't able to get the restore train rolling. In game 2, it was the opposite. Michael had all kinds of restore. Jerry couldn't really get a foothold. This last one was the closest and probably most interesting. Jerry had a strong position early. Michael was able to like barely fend him off though. And really, I think the decisive factor was Jerry not being able to find any upgrade removal for that entrenched. That seemed like it was, if he had drawn a disabling Fang Fighter, that could have been an extremely different game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. He desperately needed some sort of upgrade removal for entrenched, just couldn't find it. And I tell you what was another huge benefit for Michael in that final game, like you talked about, he drew all 3 blue leader and they were incredible for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Blue Leader is such a strong card. And, even having to, yeah, even having to trade some of those blue leaders kind of like not super well with the opposing wrecker, it was fine.
What a match. Ray Dadavault being taken all the way to game 3 by Sabine ECL. But in the end, Michael and Ray prevail. And your Richmond runner-up remains undefeated here in Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think we're going to step away for a short break while things wrap up with round 5 of Swiss. Closing in here, we've got 4 more rounds of Swiss to go, a total of 9 here on day 1. We'll step away and then we'll come back with round 6 action from Minneapolis. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the McClunky Gaming live stream from Minneapolis, Minnesota for the Star Wars Unlimited Regional Qualifier. We are getting ready for round 6 of Swiss. We have seen 5 intense rounds so far. We've had some great matches here on stream. I'm Josh Snyder. We've got Tower number 9 alongside of me here doing some commentary today. And Tower, it has been a blast so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a fun event thus far to be casting, and I suspect it's been an even more fun event for the people who are actually on site playing. We have
Yeah,
9
absolutely.
rounds of Swiss here today, and then Swiss followed by a top cut tomorrow.
Yeah, 9 rounds of Swiss. And what brought us to that number, over 600 players. So that's what brought us from the 8 up to 9 rounds of Swiss. And now we're cruising. We're 5 through. We've got 4 more to go today to see who all is going to make the cut to day 2. These players need to be at least X2. So no more than 2 losses. 3 or more losses, and you will not be eligible for day 2. So obviously the big goal for everyone still in the tournament, try to get to day 2 and have a shot to get into the top 8 to compete for the title. Now, in the last round, we saw Sabine ECL versus Ray Datavault. Saw a great player, great Sabine player in Jerry from Utah, and then Michael Conroe from the Washington, D.C. area, the runner-up at the Richmond sector qualifier, remaining undefeated as he put on a clinic and showed us a great come-from-behind victory with Ray. Is there anything you're still really hoping to see here, Tower? Are there any decks we haven't seen that you would love to see as we move forward into this tournament?
Well, I think I think there are a bunch. It'd be interesting to see how the Luke players are doing. It'd be interesting to see, some more Spark of Rebellion, Vader, and so on. But there's really a lot of stuff going on that I think is interesting, and I'm just excited to see how the event unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 5 rounds in the book, and we still have Jeff Creasy up top right now on the leaderboard at number 1 on Darth Vader, the pilot Darth Vader, teamed up with Cunning. And of course, we saw that on stream earlier today. You actually have right now, Tower, we have 2 Vader yellow decks that are undefeated. So that's certainly interesting to see. You've got, it looks like 1 Ray deck is undefeated. That's Michael, who we saw on stream last round. And if I'm counting correctly, just 2, well, we've got a couple Han 2 and 2 Han 1, it looks like. So we've got a nice mix-up of the Han Solo out there.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the Han Solo. I think we've actually seen all 3 Han Solo leaders having at least some success. But I believe that Han Solo, Never Tell Me the Odds, the pilot Han, is the least successful of the 3. With
Yes.
Han 2, Han Solo Worth the Risk, and Han 1, Han Audacious Smuggler, both being more established in competitive play right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Han 2 Data Vault, a deck that has really been very popular the last couple weeks. And trying to see here, we've got, oh yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it, the Han Solo Worth the Risk, the Shadows of the Galaxy Han Solo with Dagobah Swamp. Right now, that's your number 3 seed going into round 6. Cole Lapine running that deck. And so, yeah, Han 2 blew up there. And then we also have some Han 2 Data Vault undefeated. And then 2 of the Han Solo Audacious Smuggler undefeated. 1 on Data Vault and 1 on Echo Base, the 30 HP base. So Command Center, the 30 HP base. So two slightly different versions there. And we also saw a comment earlier, Tower, and there's been a lot of talk about, again, Quinlan has just been spiraling down, right? It's just the results for Quinlan just haven't really been there like people expected post suspension. And right now, we've got two Quinlan Tarkentown undefeated.
Nice. The players are getting seated. You know, most of the tables are now running. I think somebody mentioned this earlier, but there are fewer players in the main event now than we once had. And we are now seeing our matchup here. Looks like, what do we have here? Is that a Kira Data Vault versus a Cad Bane Tarkentown? Is that what we're seeing here?
Yep, that is what it appears. So how about this CAD Tarkentown? No, it's interesting because we do have one CAD Tarkentown undefeated, so I believe that is our player here. CAD versus Kira. And I think, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but with Han 2 being so prevalent right now in the meta, these Tarkentown decks, I mean, they seem to be positioned well into Han 2. We saw Han 2 go away because of the prevalence of Tarkentown. So now maybe some of these Tarkentown decks have a good shot being able to be paired up against Han 2 several times throughout the day.
Ooh, and it looks like we are going to have the Kira player here actually being Wu. Wu is a member of the KTOD tournament team, a competitive player that's been involved in the game from early on. He has his own Patreon and YouTube channel, and he's really one of the players that helped bring Kira to prominence way back when she first came out. So having him play it, I think we're going to see some expert Kira gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Wu is no doubt one of the best on Kira, that is for sure. And historically speaking, I think this is kind of a difficult matchup for CAD. Obviously, the later this game goes, we saw the same thing earlier when we had CAD Tarkentown face off against Piet. The late game that Villainy has in command and vigilance is just so strong.
We'll see how CAD Red does against it. I would tend to think that Kira would be favored in this matchup, but we'll have to see.
It's almost one of those instances where if you're CAD here, you want to push as wide as you can on the board, present as many threats as possible early, and try to put some good pressure on early. Now, of course, that Bazine is important, taking out Wu's ramp, and then Wu just claiming the initiative, power of the dark side, taking out Bazine. And then we see the Prestige Mist Hunter coming out for Alex. Some great art on those Prestige cards.
Very cool cards. That's that ship that allows you to draw on attack if you played I believe, a bounty hunter or a pilot this turn.
Yeah, we saw earlier on stream the Mist Hunter get some real value with that ability.
There's
And
a bounty
here
hunter. It's Greedo.
Yeah, absolutely. Set up to get some more value here. Greedo's going to be defeated right away with Death Trooper. And Alex on the win defeated. No win defeated trigger, it looks like. Just going to take it out with the Cad Bane triggered ability when he plays Boba. And Mist Hunter getting in for 3, drawing a card. Good early value for Alex with that Mist Hunter and presenting multiple threats.
Yeah, that is something you want to be doing against these vigilance villainy decks. I think you often want to avoid having a scenario where you only have one unit in play, especially if it's a big, strong unit that renders you very vulnerable to Power of the Dark Side and potentially Merciless Contest, as some decks are running both.
So here we go. Wu is going to deploy Kira right away. 2 damage dealt to both Boba and Mist Hunter. And now Boba is going to go ahead and get in for 3. Does Wu have the big overwhelming barrage? He does. Overwhelming barrage, giving Kira +2/+2, 6 damage spread throughout Alex's side of the board. Both units defeated. Big time play for Wu here in
This is
game 1.
classic Kira gameplay. This is really what to be doing. Flipping onto the board to damage your opponent's board and then follow up with an overwhelming to wipe things out. And it looks like Alex doesn't have a single play that turn. That is a huge tempo swing for Wu.
That is definitely not what Alex wanted there. That's brutal. You love to see that. If you're Wu, you're able to clear the board and then your opponent have no play in response. We move to the next round here. Kira's all by herself on the table. 4 quick damage to Tarkentown. First damage on Alex's base here in this game. We're going to see another copy of Bazine. And Wu has a handful of cards here. Several very good possible targets. Of course, Darth Vader can get all kind of value for Wu. Reinforcement Walker, he's got another barrage. What do you think he picks here?
Well, before I could answer, he picked the super laser blast. But looking like a very tough situation for Alex here. We'll see how he ends up being able to negotiate it, but not looking good.
So now Alex putting another unit in the ground arena. That's Jabba. He'll get to search the top 8 cards of his deck for a trick. Finds McClunky here, and the tricks do cost 1 less, so McClunky would cost Alex 0 right now to play with Jabba on the board. And Wu not going to let Jabba stay for long. No glory, only results. Taking control and defeating Jabba. Now we see Cad. Wu claims the initiative, and Alex has some options.
Could go base, could clear Kira. Ends up going base.
I feel as though Wu has done a pretty good job of keeping Alex's board in check. Alex does have a couple threats here. But Wu with the initiative going to quickly defeat Bazine, and Kira just getting stronger with her grit. Has 5 damage on now, so now 5 power.
Alex also has to be worried about a potential Power of the Dark Side taking out Cad, but goes for a Hotshot Blaster. This is risky, but does Wu have the Power of the Dark Side to punish this?
It's like Wu's just going to play Vader here, and Vader by himself will not take out the Cad leader unit. He's a 5/7 with Ambush. We'll see Wu search the top 10 card of his deck. He can play any number of villainy units that cost 3 or less total combined cost. He finds Inferno 4, so he'll get to take a look at the top couple cards, and he can put them on the bottom or back on top in any order. So it looks like 1 back on top, 1 on the bottom, and we will trade some damage as Vader ambushes into Cad. 5 damage on Cad, 4 back on Vader.
Does Alex have another play? We could simply see Alex take the initiative here and get that swing with Cad as the first action of the turn, but doesn't look like it. Tarkentown being used to clear Vader. Wu takes the initiative instead, and now something from Alex. What is it? Another Mist Hunter.
Another epic looking Mist Hunter. Now, Miss Hunter got some extra value for Alex earlier in the game, getting an extra card. We'll see if he can generate any extra value this time around. Of course, Wu has already claimed the initiative, so now we are going to play McClunky. Alex will return the Mist Hunter back to his hand. 3 damage to Kira. Kira defeated.
Once again, though, Cad Bane is vulnerable to a potential power of the dark side if Wu can draw it. But I'm not sure that Wu has one.
No, I don't think he does. He would love to see Power of the Dark Side right here, but oh, it's another Vader. Hey, Vader's another pretty good answer.
Yeah, honestly, a great answer. Not only is that going to clear out, not only is that going to clear out Alex's Cad Bane, it's also going to bring in some reinforcements.
So Vader bringing in Dr. Pershing, and Cad ambushed and defeated. And now Alex finds himself with no units on the board. And just 16 damage on Wu's base.
Looking tough for Alex.
The action over to Alex. Looks like we're going to put another Jabba into play. Search for another trick.
Hmm.
And he gets the sneak attack. Now, of course, sneak attack could provide some extra damage out of nowhere for Alex, but again, with only 16 damage on Wu's base, Wu has to feel pretty comfortable at the moment. Alex replaying the Mist Hunter, Wu just claiming the initiative.
We've seen a lot of those Mist Hunters here.
Yeah, we have. It's been a card we've seen several times on stream today.
Interesting too, because it's not necessarily the most prominent card in the game overall. It's not like a bad card. It's not, a huge staple. However, it has been prominent today at least. That bounty hunter trait synergy is kind of cool and has not always seen the most play, but there's been that kind of line ever since Shadows of the Galaxy.
So Wu has the initiative. He's got Darth Vader in the ground arena shielded after using the Cura action ability last action phase. And look at this overwhelming barrage onto Vader. +2/+2, 7 damage being distributed there. Mist Hunter defeated. Jabba takes 3. And now Wu threatening with 7 possible damage coming from Darth Vader. Jabba will get in for 2. And Wu is just simply going to attack and defeat Jabba, losing the shield token.
A simple Greedo hitting the field for Alex.
Well, if nothing else, Greedo does at least present a possible answer to Vader. Wu going to go ahead and get some value on Pershing here, using his action ability, damaging himself, drawing a card. And now we see the big Zuckuss, but Wu has the answer, Fell the Dragon, defeating the 6/6 ground unit.
Fell the Dragon, one of comparatively few pieces of removal in this game that can actually be fairly efficient. Usually removal in this trades down. But Fell the Dragon is a relatively cheap answer to some of the more powerful units in the game.
Absolutely, Fell the Dragon, such a good card, one of the staple removal pieces for Vigilance, and we've even been seeing the Han2 Data Vault decks running it out of aspect because it provides that answer to very specific units that that deck has trouble dealing with. So it's a fantastic card. We're seeing, especially if you see a card being played out of aspect pretty consistently, you know it has some serious reach. Alex has the initiative here, but Wu has complete control of the board currently.
Hmm.
And here comes Surprise Strike onto Greedo. Alex says, I'm going to be aggressive. Keeping his foot on the gas pedal. That's 24 damage on Wu's base. And Wu says, I've got some damage of my own coming through. Darth Vader hits for 5. And with Alex running Tarkin Town, just 14 HP remaining. And another Bazine. Is that all 3 Bazine here in this first game?
I'm not sure. I think it's either 2 or 3 though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he played 2. Maybe he bounced it back to hand, and I
Yeah,
missed
that's
it,
the
but
question.
he has
Was one of
played it
them
3
bounced into
times.
McClunky? There goes a copy of Supreme Leader Snoke.
Yeah, Snoke out of Wu's hand. Let's see what Wu says. I've still got a pretty good card here. Maul coming down, ambushing Greedo with just 1 HP. Maul 7 power, ambushing for 6. 17 damage on Alex's base. And now Alex in a dangerous spot with just 8 HP remaining. Wu showing Fatal on board.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Alex here. You know, if we see this Inferno 4 swing this turn, one attack with Maul would end the game. I think this, it's looking like it could be it for Alex. His board is far worse than Wu's, and he just doesn't have much left on his base either. It's looking grim.
Now, Alex has just claimed the initiative. Pike Sentinel comes down. Inferno 4 gets in for 2. And he has to have an immediate answer for Maul. As you mentioned, Maul finishes the game in 1 action for Wu here on this turn.
Yeah, and it's even worse than that, Josh, because not only would he have to have an answer for Maul, he would then also have to have an answer to the swarm of four smaller units that would still be on the board and able to push lethal damage to base themselves.
See if Alex has anything up his sleeve. He does have Cad Bane, which is going to capture
Okay.
several units here because they're all damaged.
So Cad Bane can capture, what is it, 8 HP of units?
Yeah, that's
So he
correct.
could
8 HP or
potentially
less.
capture Maul, who has what, 3 left, could capture Vader, who has 1 left, that's 4. He could capture pretty much everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can capture all of the units that are threatening damage, I believe.
Yeah, it's a very interesting scenario. Wu reading the card there to confirm. But yeah, Cad Bane can capture, but he can only capture up to 3 units, so he can't capture the whole board. However, he could capture, you know, the fighting unit. It looks like he captures the whole ground arena, other than that Dr. Pershing. Now, if he gets removed, those units are back, and not only are they back, but they're also healed. Wow, look at that. Agent Callus from Wu. I
Oh,
haven't seen that card in a while.
yeah, that's a card we don't really ever see. Agent Callus ambushing and defeating the Bazine. Crafty gets
Callus
in
was
2.
early on when they were previewing things and people were playing with like proxies of the few cards they had previewed. Agent Callus was considered really good. But as they showed more cards, it became more apparent that 5 for a 4/4 ambush was kind of below the curve. And even though that card draw ability is good, card draw isn't as important in this game. However, Wu seems to have found some value in Agent Callus, and you know is able to use him there to remove an opposing unit.
Yeah, it did some work there. Definitely a surprise card, but Wu getting some value.
I think Agent Callus was, broadly speaking, considered quite good. Oh, there is the third power of the dark side, and there is Cad Bane removed, and lots of units re-entering the board for Wu, and Alex in big trouble once more.
Yeah, that power of the dark side followed up by Agent Callus. He took out Bazine first, then Power is able to clean up that last unit in play. Cad Bane, all the units back over to Wu. And I don't think Alex can stop them now because keep in mind, they're no longer damaged. So he's going to play
Okay,
Devastator. And then Maul will swing for game. Devastator not quite enough. Wu was not in range of Fatal there. Wu will take game one. Some good back and forth action there, but in the end, blue-green villainy on top early here in round 6.
yeah, and this is a minor error, but it is an error. So in that situation, Alex probably should not have played Devastator. Simply because playing Devastator tells your opponent that that's a card that you have in your deck for the rest of the match. And given that it was obvious that he was going to lose, I think that it would be more desirable to either play a card that your opponent already knows is in your deck, or to just concede.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. Generally, you don't want to give any information to your opponent if you don't have to. And so now,
In
of
uh
course,
in Magic the Gathering, there were some matchups where if someone knew the matchup was bad enough pre-sideboard, they would scoop without playing any cards, because then they could get to their sideboard and their opponent wouldn't know what their deck was and would maybe sideboard wrong.
that is extremely interesting. All kinds
But
of
now,
mind
to be
games.
clear, that wasn't like super common. That was something that you would do if you knew you had a horrible matchup pre-sideboard and you knew your opponent was on that. But like, it was a tactic that existed in like high level Magic the Gathering tournaments.
That is extremely interesting. And I think that is interesting point from Seth in chat. Maybe the Agent Callus could potentially be really good in the mirror match against Cura because you could just, Cura flips from your opponent and then you play Agent and take it out right away. That is certainly a line that maybe Wu's made at some point today. And then Ray mentioning maybe more like anti-Quinlan tech.
Mm-hmm.
Which that's a good point as well, right? Because Quinlan and all of that hand destruction can be brutal against these more soft control or hard control decks. And if you can just replenish that hand with something like Agent Callus, because Quinlan plays several unique units. So I think most of the time Callus comes in, answers or ambushes and defeats a unique unit. You get a card. So yeah, I think that's really good. Two great uses there that I'm sure Wu has thought about and may very well be the reasons why Callus is in this deck. Now, seeing the Devastator Tower, we do know that Alex has the potential big play of Sneak Attack Devastator, which can be quite a bit of damage. So that's something that, Wu saw both of those cards. So obviously that's something he'll have to keep in mind in terms of, okay, how much damage am I at? Because if you leave yourself completely exhausted, and Alex
Yeah,
had
I mean, that can be a
access
huge
to
amount of damage.
what,
Now, one other factor
7
is it's
resources, I think it is?
conceivable that Alex is playing a really high level game, and he showed the Devastator on purpose, intending to side it out. I think this is probably not the case, but it is conceivable that that was an intended tactic.
Yeah, I mean, hey, mind games, right? You never know. These guys could certainly be doing that. We know that these are excellent players.
You do sometimes get the tactics where like people, another one would be like maybe you play Sabine and you have Darksaber and you play Darksaber in game one, and then game two you preemptively sideboard it out on the assumption that now your opponent is running all their upgrade removal, and you've dodged it and made them put bad cards in their deck.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a strategy that has to be talked about. You have to think about that. And, if your opponent
I will
happens
also
to be
say
running that
that
card, that's
the
important.
balance for some of these tactics is different when you move to open deck list games, which I believe is only in the top cut. A lot of the sort of like bluffing and like information control tactics become a lot less relevant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When it's open deck list, you can't really do that as much as you can here in Swiss, where it's still closed deck lists. So here we go. Game 2. According to the initiative token, Wu will start this game with the initiative. And Wu now just one win away from a 6-0 start here in Minneapolis. We'll see if Alex can give us another deciding game 3 on stream. We've had a few in a row. We would love to see some more. Wu's going to start with Pershing and another turn 1 Bazine for Alex. Taking a peek at Wu's hand, we see Inferno 4, Perimeter ATRT, and Darth Vader.
All
Alex
right.
deciding not to have Wu discard any cards there. 1 damage to Pershing on the CAD trigger.
That is an important thing to remember about Bazine Natal. There are some situations where seeing your opponent's hand, you don't think their cards are all that good, or you just don't want to risk giving them something better than what they already have. So you can choose not to activate that ability in order to avoid giving the opponent a draw.
Yeah, that's an excellent point for sure. Now we do see the Inferno 4 coming down for Wu. And it looked like both of those cards went to the bottom. Again, Inferno 4, when played and when defeated, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck and you can put them on the bottom or back on top in any order. And we're going to see an early Tarkin Town here taking out Pershing, which is very good for Alex because Pershing just generates so much card advantage for Wu, getting that extra card every turn. And now Alex
Dr.
playing.
Pershing can be a very strong card in this game.
Oh, absolutely. He can just generate so much value. Now, Alex playing the Lurking TIE Phantom, unfortunately, with Inferno 4 being there, Inferno 4 just easily taking out the Phantom and staying on the board. You have to think that that was probably the 3-cost unit Alex didn't really want to see there.
Yeah, Lurking TIE Phantom is a really weird card because it is extremely powerful and difficult to deal with in some situations, and in other situations, it like if the opponent has even a pretty basic space presence, Lurking TIE Phantom trades ineffectively with units that are like less expensive than it. And so that's like very bad. But if the opponent doesn't have stuff in space, the Lurking TIE Phantom can become extremely strong.
Yeah, it absolutely can. Now, with that Super Laser Technician coming out, Wu was able to use the action ability on Kira, dealing 2 damage to the Technician, getting that extra ready resource, and that allowed Wu to deploy Kira, deal the damage, take out the shield on Crafty Smuggler, and then attack and defeat Bazine. And now Wu's sitting there with a 5-power Kira that still has 3 HP remaining.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in with Kira when you can engineer these scenarios where you're taking out units very efficiently for your ability. Cham Syndulla hitting the field for Alex.
That's certainly a nice play. Cham Syndulla allowing Alex to match Wu's resources. Wu ramped ahead, and Cham brings Alex right back to even, which means that Cad Bane leader can be deployed. He is deployed here. Let's see how Wu responds after taking out Crafty Smuggler. It's power of the dark side.
Cham
Cham
off the
is
board.
defeated.
Does Alex have some one-cost unit? It would be very, very desirable to have a one-cost unit here because, especially if it were an underworld unit, not only could you ping off Kira, but you would also have a shield for your Cad Bane against another power of the dark side. Initiative taken. Does Alex have it? He does not. That is a tough spot for Alex. An underworld unit that turn would have cleared Kira. I originally thought that Alex had actually missed it, but then I realized Cham Syndulla is an underworld.
Yeah, that is a big time miss for sure from Alex. Of course, he would have loved to have maybe that one cost unit there and protect against power. Kira's just going to be aggressive here. Wu taking Kira, dealing 7 damage to Alex's base.
It's interesting.
Now Alex
Any underworld unit can clear Kira. It's Bazine Natal.
There it is. Look at this
Wow,
hand.
look at that hand. That is not what Alex to see. Normally, I think you would probably pick Vader, but there are 2 Vaders in that hand.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see. That is value town right there in Wu's hand. And it looks like Reinforcement Walker will be discarded. Kira defeated off of that Cad Bane triggered ability. So Wu has his board cleared, but we know that he has Vader. And Vader will be played with Wu's next action. Let's see what he finds on top. We've seen some crazy Vader plays. We saw a play earlier today where we had 3 1-cost units being played off of Darth Vader. Wu's going to find a couple here. That's a pretty good play. We see Pike Sentinel and Hylobond Enforcer. Bazine is ambushed and defeated. And now we're going to see Hound's Tooth coming out for Alex. The first time we've seen that card so far in this match. Alex choosing not to attack into Pike Sentinel with Cad Bane, so passing up on that attack after playing the Hound's Tooth. Wu has the initiative. Has Wu turned the corner here? Does he start trying to apply more pressure? We saw him be aggressive with Kira last turn. He's got Vader right now in the ground arena. He could put some more damage on. We'll see what he decides. First action.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Wu again here in game 2. We'll see how it goes. We know there's another Vader in hand potentially. So even if Alex deals with this first Vader, a second copy could hit the field soon.
So it looks like we had to make a small fix there. Alex forgot to add the card from Smuggle when he smuggled last round, so we got that taken care of. And look at this, Wu's got Overwhelming Barrage. That is going to defeat Houndstooth and 4 damage to Cad. And now Vader could be swinging for 7.
Looking bad for Alex. Looking bad. Let's see what he does here. I mean, so what would you want to do here, Josh? Go for a he could potentially bring out like a Cad Bane unit and capture his opponent's Vader. That'd be pretty decent.
I mean, I think right now that's probably about his best play. You certainly don't want to take 7 from Vader if you can help it. But of course, with Pike Sentinel sitting there, no way to attack and defeat Vader, though Cad Bane would have it. Oh, look, we're
Devastator.
going to see Devastator. We saw it in game 1. Didn't really matter at the end of game 1, but this time a little bit more impactful earlier in the game. And now Alex is going to get to deal 4 indirect damage to Wu here. Let's see where he puts it. He's going to take out Pike Sentinel and deal an extra damage to Wu's base.
Okay. Devastator now also providing a major threat in the space arena. Wu maybe seeing that threat to use Vader to take out Cad.
Yeah, Wu going to clean up the board a little bit. Give the Hylobond Enforcer a shield with Kira's ability. That's such a good interaction with those two. With that 2 damage, Hylobond Enforcer has grit, so it swings for 3. And after Alex, I believe, claims the initiative, Wu goes in for 3 with the Hylobond Enforcer. So 10 damage on Alex's base, 7 damage on Wu's base.
Well, it's a little interesting. As you said, that's a very interaction, the Hylabon Enforcer with Kira's ability. I think Hylabon Enforcer more or less doesn't see competitive play except for Kira. I mean, maybe if you're playing
Yeah.
like the Pilot Ventress or something, but Kira really, really shines with that. There's a very strong synergy there.
Now here's Cad Bane once again after they trade some damage. Vader into Tarkin Town, Devastator into Data Vault, and now, Super Laser Blast to respond to Cad Bane.
Devastating
Wow.
play. Great move by Wu. Super Laser Blast is normally a card that has a very heavy downside since it wipes your side of the board as well. But if your units have just been captured, a Super Laser Blast does not defeat the units that you had that were just captured, but it in fact sets them free by defeating the unit that had them captured. So Wu gets essentially the upside of the Super Laser Blast, but not the downside since his units were all captured by that Cad Bane just before.
That is a back-breaking play in this game. Wu showing 8 damage on board, just 2 short of fatal. Alex with no units. This is a real problem. He's got another Devastator here, which can get through the shield on that Hylobon Enforcer. The indirect damage does not. It just ignores shield. So there's 2 damage to the Enforcer, 2 damage to base. Alex draws a card, but he's still in trouble here because Vader is going to put Wu 1 swing away from taking the game.
Oh, Power of the Dark Side clears that Devastator as well. Alex is in desperate trouble here. Wu's Vader is, going to win if it gets one more swing, and I believe Wu might still have a second Vader in hand.
Look at this, a Vigilance to add insult to injury. That Vader's going to get shielded. Wu healing some damage off his base.
I don't know. What do you think here? I mean, maybe the best hope is playing another Cad Bane and capturing that Vader, but as we saw with the first one, that is not necessarily a permanent solution at all. And if Wu has some removal, he could get his Vader right back on.
Think it's his only play. Oh no, he has Waylay. Okay, we hadn't seen Waylay yet. So Waylay bounces Vader, but now Wu's just going to play an even bigger threat. Reinforcement Walker taking a peek at the top card. Wu's going to draw that card as he's not even close to in fatal range, so not having to heal 3 damage in this spot.
Yeah, it's been a tough situation here for Alex. Reinforcement Walker, you almost always see that ability being used for the healing. When it's being used for card draw, you're in trouble when your opponent can afford to draw cards with Reinforcement Walker. And that's it. Alex is going to concede the game. Wu wins the match very convincingly.
Absolutely. This has historically been a bad matchup for Cad Bane, and Wu just with a decisive victory over Cad and Alex here in round 6 of this regional. Wu remaining undefeated with Kira Data Vault. Keep in mind, Wu just won a planetary qualifier, I believe, a couple weeks ago with this deck, and he is here. He's on a tear. He's hungry for more, and he's got the job done in round 6.
Yeah, for a moment there, it looked like Alex might have a chance to make a comeback when we saw that unit CAD land and capture Wu's board, but that lasted for about 1 action because immediately afterwards, that Super Laser Blast not only took out Alex's units, but gave Wu his units back. And from that point on, it seemed like the game was fairly decided.
I think that has to be maybe the worst possible interaction you can have as the person who plays the Cad Bane unit to clear the board, and then the Super Laser Blast to clear your opponent's board, and then that Super Laser Blast just literally gives your opponent's board right back. That is, I mean, that's just absolutely brutal.
Yeah, capture has been seeing more play. It's kind of interesting because capture wasn't really a popular mechanic when it first came out. So capture was first introduced in the Shadows of the Galaxy set, the second set for the game. And in that set, you occasionally saw people play Relentless Pursuit, but really capture was quite rare. The later Twilight of the Republic set, the third set, introduced Cad Bane and Sanctioner Shuttle, both of which have seen substantial play recently.
Yeah, no, for sure. Cad Bane, of course, still seeing play mainly in these Cad Tarkin Town decks, but he's popped up here and there in some other places. And then that Sanctioner Shuttle has gotten a ton of play lately. And it's really been highlighted in the Darth Vader, the new Darth Vader from Jump to Lightspeed. Running that deck, it can get Coordinate turned on so easily, and it becomes a very impactful play for that deck, one of the critical 3-cost units that deck utilizes.
Yeah. In terms of other capture stuff, you'll occasionally see someone play Legal Authority. I think we actually saw it on stream earlier today, in fact. And it is the case that you saw capture quite a lot actually in limited, and it was pretty strong in limited. But in terms of constructed, capture didn't make a huge impact at first, but seems to be making kind of a comeback, several sets later, which I think is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think it's really cool. And, it's great to see some of these mechanics that, have been out a while now. They didn't really get maybe their time in the spotlight during the set it released. We're seeing it come in now, and you love to see it. Some of these mechanics are really cool. Of course, capture is something that we're seeing a little bit more now, and smuggle has to be, in my opinion, one of the coolest mechanics in the game. I don't know about you, Tower, but I certainly hope moving forward that we see some more smuggle cards.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that it would be Smuggle is probably one of my favorite. So I think the two most successful mechanics that have been added after the first set are probably Smuggle and Piloting, both of which have seen substantial competitive play like basically immediately. I think that Capture was a bit of a dud when it first came out for constructed, but has kind of seen new life later, which is cool. And then Bounty has been like kind of around. Bounty's been around. Bounty hasn't really been absent, but there haven't really been like that many bounty focused decks outside of Bosk.
Right.
And then Coordinate and Exploit are both cards that are both mechanics that have never been totally absent, but there have been relatively few units using those mechanics that have seen competitive play. Smuggle, I'm a big Smuggle fan. Smuggle does add some complexity to the game for sure. And I do think there's an argument for letting it go, but I'm going to be sad to see some of these cards rotate out, especially, as a person who likes to play Rebel aggro decks, there are some excellent Smuggle cards for those decks. Cassian Andor, the Hotshot Deal 44 Blaster. Smuggle's a very cool mechanic, and I'll be sad to see it go.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I hope that we get some more smuggle in the future for sure, because it really is a fantastic mechanic. And we've got on the screen the top 20 standings coming into this round. Like we talked about, we've got at least 2 of the Darth Vader yellow decks, multiple Cura. We just saw Ophir win, so he stays undefeated. He'll continue that climb up the standings. I see, several Han
Yeah.
Solo up there, the couple Quinlans. We've got, I think it was 2 Ray in the top 20. Yep, 2 Ray. Interestingly enough, I believe it was the 2 Conroe brothers, both on Ray. They're both at the top 20 right now, Michael and Ryan. Great run for those 2 guys so far. And how many Sabine
Quite a
do
few
we have up
Hans
there?
of
Just
one
1?
type or another.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. A few different Hans, 2 different Anakin. You've got the Anakin on the 30 HP blue base, and then Anakin Colossus. And, interestingly enough, right now, Tower, only 1 Sabine deck in the top 20. So only 1 Sabine undefeated
Yeah.
coming into round 6.
There's a top 10 Sabine, but only one. Sabine. And one thing I will also say about Sabine is we discussed this earlier a bit, Josh, but Sabine is kind of a known quantity for a lot of these competitive players. And I think that generally speaking, people are going to have a plan to how to deal with Sabine. Now, is that plan going to work? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Hard to say. There are some decks that people play competitively that I think have very bad Sabine matchups. Most notably, I am not aware of basically any Palpatine deck that has a good matchup into Sabine. So
Right.
there are some people I think who are just like, I'm going to hope to dodge that matchup. But if you're running up against someone who's playing, Kira or Vader or one of those things, and they're an experienced player who has been preparing for the tournament, it's very likely they've played a few games against Sabine and have a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks. as we've talked about, one of the most popular decks since the game first came out last year, and it is definitely one of the decks that I think almost every player probably has the most reps into, right? Like most players have probably played against Sabine more than any other deck. So I think you're absolutely right. Most players have a very, very good read on that deck. They know the lines, they know what they need to do. Now there's some times where Sabine just draw that she has those really good draws. There's those starts and those draws for Sabine that it's just so hard to beat. It doesn't matter what you do because you just have to have the perfect line of answers, and it's tough, but it is a deck that a lot of people are very prepared for indeed. And you mentioned another thing that we could kind of highlight a little bit is, something like Palpatine. Palpatine seems like it could be pretty good right now. Maybe some variants in Palpatine. You could play double green, maybe Palpatine blue. We've seen some Palp yellow win some PQs. But again, the problem with it, while you're good into a lot of other matchups and it feels pretty good into a lot of the meta right now, Sabine is still the most popular deck. And Sabine just absolutely crushes Palpatine the vast majority of the time.
Yeah, it's and it's not unwinnable. I have seen Palpatine win that, but I think that it is not favored for Palpatine. Not at all. I mean, there's just a huge like when you have a game plan that involves flipping on 8 resources and your opponent is flipping their leader on 4 resources and attacking really aggressively, like there's a real gap there. The leader flip tends to be a power spike, and a lot of the time a Palpatine player is not actually even going to get to their leader getting a chance to flip.
Yeah. Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's so hard for the Palpatine players to even get to that flip in those matchups, and it is extremely, extremely tough. Now, something want to mention something. Stowicki RS in the YouTube chat mentioned the day that overwhelming barrage rotates, I'll be very pleased. What are your takes on that, Tower? Because once we don't see overwhelming barrage, that really opens up some of these like more go wide strategies and maybe even some more token decks.
Yeah, so I couldn't agree more. I think Overwhelming Barrage is one of the most warping cards in the game at present. I think that I don't think that type of effect is something that needs to be removed from the game. I don't think FFG should ban it, but I think it's pretty clear that Overwhelming Barrage came out above the curve. I would be, I'd be interested in seeing what would happen if they reprinted it with no stat boost. I think that would be more reasonable.
Okay.
Like exact same effect, but it doesn't give any temporary stats at all. It's just the based on your current power.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that card, you go back to when we were just Spark of Rebellion before we got to Shadows of the Galaxy. We only had one set. I mean, that card by many people was rated as, maybe the best, if not top 2 or 3 cards in the game. And I think it's still up there now.
Yeah, another one. I mean, yeah, it's there's a thing where I think the energy conversion lab. Some of these effects, overwhelming barrage, energy conversion lab, these aren't things that like need to go, and there can be nothing like them. But I've made this joke before, but I think energy conversion lab, if it cost 4, or if it was 4 or less cost, would be a reasonable card. Um, and we're seeing more competition for energy conversion lab. Not everybody is playing it, but I think it's a warping effect to have in the game, and it like really skews what type of cards they can print at 6 card or less, at 6 cost or less.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point, right? I mean, you get things like Poe Dameron and Wrecker from Shadows of the Galaxy with Energy Conversion Lab, and that's really been what has kept Sabine as good as she has been for, the last half year plus because, those 2 cards being able to pair up with Energy Conversion Lab, absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, and so another one that I would bring up would be They recently previewed for Legends of the Force the new version of Darth Vader. So Darth Vader Twilight of the Apprentice, a vigilance version of Vader, is a 6-cost 5/6. When played, give a shield token to a friendly unit and to an enemy unit. On attack, defeat an enemy unit with a shield token on it. This unit is like insanely powerful specifically because of interactions that give it an ambush. You can use it to use Energy Conversion Lab and give your opponent's leader a shield and then defeat them with the on attack ability because it doesn't say non-leader. And it's so strong. But if it costs 7, it would be, even if it had like proportionally higher stats, it would be so much worse specifically because Energy Conversion Lab exists.
Right.
And it's just kind of an odd thing for Energy Conversion Lab in particular to make 6 to 7 such a massive breakpoint. And you know, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the future of that. I don't think they're going to reprint exact Energy Conversion Lab after rotation, but maybe they will. Maybe that's an intended power spike. We'll have to see.
Yeah, no, you could be right. And, you're mentioning it, that set 5 Vader is going to be so good. They're talking about it in chat. Yeah, I mean, set 5 Vader with Energy Conversion Lab, right? Just kill the opponent's leader, right? I mean, it's so good. If you can ambush Vader in. So definitely very strong, and Energy Conversion Lab just kind of seems to take it to the next level. Now we still have things like timely intervention, but right, that does cost 1 extra. So now you're talking about you have to pay at least 7 or potentially up to 8 if you're smuggling it in.
Yeah.
Well, that is going to wrap things up for our coverage of round 6. We are going to step away, take a quick break, and then we will come back for some round 7 action from Minneapolis. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are set and ready to go for round 7 of Swiss here in Minneapolis. And now we have just 8 undefeated players remaining. Josh Snyder here. I've got tower number 9 with me. We are casting this tournament for you here at McClunky Gaming. It has been a great day so far. Tower, how we doing?
It's we have we're seeing a fair few decks up there in the top. Not so many undefeated players left, as you were just saying, and one leader. You know, actually, I should restate that one character that has been quite successful has been Han Solo. But the interesting thing is that it's been split across both Han Solo Audacious Smuggler from the Spark of Rebellion set and Han Solo Worth the Risk from the Shadows of the Galaxy set, both actually putting up pretty good results thus far.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. 6 rounds in, 8 undefeated players remaining. And you mentioned Han, 5 of those 8 remaining undefeated players are playing Han Solo. We have 2 of the Audacious Smuggler and 3 Worth the Risk. So 2 from Spark of Rebellion, 2 from Shadows of the Galaxy. So yeah, Han having a great performance so far here in Minneapolis.
Yeah. It's and it'll be interesting also to see who exactly ends up making it and who ends up making the cut afterwards. We have a few more rounds to go today. Um, which of those decks are you more partial to when it comes to those Han Solos?
Personally, I'll have to say the Hantu Data Vault. I took Hantu Data Vault. I played it a lot last week. I got a lot of games in with it, did some testing, and took it to a couple store showdowns this past weekend. I ended up winning one, and I got third in the other. So a little bit partial towards that deck, but I've seen the blue version. It's obviously very good as well, the Hantu Blue. And hey, look, don't sleep on Han 1, the Audacious Smuggler with green. You get all the early Falcon plays, and then you can put the pilots on them, or you could just, keep pressure on your opponent with big plays like U-Wing Reinforcement. You, of course, get the big 4, 5, 6. So they're both great decks, but I think Han 2 Data Vault for me kind of standing out a little bit more right now.
Yeah, I personally think it's also cooler just because it is a more unusual build. It's I don't know. I think it's interesting leader that had really been suffering when Tarkentown was so prevalent coming back into focus.
Yeah, absolutely. So also in the top 8 right now of the standings, undefeated. The other 3 undefeated decks, you've got Ray Data Vault on top, and guess who it is? It's none other than Michael Conroe. And then you've got Ophir right now, Wu sitting in second seed with Kira Data Vault. And then, as we mentioned, there was only one Sabine ECL undefeated. Well, that still remains to be true 6 rounds in. So, Sabine ECL up there as well, sitting in third. And yeah, I mean, not going away quietly. And I do want to point out one other thing, Tower, in the YouTube chat. Going back, we're backtracking a little bit to our conversation before we cut to break, when you were kind of going over Energy Conversion Lab, bringing your take on that card in particular with some of the like the new card with Darth Vader. And somebody in chat mentioned best take on ECL. And I got to say, I think a lot of the viewers would probably agree. Tower, you've got a lot of the best takes when it comes to design theory and rules theory and
I
all that
wouldn't
kind of
go
stuff.
I
You've got
wouldn't go
some
that
good takes.
far.
You've got some good ones.
I think I think that there's an old saying in game design, which is that players are very good at diagnosing problems and very bad at proposing solutions. So I do think that I have a decent sense of some of the things that have maybe ended up being a little overtuned, but I'm not a professional game designer, and I'm sure the guys at FFG have some plans for how to address different things in the game that maybe aren't working as optimally as desired.
Well, just want to give you a little shout out there. We appreciate all you do, Tower. And hey, if you want some other good takes and some good Star Wars Unlimited content, you can always check out Tower Number Nine's YouTube channel. He's got all kinds of good stuff on game theory and reveals and all kinds of Star Wars Unlimited content, so definitely check it out over there. But
Yeah, and
moving over to the,
if
oh,
you want
sorry, go
some
ahead.
match commentaries, Josh's channel Next Gen Gaming SC has some good stuff for you as well.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, Tower. Now, as we move into our feature match for round 7, fan favorite Frank Myers from Bothan Network. He was a big reason why we had the Bothan Invitational in Atlanta just a couple months ago. He's going to face off against Brad. We're going to have Frank playing something a little different. Frank Myers, he is known for running Sabine. He has piloted Sabine to a PQ win, some other PQ top cuts. He's done very well at Star City Games events. Frank has been pretty true to Sabine, and he's been a fantastic Sabine pilot. But Frank, along with a large number of the Bothan Network crew that's here in this tournament, they're on Vader Yellow today, and they really believed that the list they put together had a great shot to make a run. And here we see Frank here now with this Vader going to take on Brad on Kira Data Vault. This should be interesting.
Yeah, Frank is a kind of a pillar of the community in some ways, and I think there are some similarities between playing a deck like Sabine Yellow and playing something like this Vader. Jump to light speed 30 HP, where both decks have a overall kind of aggro focus, multiple small units, and can be very threatening in the space arena in particular.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, this is one of those matchups where, you mentioned when we just saw Wu pilot Kira so well, the classic Kira flip into Barrage, and that will be the play that Brad will very likely need at some point in this match to walk away with the victory. Overwhelming Barrage onto Kira is going to be huge, so we'll see if he can find it, or maybe Frank can find a way to play around it. But Frank is going to load up that space arena, and Kira's not the strongest deck in the space arena early game, so it should be interesting. And we get Frank on screen here. Frank just absolutely swarming in the space arena here, Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a bit of stutter here with the stream, I believe, but we should be back here, and we are seeing, and like you said, a swarm of space units, and that's really what this Vader Jump to Lightspeed deck is all about. The Not only has he played multiple small units, that he can also start generating those ties, and that is going to potentially be a lot of value. But Brad here has a great counter there with the Devastating Gunship.
Yeah, the Devastating Gunship, very nice right there, taking out that eager escort fighter. And now action back over to Frank. Still has multiple of the non-token units. Of course, we've got the action ability has already been used this round, but having multiple non-token units very important because it keeps that token generation on for Darth Vader. And this is another card that he just attacked with, the Droid Starfighter. It's a card that we haven't seen really in any of these Vader decks that have been popping up at PQs. And, Carlos told me that this deck has several cards that we haven't seen in these lists yet. So I'm excited to see what all they have for us here. And Frank getting in for one, I believe. I'm not sure if we had a pass or claim there for Brad.
Now, we were talking about this earlier. We were discussing whether this card is going to get reprinted or not, but an absolutely crucial card in this matchup is going to be Overwhelming Barrage, I think, for Brad. And I believe we may have one there in.
Holding on to one, which is so important. I mean, really the only way to win this matchup is Overwhelming Barrage for Kira. I mean, if you don't find a Barrage, it is going to be so difficult to win this matchup for sure. Now we're going to see the shuttle coming out, the TIE fighter, the TIE LN fighter, and Frank's just, I'm just going to continue to pour a bunch of units into space. You've got 9 damage on Brad's base right now. Now, again, keep in mind, like you mentioned, Tower, he's got the overwhelming barrage. Does he fire that off right away onto that gunship?
Now, one interesting note about the Sanctioner shuttle is that it did not get to capture that devastating gunship because it says this unit captures an enemy non-leader unit that costs 3 or less. So even though coordinate was up, because the devastating gunship was too expensive for it, the capture did not go off.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Frank not getting the full value out of that sanctioner shuttle, but now we do see the overwhelming barrage onto devastating gunship. 5 damage split amongst these units. It looks like Frank is about to lose 4 of those 6 space units that he had. And now, of course, the devastating gunship threatening to take out another. See how Frank responds to a big overwhelming barrage from Brad. The shuttle getting in for 2. 11 damage on Brad's base now. That 33 HP data vault. One of the staple bases in the game right now. Has been extremely popular since the release of Jump to Light Speed. Looks like Brad is going to attack that ready TIE Fighter token. Vader's going to create another token for Frank here.
All right.
And here comes the stolen AT hauler. This is another card that we have not seen in these Vader decks, and Frank has it here. Now, again, keep in mind that stolen AT hauler, if Brad can defeat it, Brad would have the opportunity to play it for free. He takes advantage of Kira's action ability, giving a shield token to the Devastator. Now, let's see how that stolen AT hauler comes into play for Frank here, and if it ends up being kind of a double-edged sword that comes back to get him.
Yeah, it's a very interesting card. It has such efficient stats, but a very major downside as well. And one way that you can potentially mitigate that downside is with cards like that Sanctioner Shuttle, where you can potentially, oh, because it's that 3 cost card, it's more vulnerable to being captured. Another thing that you can do is run cards that can be used to bounce the stolen AT hauler, at which point it bounces back to your hand, even if your opponent has taken control of it.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. So things like Waylay, bouncing back could be really, really good for Frank. Now, see what first action we see here in this action phase.
Now, that's a powerful, devastating gunship. I will say that.
Yeah, you are spot on there. That's swinging for 5
Yeah, I think it isn't
or
it
6. You're
6?
right. I'm 6.
Yeah.
Yep. 3 is a 3/5, 3 damage. So 6. Yeah, I mean, Brad showing an immediate answer to
And
that stolen AT hauler.
is that die there a shield from Kira's ability? I assume that's what that is?
Yes, that is correct. That is
Okay.
the the die shield token here for Brad, and Frank's just going to go ahead and remove that shield token. And now Brad's
Brad
going
reading the
to,
text on the
yeah,
stolen AT hauler, I think making sure that he's gonna be able to take this trade and then take the hauler.
yeah, that's absolutely right. Making sure he knows, okay, what are we getting out of this AT hauler here? So Frank had a really good start. He was able to absolutely flood the space arena, but with that overwhelming barrage onto the devastating gunship, certainly turned the board around for Brad. And now, as you mentioned, Tower, with that devastating gunship powered up, he's got the answer for Hauler. He still has all of his resources. If I'm Brad here, I don't feel terrible. Of course, Vader can deploy, so he has to keep that in mind, but he's going to fire out Vigilance, defeating the shuttle and healing 5 from his base.
Yeah, it's, What are you thinking here? What are you thinking here about Leader Vader's best options for this matchup?
You know, that
He
it's tough.
could pilot.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If he pilots here, you prevent the AT hauler from being defeated right away by the
But
gunship.
but it
That's what he's gonna do.
but it can be followed by a Kira flip, which puts him in a much worse position. And he is also yeah, and there is that Kira flip. So the damage there, it's very interesting. So 5 damage onto that hauler.
Oh,
Oh, but
there's the
there's the barrage
barrage.
on
He
Frank.
had it. Frank was setting it up perfectly. He wanted Brad to flip. Brad flipped Kira right into overwhelming barrage. Board wiped.
Hard hit there for Brad. Well played to Frank. You know, I was just explaining how uh, putting Vader out as a pilot there was going to enable Brad to flip Kira, put that damage back on, and be really threatening it. But he successfully got that move, and then the overwhelming barrage cleared both Kira and the gunship. But now we have the super laser blast from Brad, and it's going to allow Brad to replay that stolen AT hauler.
Oh, that is a big play for sure. So great play on Frank's side, and then Brad having a big response with Blast, being able to take out AT Hauler. And like you mentioned, yeah, that means Brad could play that AT Hauler for free. And here comes a card, another card we haven't seen a lot lately, and especially in these Vader decks, Shuttle ST-149. That's going to get a shield token. Brad does play the AT Hauler for free. So great back and forth here, wiping each other's boards.
Yeah, very, very interesting scenario, and Frank well ahead when it comes to base damage. It looks like we have 20 damage on Brad's base now, but a Power of the Dark Side is going to clear out that shuttle even through its shield.
Side very important. There's the waylay. You talked about it, Tower. If he had a way to return the AT Hauler to his hand, that's the answer, right? Brad plays it for free. Frank says, I'll return it to my hand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is just like you said, Josh. That's just the counter we were discussing earlier. That waylay, and now I think we're going to see the HE Holler again on Frank's side of the board. There it is, and with that tie token from Vader's ability, which is active because the shuttle did attack. Even if we saw another copy of Power of the Dark Side, Frank could simply opt to lose his tie token and still be able to attack with that HE Holler. I think we
That is
saw a
exactly
traitorous in
right.
hand there from Brad, though. That could be interesting here.
Oh, wow. There it is. So the stolen AT Hauler now back on Brad's side of the table. And it looks like he's holding another traitorous in hand. So
In an
now,
ironic scenario, if Frank were to somehow defeat this stolen AT hauler, he would then, I believe, be able to play it.
yeah,
Is that
no,
right?
I believe so, because the when defeated trigger would happen when Brad controls it.
Yeah, it says its owner's discard pile, so it would function there.
Wow, what an interesting back and forth match right now. Frank is just going to play Wingman Victor 2 in the ground arena. This is not a play we see a lot in this deck. A lot of
It,
times you
it's
see it.
nice to have that versatility, though. You know, I
Yeah,
think I think is this card more efficient when played as a pilot? Yeah, for sure. But it's not an unplayable card in the ground, and right now the ground looks like it might be a safer spot for Frank.
yeah, absolutely. Certainly don't want to just buff up one of your space units with Wingman Victor 2 and then Stolen AT Hauler just takes it out. Here's another overwhelming barrage. That's going to clean up Frank's board once again. And P-38 Starfighter coming out, dealing 1 damage to the AT Hauler, which now that's interesting because that actually presents a way for Frank to answer the AT Hauler next turn, unless Brad chooses to attack into P-38 here. The P-38 Starfighter has the Wind Blade and Wind Defeated ability. You deal 1 damage to a unit. So now just 4 HP remaining on that AT Hauler once the barrage buff is gone. So next turn, Frank could absolutely just attack into AT Hauler. It would defeat the P-38 Starfighter, but that when defeated ability defeats Hauler. And as you mentioned, Tower, Frank would then be able to play the Hauler for free.
Yeah. This has
Yep,
been
there you go.
some real back and forth in this match.
Absolutely. So AT Holler defeated. Now Frank will have the ability to play it once again for free. Now,
How many
you know,
times has the same AT Holler been played one way or another? I
it's
think it's
I've
quite a
lost
few.
count. I have. Oh, now this is interesting. The client coming out for Brad, that's going to present a very real way for Brad to heal some damage from his base. Pershing's still on the board. He's getting some extra value, drawing cards. Frank able to get a TIE Fighter token out because he did attack with P-38 Starfighter, the Darth Vader action ability. Another traitorous, it's right there. AT Holler comes out for Frank, and Brad says, well, I would really like to control this card. I'll take it once again. And Frank's going to play another stolen AT Holler. This match has been all about those haulers.
Yeah, and it's also been a bit of a long match, or we're still in game 1 and we have about 37 minutes left. Oh, and there's the Sanctioner shuttle capturing the
Oh,
stolen AT
good.
Hauler. Traitorous falls off.
Wow.
Now,
Frank just had those answers.
I believe if this is defeated, the stolen AT Hauler will go back to Brad's side of the board. I believe.
Okay. Now this
Um,
is I have not seen this interaction, so I don't wanna say the wrong thing. You're probably right, but I am not 100% sure on that, but I haven't seen this interaction. That is super interesting.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Devastator, that's
Devastator.
brutal. Taking out the hauler, Brad will
I
have the
think
ability to play it again.
I think that could be it for Frank. I don't know for sure, Josh, but I'm not sure he's gonna have a good way to get through this Devastator.
My
It looks like
goodness,
he's
yeah,
gonna
that
play
is
another
brutal.
Sanctioner shuttle, but it can't capture Devastator. Devastator's just too expensive. He could play it and capture the client. I mean, that's not nothing, but it's not good.
Yeah,
He
this is a
crashes the shuttle into Devastator. It looks like they're giving the stolen AT Hauler back to his side. I don't know that that's correct,
yeah, I think
but
Brad's saying I should get it. So I
no, he's playing the other one from the
Oh, he's
discard.
playing
That's
the
what's
other one.
happening there.
Okay, okay.
And now that
Alright.
one gets captured.
My goodness. All the haulers, all the shuttles. Frank captures it once again. So
So,
again, how at least how they're playing it, right? The shuttle capturing the hauler seems really good for Frank if he's the one getting it back.
yeah, I'm gonna look this up and see where we're at on this. But my assumption would have been that that interaction would go the other way. Still, I'm not sure there's going to be a good answer here for the. I'm not sure there's going to be a good answer here for this Devastator. And it's not even really the Devastator's ability to kill one thing that matters. It's just that it's a Sentinel with huge stats.
Right. I mean, the Devastator presents a way for Brad to now say, okay, I'm going to start attacking your base. You have to get this Devastator off the board, or you're just going to lose. Oh, and look at this. Excuse me, Supreme Leader Snoke is going to come in, wipe a couple of Frank's space units, and now all of those units in the space arena -2, -2. This is absolutely crazy. Frank does at least have a response this turn for Devastator. No good to me dead. Exhausting Devastator. It will remain exhausted next turn as well.
Okay, I just checked the comprehensive rules, and
Okay.
units that are rescued or returned to play or whatever after being captured, um they return to play under their owner's control.
Oh,
So
man,
they
that
did
is
play it
so good.
correctly. And that does mean there's a good interaction there with the Sanctioner
Oh,
shuttle.
Barrage.
Oh,
Barrage wipes Frank's board, and Frank says, okay, you've got it. That's going to do it in game one. My goodness, what a fantastic game.
yeah. A
We
lot of
learned
back
about
and
an
forth there.
exciting new interaction, and yes, you're right. What a back and forth match.
My apologies to the viewers for having that interaction wrong initially. I had thought that the traitorous being discarded no longer mattered because it was still captured by this other player. And indeed, the traitorous being discarded doesn't affect the scenario, but units that are rescued return to play under their owner's control, regardless of who had them captured. So, interesting scenario there. Ultimately, a win for Brad. And we're going to move on to game 2 and see how we do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely time to rack them up for Frank. You know, good Good point by Space Cowboy in chat there. Frank should scoop for time. We are, we are closing in on, that match taking what it's been about 22 minutes now. So you definitely want to get this next game in. Frank, go to your sideboard, try to improve a little bit here and try to send this to game 3. But both players played exceptionally well. We saw big, big, fantastic momentum swinging plays on both sides of the table. You love to see it. And yeah, this stolen AT hauler in this Vader deck, very interesting. And Frank showing us some very cool interactions here. He has the Sanctioner shuttle. He can just capture it and then get it back. And then he can also waylay it back to his hand if his opponent plays it from the discard pile. So Frank has several ways to kind of minimize the downside of the stolen AT hauler. So yeah, very cool. That again, it's an interaction that I've never seen. That was awesome. And we got it right. Tower, thanks for looking it up. Chat, thanks for keeping us on our toes. And that is super cool. I mean, you see again why that AT hauler can be so good here, because this deck has so many ways to minimize that downside. And of course, if you can get it to stick, swinging for 4 is absolutely no joke. So going into game 2, I would have to assume that Frank will take the initiative. Frank in a must-win situation here to keep this match going.
Yeah, it's it's an interesting scenario here, and the Sanctioner shuttle, a great inclusion, I think, in decks that are running that stolen AT hauler, even more so than I thought. Because not only is it an easy counter if your opponent gets it under their control, it even brings it back under your control when it's cleared.
Yeah, super, super strong indeed. Now, I don't know. I mean, maybe Frank has a better start for this deck. Maybe there's something even better, but Frank put so much pressure in the Space Arena. He had like 6 units over there, and then devastating gunship barrage, it just kind of turned the game around. And of course, Frank kind of grabbed the momentum a little bit after that as well. But, I guess what I'm getting at is, how does Frank start any better than he just did? And at the end of the match, or an end of the game, Brad was victorious. So I don't know. Frank's got to go in the tank here and see what he can do, maybe just a little bit differently. I don't know. Maybe just hope to dodge that barrage. Maybe hope that, Brad misses that devastating gunship right away on the 5 resource turn. But it's tough. Barrage just so good. We've talked about that card a little bit throughout the day. And once again, that card proving that it is such a powerhouse in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be the overwhelming barrage, very relevant on both sides of this matchup. And it should be interesting to see just how this goes. But as we were discussing earlier, a card that I'm going to be very happy to see getting out of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think, great point from Space Cowboy. Frank's, of course, got to go wide, and he was able to do that, but he wasn't able to dodge or kind of, deny the overwhelming barrage. And barrage was so crucial for Brad in that game. And if Frank can do it, he would love to, of course, keep those. But at the end of the day, Tower, it is a little bit more difficult, a little bit easier said than done.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that we even saw it earlier in this event when we were covering some of those games with Admiral Piet. There were scenarios where Piet did not have a unit with enough power to make those overwhelming barrages really hit hard, because it would just be like, oh, here's my one power, 2 power units, and they just didn't have the stats to make the barrage relevant. But there are
Right.
other decks where it's a lot easier to get a big barrage going.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And Frank is going to do some more shuffling here as we get ready for game 2. Taking a look at the standings real quick. Do believe both of these players are sitting at X1. Yeah, confirming that both of these players sitting at 5-1. Again, keep in mind that these players cannot lose more than 2 games if they want a shot at day 2. You have to at least be X2 or better. So a loss here in this round certainly puts you on the bubble the final 2 rounds of day 1. And here we go. Game 2 underway. TIE Fighter coming down for Frank. And Inferno 4, an immediate space play for Brad. But look at this, double 1 cost space play. Turn 1 for Frank to make sure that token generation is going to get going.
Yep. The Inferno 4 here is going to be able to remove one of these fighters, but not the other. And that, as you said, Josh, that does mean Frank is going to have at least one non-token unit that can attack here and potentially bring out more ties. Now, Space Cowboy in chat saying that Snoke complicates this matchup for Frank. If Frank has lurking ties, that could be pretty good too. And I agree. Snoke is a very dangerous threat later on in the game.
Absolutely can really shut down all of these smaller units. And
There's that
speaking of
lurking TIE
lurking TIE
Phantom.
Phantom, Frank has it. Wow, he's got the Phantom. That's a great card here. Of course, getting the TIE Fighter token off of the Vader action ability as well.
It is going to be now. We were discussing Supreme Leader Snoke. Supreme Leader Snoke is a great counter to the lurking TIE Phantom. And in the past, you know, I don't know how familiar you are with this one, Josh, but there was a time when there was um, Tarkin Yellow was a somewhat common deck. And that deck had the advantage of being able to use Tarkin's ability to buff Lurking TIE Phantom out of range of -2/-2 effects. But this Vader deck isn't necessarily going to have that. But one thing that it does potentially have is some pilots that could go on that Lurking TIE Phantom.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. You make a great point. And this is interesting. So Brad plays the traitorous, takes that lurking TIE Phantom, and Frank says, I've got the immediate answer, confiscate, taking back the Phantom, being able to swing, and then he plays another copy of lurking TIE Phantom. But Brad does have a gunship. Now that gunship
Gunship can't kill Phantom.
can't defeat the Phantom with the win plate ability, has to take out a token. Brad is going to have to do some fighting with the gunship into those Phantoms.
I think when we saw those traitorous's in game 1, I was saying Frank had better bring in his upgrade removal, and that's exactly why. Traitorous is a very risky card. It is one of the highest impact cards when it works, but it can be a disaster if your opponent has the upgrade removal, because Frank countered a card that cost 5 with a card that cost 1, and now he is very firmly in the driver's seat in this game. He
Yes,
has
he
a
absolutely
waylay in
is.
hand. I think he could potentially bounce this devastating gunship and prevent it from taking out one of these phantoms next turn.
Oh,
And there
that's
we go.
huge.
Brad is
That is
in big trouble
massive.
now.
Yeah, having the confiscate for Traitorous right away was, I think, a game-defining moment here in Game 2. This is a hole that Brad is in right now. Can he dig his way out? It's going to be tough.
Now he can Cura Flip, but Cura Flip doesn't damage Phantom, and Overwhelming Barrage can't kill Phantom. So these Phantoms are actually a huge obstacle to Brad's removal. His best option is probably going to be to try to get up to Supreme Leader Snoke's level, but is he going to be able to do that? I'm not sure.
And I don't think he has Snoke in his hand right now, so we've got to not only get to the 8 resources, we've got to find that Supreme Leader Snoke. And as you mentioned, Overwhelming Barrage, it's not doing anything against those Phantoms. He's got it in his hand, but he can't take them out. The Devastating Gunship, again, doesn't defeat the
At
Phantoms.
least
Just
at
play it,
least he
take
gets a
out
tie
the
off
token.
the board, but that's not really what you need.
No, that's not the threat that we're really looking at here. And keep this in mind, Frank can deploy Vader. He can deploy
Yeah.
Vader onto one of those Phantoms and make it a huge problem for Brad.
Yeah, exactly. With Vader on one of those Phantoms, that Brad all of a sudden most of his removal doesn't work. That's a big problem for dealing with that unit. And then to make matters even worse, then if you bring Snoke,
Look at
look at
this.
that. The shuttle steals that shield and puts it on one of the Phantoms.
Gotta love to see it. That shuttle ST-149. It's got the wind plate ability. You may take control of a token upgrade on a unit and attach it to a different eligible unit. So stealing Brad's shield token, putting it on his TIE Phantom that probably will not see Vader this turn. I absolutely love that play.
Now, a bit of an error there because that shuttle should itself get a shield.
Yes,
It has shielded and it should steal the shield. So in this case, it should not be taking damage from this Kira flip. But I think they forgot the shielded on the shuttle itself, with the shield transfer being what they were focused on instead.
that is an excellent point for sure. Here comes Darth Vader being deployed as a pilot onto Phantom, getting 2 more TIE Fighter tokens. He is going to swing for 9 damage into Brad's base. We are at 28 damage on Data Vault, and now Frank wins with 1 swing of the piloted Phantom with Vader. There it is. There's the fist bump. He's got no answer. Frank drew the cards he needed here in game 2, and now we've got the game 3 we wanted.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. Those lurking TIE Phantoms, we had just discussed them, and indeed they proved a massive problem for Brad. Frank was able to bring those out. They're immune to most of the removal in Brad's deck. Frank was able to protect them with that waylay on the devastating gunship, and then the stolen shield, the Vader flip. Brad just couldn't deal with those lurking TIE Phantoms.
Yeah, the lurking TIE Phantom so important in this matchup, and it makes Brad's job much more difficult. We'll see if Frank can find those Phantoms again here in the final game. We're all tied up. Wow, that was exciting. We had a crazy back and forth first game with the stolen AT hauler just flying around back and forth. We're playing hot potato with the stolen AT haulers, and then in game 2, those Phantoms just really closing the door on Brad pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Now, I do also think the other interaction, as you pointed out earlier, was the scenario with Traitorous being almost immediately countered by Frank's. Frank was like, the Traitorous comes out and there's the confiscate to handle it. That was also a huge moment in that game.
Oh,
Traitorous
yeah.
is potentially a counter to Lurking TIE Phantom if the opponent doesn't have upgrade removal to deal with it. But the problem is, as we saw, playing Traitorous and have it get countered leaves you so far behind.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, that took Brad's whole turn. He used his whole turn, all of his resources on the 5 resource turn to play that traitorous. And Frank says, I'll pay 1 resource, I'll defeat it, I'll take my Phantom back, and I'll get to swing with that Phantom because it was
Yeah.
ready.
And then with his extra resources, I believe he played that second Phantom and made the situation even worse for Brad. And, to make things, even crazier, Brad was only able to play that Traitorous there because he had ramped into it. So he played ramp instead of like developing his board in order to play Traitorous. And then the Traitorous immediately got countered. It's so tough. And that's part of why Traitorous is such a risky card.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it can be a blowout in your favor sometimes when you take control of maybe a big piloted unit, but there's sometimes where that upgrade removal stings, and that is exactly what happened to Brad in game 2. We are getting ready to go. The players making their resourcing decisions for the deciding game 3. Brad versus Frank. Kira versus the new Darth Vader. Frank showing us the spice that the Botha Network crew put together with this Vader deck coming into Minneapolis.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Third and final game of this match, Brad versus Frank, each of them with one game on the board. Winner of this will win the whole match. Let's see how it goes. Brad just taking initiative, and Frank starts with 2 1-cost ships. That is
He's got it.
good scenario for Frank, I feel.
It's so good. Yeah, you'd love to start with double 1-cost units because now with Brad claiming the initiative, if he was to just play the power of the dark side, you have another unit. We're going to see Brad play resupply, so Frank is going to be able to deal some damage here, get that token engine going.
And this is also a good scenario with that first order tie because Frank is going to be able to swing with his Y-Wing first, use his leader's ability to generate a tie token, and now the swing tie is buffed, and there's a stolen AT hauler.
My goodness, look at this early board. 4 quick damage on Brad's base. We've got the AT hauler now. As we talked about, that AT hauler, it certainly has a downside. Frank has a way to minimize it, but it does have a downside. But now, let's see what Brad does. He's going to change his game plan up a little bit here. He is flipping Kira right away.
There, I think I see a barrage in that hand. A quick Kira flip into barrage might be just what he needs to clear out this wide board from Frank. Let's see what Frank has in mind.
Does Frank have any way to stop the potential barrage? I don't think he does.
Looks
He's
like
just going to
no.
go in for 4 with the AT hauler, and there is the classic overwhelming barrage following the Kira flip. And this is 6 damage coming through. I believe that wipes the board, right? Or no,
No,
it's one
the
damage short
Y-Wing
on
will
the
remain
Y-Wing.
alive with 1 HP, I believe.
Yep.
Or maybe he'll rearrange it so that the TIE fighter token is alive with 1
board.
HP.
Yep, there you go. Definitely want to keep the tokens there over the non-token vehicles.
Huge play. This is one of the things that the Kira deck is most known for, that Kira flip, putting some damage on opposing units into a big barrage. That is a huge play. And now Brad gets to play the AT hauler. Let's see if Frank has one of those shuttles to capture it and prevent this from being a big problem for him in space.
So Kira getting in for 6. Does he have the shuttle? No, but he has the waylay. Waylay
Not
going
as
back to
good,
Frank's hand.
but not terrible.
Yeah, you would definitely love to have the shuttle there because you want to put that non-token vehicle unit into play so you can keep creating those tokens. But as it stands, Frank will not have the token generation this turn.
Yeah, I mean the Sanctioner shuttle would also just be more stats on the board for Frank. So Waylay is kind of a second tier solution here, but it does get the stolen AT hauler off of Brad's side of the board. And even though Brad was able to wipe the board almost completely, Frank still has a few ties throwing out some damage. However, I do think that last turn went overall quite well for Brad.
Absolutely. Being able to flip into the barrage, almost wiping the board. Now he's got the devastating gunship. That is going to present problems for Frank as well, as it gives Brad a way to clean up this space arena. One of the TIE tokens defeated. We're going to trade some damage here. Frank attacking for 1, Kira attacking for 4. We've got 10 damage on each base with the action back over Frank.
There's that stolen AT hauler on the board again.
Yeah, we
But
are
I think it's
setting
the
up.
only play here from Frank. Frank's been a little slow here. In chat, we have someone asking, why do you rather want to keep the tokens around as Kira? What difference would it make if it was a normal unit? That's a good question. The answer is that Vader's ability allows him to generate a TIE fighter token only if a non-token vehicle unit that he controls has attacked. So by leaving the TIE tokens on the board, it's essentially limiting Frank's ability to make more tokens. Whereas if he had left one of the normal units on the board, Frank could attack with it and then make a token from that attack.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're going against these Darth Vader decks, the jump to light speed Darth Vader decks, you want to take out those vehicle units whenever you get the chance. The tie tokens themselves not doing as much damage to you and not allowing that token generation to continue. Brad taking a little bit of thought on this resourcing decision. He's got the initiative. Let's see what he starts with. First action, devastating gunship going to deal with the other TIE fighter token. And now we're going to see that lurking TIE Phantom a little bit later this time in Game 3. Frank would have loved to see the TIE Phantom earlier because it would have dodged just being defeated by overwhelming barrage. But Brad has the answer with no glory, only results.
Yeah, that is a big answer. Now, in the previous game, Brad didn't have that as a counter to those phantoms, but no glory only results because it takes control of the unit before defeating it. Allows you to remove the lurking TIE Phantom and allows you to remove units with Chewbacca Pilot because those units are immune to defeat effects that an opponent controls. But at the time that the defeat from it, no glory only results goes off, you control the unit, so the protection no longer works.
Yeah, such a good card against the units Light Lurking TIE Phantom and Chewbacca. Now, Frank does deploy Vader onto the stolen AT Hauler. We saw him do this in Game 1. AT Hauler swinging for 9 damage into Brad's base. Does Brad have an answer for this piloted stolen hauler? He's going to claim the initiative. Does Frank have a way to further his board presence? He still has 3 ready resources.
19 damage on Brad's board. 19 damage, but with a Data Vault 33 HP base, there's still 14 HP left. I'm not sure if Frank's going to get there. That overwhelming barrage was a huge speed bump, but he's not out of this yet.
And it looks like Frank is just going to pass there. It looked as though he was holding Waylay in hand, choosing not to waylay that gunship, just passes, head to the regroup phase. Let's see what we've got as we head into the next round. Brad will take the first action. Does he have another big answer? He's got the blast. We saw this in the first game. That was his answer to the piloted AT Hauler. He's got it again, and Frank will have to start back from square one.
Tough situation for Frank, especially because Brad is going to be able to play that stolen AT Hauler from Frank's discard pile. But there we see Bazine taking another super laser blast out of Brad's hand. And Brad draws a traitorous. Okay.
Interesting. Here's the waylay. That's why
there's the waylay.
That is why he saved the waylay. He knew he would need it for the AT Hauler. So the AT Hauler back into Frank's hand. Bazine, the only unit in play in Frank's ground arena. 19 damage on Data Vault. Just 14 damage on Jabba's Palace.
So Frank is ahead on damage on base, and he's the player to have a unit on the board. But I don't actually think he's clearly winning here because the Kira deck has a stronger endgame and is successfully slowing things down towards that endgame. We're going to have to see how it happens. But right now, I would give the overall advantage to Brad.
Yeah, I think you are absolutely right. We're going to see the client coming into play, and that could certainly change things in a big way for Brad as well. As moving into future turns, the client has the ability to give Frank's or one of Frank's unit a bounty each turn. And then if Brad were to defeat that unit, he could claim the bounty, heal 5 from his base, which changes the race, changes the math in a big way.
Bazine swings on in for a single point of damage. And Inferno 4 enters the field for Brad. Not necessarily the strongest unit ever, but actually quite nice here because that filtering effect, where Inferno 4 allows you to look at your top 2 cards and decide to send them to the top or the bottom, can really help you potentially draw better in an end game where you want some of your stronger options.
Yeah, that is a really good point. In Tower, you want to know what he saw on top? And he left it
What did he
there?
see?
Supreme Leader Snoke.
Oh,
That's a problem.
that's a big one. That is a big one,
Yeah.
Josh.
Absolutely. Oh, and to
And
make
I
matters
believe that's a
worse, it was
victory
actually
leader.
Snoke and Walker. So big time
Yeah.
8 cost units on top for
We were
Brad there.
talking just a few moments ago about how Brad's end game is stronger and it looks like he's getting there, and Snoke and Reinforcement Walker are a big chunk of that end game. Frank has developed a bit of a board though, coming off some real setbacks. He now has the stolen AT hauler and a victor leader buffing the stolen AT hauler, as well as any other space units that Frank may end up playing.
So here we go. Brad with the first action. What does he do here? He has several options. We know he has Snoke, he has Walker. He's got a traitorous over there as well. Of course, I think the traitorous here would be extremely dangerous. Very good chance that Frank could have that confiscate again.
All right.
So Brad is just going to trade some damage, 2 damage each onto Inferno 4 and Victor Leader. And that means that once Snoke comes down with that 2 damage on Victor Leader would be defeated. Now Frank gets in with the hauler, but now the client giving the Victor Leader the bounty. And we know Snoke is in hand. This could be a big opportunity for Brad to heal 5 damage from his base.
Does Frank have some kind of buff that he can throw onto Victor Leader? Maybe one of those wingman pilots, something that can get it out of range of Snoke. If he doesn't, that heal from Brad coupled with Snoke is going to be a really big problem for Frank. He doesn't have it, or if he does, he doesn't see it. He takes the swing with Victor Leader, and I think Snoke is on his way.
Think you were absolutely right. 22 damage on Brad's base, but it won't
There he
stay
is.
that way for long. Snoke coming out, each of Brad's units, or excuse me, each of Frank's units getting -2, and Brad heals 5 from his base, back down to just 22 damage on.
11 more damage will be needed. It was looking like Frank was getting close, but with the client enabling that big heal and Supreme Leader Snoke debuffing Frank's ships, Frank is now in big trouble. He has at least one card in hand that he can no longer even play without it immediately dying to Snoke. I see, I believe, a Mining Guild tie in hand, not a playable card. Well, he could play it and just have it die. Maybe that's good in some situation, but it doesn't seem very good. And I don't know. I just don't know if Frank has the end game to deal with cards like this and with the reinforcement walker that we know is potentially coming soon.
Yeah, there's just too much healing going on for Brad right now with client on the board plus reinforcement walker on the way. I just don't know that Frank has a way out of this. Very tough spot. And with those big units, with Snoke, with reinforcement walker, of course, Brad will certainly be threatening to put a lot of pressure on himself. Frank going to play another waylay here, bouncing Supreme Leader Snoke. And Brad just claiming the initiative with Snoke off the board. Bazine at 1 power, getting in for another damage.
A tie is well, I don't know. Yeah, he makes a tie here. I'm not actually sure how good making this tie is because it will be very easy for Brad to remove it, potentially with using the client on it first, which could be a big problem for Frank. A sanctioner shuttle, though, could capture the client. That could be a big development.
Yeah, absolutely. That would at least stop the play of Brad going, I'll put a bounty on, then I'll Snoke. So it at least prevents Brad from healing next turn with the client as the shuttle does capture it. And I think Frank is just going to continue to push the board. It looks like he's going to pay that last resource. He has a couple 1-drops in his hand. He's got, I think, the Mining Guild TIE Fighter and the TIE LN Fighter. Could play
The
one of
problem is
those
just those
two.
units are toast when Snoke hits the
Right,
board.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
What he wants to see is buffs, things that are going to be able to make existing units more powerful, like those wingman upgrades. that are going to allow him to push through that -2/-2 and keep doing some damage, but I don't think he has them.
I think you're right. I do not think he has the buffs that he really needs here to push through Snoke. Supreme Leader Snoke, been a card that, we haven't seen as much of lately. But oh man, it is so good against this Vader deck. And it has been very strong for Brad here in this match. Brad with the first action. Let's see, does he just windmill slam that Snoke or does he have other plans? Well, one way or another, this has been a great match. Such a tremendous battle in game one. It was pretty one-sided in game two for Frank. But now here in game three, it's been another close one, but Supreme Leader Snoke really just trying to close the door on Frank getting to his 6th victory here in round 7. Brad certainly in
10
the
HP
driver's
on
seat.
Brad's base. But can Frank get that damage through? There is also, I will say, there is considerable risk of a draw at this point.
Yeah, you do make a really good point. We are getting very close on time. The clock that we're seeing here at the top of our screen, we're under 2 minutes. And with both players tied here at 1 game apiece, you're absolutely right. We could potentially see a draw be the outcome of this match.
I mean, if Frank pushes through, he could win in the next bit. But it'll take Brad a little longer to win, I think. I don't know. It's going to be tough. I'm not also sure if the time that we have here is exactly right, or if there have been any time extensions or similar. There's Supreme Leader Snoke. And with Inferno 4 having swung into the Sanctioner shuttle, that means the -2/-2 will clear it, and the client is back in play, though he does come back in exhausted and without his shield.
Client being back on the board for Brad is important, opening up that option once again to heal damage from his base.
Here's another question. What damage pumps is Frank playing? If he has some surprise strikes, he could potentially surprise strike right now, which would do what, 4 damage? That would put us at 29, and then if he can surprise strike again next turn, that could be it.
Yeah, that
But I
is a
don't know if
really
he's
good
running them. I
point.
don't think we've seen them thus far.
We saw them on camera in between the games.
Okay.
So everybody was able to see Frank. He had the 2 in his hand. Now, I don't know if he's running 3, but we saw 2 in his hand in between games. So very well could be an option for Frank here.
He stalls with a trying to make Brad play out his hand. Who takes the initiative or what? We power right now. And barrage.
Oh, okay.
No,
It's a
it
4/5.
I think it should only be 4 damage. Is correcting that. He shows 4, and importantly, then the damage there buff that allows this to swing of that surprise strike. If
Right.
he has a surprise strike in hand, this right now he would actually win the game. No, yeah, he doesn't
For
have it. It's a normal swing from that AT hauler. 4 HP left for Brad.
but
Do
this
you
is
do?
still
I don't think he can play Sanctioner.
Yeah, that's
There's an
right.
argument for playing it to capture the client otherwise. Game. Frank considers a swing with Bazine, but then I think realizes Bazine is 0 power. That having Bazine on the board is a unit that he can lose to a potential power of the dark side.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Definitely insulates Frank from the power of the dark side. And as you mentioned, Surprise Strike still very alive. Now, obviously, he didn't have it in his hand, or he would have probably played it with that attack onto Holler, but he could still draw into one, and it could still be very relevant.
Yeah, it's very interesting here. Why is he doing that? He crashes Bazine into Snoke. What is the benefit of does he have something tricky? What's going on here?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what
Why
the
did he do
line
that?
is.
Why did he do that? He looks at his hand. I see another Bazine. I
Oh,
think I see a surprise strike.
he found it off the top. He just drew Surprise Strike. He
Does
found
Brad have
Bazine
an
and
answer to the
Surprise Strike.
stolen AT Hauler? If not, the game will end in one action. That surprise strike will close it out. What does Brad have? He has the initiative.
Answer.
If he has removal, he'll have the option to use it. If he has a sentinel in space, he'll have the option to use it. If he plays a reinforcement walker, he can heal out of lethal range. But if he uses the client to set a bounty, Frank will win before
Oh,
it
he's got
occurs.
it. Arquidin's assault cruiser will ambush and defeat the Hauler.
Yeah, the Hauler's off the board. And now Frank could still fire this surprise strike, but the problem is if he fires it now, it won't. I don't think it's lethal.
No, it's only 3 damage. He would be 1 short. I believe he's 1 damage short of finishing the game with Surprise Strike.
He's not going to get it. The funny part is, so someone in chat points out that Frank probably swung with Bazine to prevent her from potentially being bountied by the client. But the irony here is that if the client had bountied Bazine, Frank would have won the game. His surprise strike from stolen AT Hauler. But Brad would have maybe done this anyway. So here comes the surprise strike, but it's not enough. There's still 2 HP left on this base, and I don't think Frank has any direct damage. I think this game is going to be a draw.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I actually said one thing wrong here. It wasn't 3 damage. It's just 2 damage because the Republic Y-Wing is getting that static -2/-2. So only hitting for
Right.
2, which means that Frank is 2 short, not just 1. And now the action back over to Frank after we see 6 damage put onto Frank's base, taking the damage total up to 20. But again, you know, Brad doesn't have a way to win here in this round, and I believe they had already went to time.
Yeah, I don't know if they have another round here.
If they have another
look,
round.
if they have another round, Brad very likely wins, but there are scenarios where he would not win. So in particular, if Brad starts the turn off and swings to get close to lethal and Frank has another surprise strike, that would be it. So to play it safe, Brad would probably want to immediately bounty or something. Okay, so the
Brad is just
client
going to
swings to
defeat
kill
Sabine.
Bazine. I think it's a draw unless Frank conceded there. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we'll have to get confirmation on that one, but what a match that was. Frank was so close to fatal in that final game. Supreme Leader Snoke doing exactly what Brad needed it to do and was absolutely clutch
Yeah,
in
it
that
is a
match.
draw, and
Okay.
I do think that is legitimately a draw because as I understand it, with that ending board state, assuming Frank takes the initiative, it comes down to if Frank top decks surprise strike, he wins. If he doesn't top deck surprise strike, Brad wins, as I understand it. So very, very close match, and unfortunately ended in. Whew, what a match that was.
That was amazing. Absolutely great. Loved to see that spicy Darth Vader deck that the Bothan guys brought, and Brad put on a show for us as well. Made some extremely good plays. And I tell you, games 1 and 3, man, were they exciting. Getting the hauler being passed back and forth We saw a lot of really cool interactions, and in the end, we're going to end in a draw, which means Frank goes to 5-1-1, and Brad actually undefeated. He's 5-0-2.
Yeah, so it's a very crazy situation, really. But the other thing is, at least it's a draw and not a double loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep,
We got
definitely.
a close match there, and there was some discussion in chat about if Bazine had not swung into Snoke to deny the bounty, would we have seen the Kira player use that client action first action instead of playing the assault cruiser and then lose to surprise strike? And it's possible, but I don't know. I think that using the assault cruiser first would still have been the safer play. Well, that was round 7, ladies and gentlemen, and we are now going to have a bit of an interlude between now and round 8. But because that went right up to time, we're going to have another match for you very soon. So, viewers, what do you guys think? Who is your preferred player or your preferred leader to go on and win this event? I'm curious to know thoughts from the chat here at this very major event for Star Wars Unlimited TCG. We see Dylan Hallow posting some lyrics there to a Vader rap, I believe. And it's one of the funny things about this game is I like the game a lot for its gameplay, but also the Star Wars lore and backstory and some of the funny stuff there is another thing that I think a lot of players are fond of one way or another. So it should be interesting to see just what other areas of Star Wars they explore. I think there's going to be more cards coming out, more sets coming out. I know that the upcoming Legends of the Force set is going to address some things from the High Republic era of the setting, which is something that we hadn't really seen much of in the game. I know that we're going to see some stuff actually from I believe the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order game, which is I think I have a little prediction that we're going to see Cal Kestis as a leader, or at least as a unit. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying 100%. I don't have special insider knowledge as to what FFG hasn't previewed yet, but I have a strange feeling that we're going to see Cal Kestis, just because we've seen some other stuff from that game, and we've seen another card that has him in the art. I think there's a good chance Cal's going to make his appearance. Victor Edstrom in the chat says, Michael C looking real strong with Ray Data Vault. Yeah, Ray Data Vault is an up and coming deck that seems very relevant to me. Louis in the YouTube chat saying Brad just has to win out. Yeah, I believe if you are X and 2, you will. I have not done the full tournament math on this, and I have not fully evaluated the format. But in theory, I think as long as you can avoid losing more than 2 games, you should be good. More than 2 matches, rather. But avoiding losing more than 2 matches is tough over a real long event. Hi Funko on the YouTube chat saying Sabine ECL, the only shining light in a Data Vault world. I'm a Sabine ECL fan. I think it'd be cool to see Sabine doing well. Space Modulator is rooting for Jay Still to take it down. Jordan Smolders asking, since when is a draw and not a double loss? Did the rules change? Jordan, the answer is yes, the rules did change. They now allow intentional draws, and matches that are 1-1 or 0-0 at time, I believe, end up being draws. I don't remember if it was Twilight of the Republic or Jump to Lightspeed where they changed that, but with one of the sets being released, they changed those rules, and draws now do exist in the game instead of just double losses. Tolstoy 1896 rooting for Jay Still. And Space Cowboy saying Michael future world champ, and also saying Ophir aka Woo is having a crazy run today. Experienced player with the old Kira Green, and we saw him giving a very strong performance earlier, but now we're going to be moving on to our 8th round of Swiss. And let's see what the matchup is. It looks to me like we're going to have an Anakin Skywalker. I think that's Anakin Skywalker Blue 30 versus Sabine. What base is our Sabine player running? It's going to be the classic, the well-known, the sometimes hated, the energy conversion lab. So Sabine ECL versus I believe it is Anakin Blue 30. And that is going to be our 8th round. We're going to have this round and then one more Swiss round for you today. And then we'll be back tomorrow with more coverage of the rest of Swiss, followed by the top cut. And Victor Edstrom says Wu is also looking well strong. He actually just beat Michael C just now. Yeah. Chris Todd says Ophir teaching everyone and then still crushing. Yeah, Ophir has a Patreon and does some coaching and stuff. And I think a pretty nice guy, well-known competitive player, someone who's willing to share some techniques and stuff with the community. And he is maybe proving his techniques to be valid by putting up strong results in these events. Dakota says I'm an Anakin Blue truther. What is the Anakin Blue truth, Dakota? What is the story there? As we can see here, Jeff on the left, our Anakin player, versus Kyle on the right, our Sabine. Players shuffling on up, and we should get going shortly. All right. Anakin Skywalker with the Dagobah Swamp versus Sabine Wren with the Energy Conversion Lab. They're shuffling on up. They're getting ready. 25 HP versus 30. Aggro versus mid-range. Sabine versus Anakin. Now, we were discussing some of this earlier with one of the matches where we had field, but one of the things that you don't like to see when you're playing Sabine is a lot of the restore and sentinel stuff that the vigilance heroism can have to offer. The players are rolling it off, and I think Kyle's going to be the winner there with a roll 11. So we are going to see what happens next.
Well, Tower, I am excited about this matchup. Kyle, that's, I believe, Kyle Kraft from the Colorado Cantina crew on the right there. That's a PQ winner. And Jeff Gray on the left. Should be a good match. What do you think about this particular matchup with Sabine and Anakin?
Well, I was saying, you don't love to see vigilance heroism when you're playing Sabine, but a lot is going to depend on the specific lines and the specific cards that we see. I don't know how heavily Jeff is teched for Sabine. In general, my opinion is that if you want to prepare for the Sabine matchup, or really a lot of aggro, what you want to be doing is including more units that have restore and more units that are sentinels. So cards like Yoda, Village Protectors, Conquered Dawn Interceptors, those are good cards to have against a Sabine player, but some of those cards aren't really so good in all matchups. So Conquered Dawn Interceptor, really a bad card in a match where you have to be the aggro. So the question is, like, how teched is Jeff for this type of aggro matchup?
Well, starting things out, Kyle with the initiative, starting with Battlefield Marine. Jeff will start with R2D2. And unfortunately, you don't get the same value with the R2 as you do in, say, Ray. We saw Ray earlier with that other blue heroism deck that Michael was running, and R2, of course, can get extremely big off of the Ray action ability. However, you've got the Anakin ability where you can get that temporary buff and attack with the additional +2 power, so you can still try and trade up.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Josh. We might see R2 getting buffed by Anakin to take out this Battlefield Marine and remain on the board, which can be pretty important. However, with Kyle having the initiative, the Marine will get to swing before it is cleared by R2. We could also see, it's going to be, very interesting. Fleet
Oh, look
Lieutenant
at
here
that.
from Kyle, and it's used not to deal 5 damage to the base, but to get R2 off the board.
Yeah,
I'm
Kyle.
not 100% sure I would have played it that way, Josh. I don't know.
I think Kyle was just trying to prevent the R2 from being able to take out one of those units and stick around. Now, we do see Jeff following up with a very good unit for this Anakin deck. 3-cost Outer Rim Outlaws. It's a 3/3. It's shielded, so it has a shield, and it can do some really good trading with Anakin, especially because it can attack for 5 with Anakin's ability. Kyle will hold the initiative, but the Outer Rim Outlaws with that shield token definitely presents an answer to some of these ground units.
This could be another scenario where the Sabine player would like to see something like an ambushed Fighters for Freedom using the Energy Conversion Lab or using a timely intervention, but not what we're seeing here. Just a swing from the Fleet Lieutenant. Yoda hits the board, and then the Battlefield Marine swinging.
Yeah, so 6 damage coming in to Jeff's base. The first damage here in game 1. We see Yoda coming out, and with Yoda being in play, he's got a force unit. He plays force throw. Kyle discarding, I believe it was K2SO. Was it K2SO?
I think it was a for a cause, I believe
Was it a
in.
for a cause? Okay. So for a cause. So 3 damage dealt to Fleet Lieutenant, and Fleet Lieutenant is defeated. Really strong play here from
And
Jeff.
there's a K2SO.
Oh, he's got the nice, I believe that's the Judge promo, K2SO. And Outer Rim Outlaws with Anakin's ability is going to take out K2SO, stick on the board, just losing the shield token. But you do have the win defeated ability from K2SO, dealing 3 to Jeff's base. But Jeff doing a good job at controlling this board right now.
That's right, Josh. Right now, I think I'm feeling pretty decent about this if I'm especially with that Yoda and that those Outer Rim guys still on the board. Yes, Kyle has some units on the board too, but Jeff is poised to potentially remove both of them. Could use Anakin's ability to buff the Outer Rim guys and clear Sabine. That's exactly what we see. And now the Battlefield Marine could potentially be cleared by Yoda, and Yoda would restore 2 to Jeff's base in the process.
Yeah, Jeff definitely has good position on the board right now, taking care of Sabine. Sabine was only able to get 3 damage in before being defeated. And now let's see what Kyle has in response. Of course, he could at least get in for 3 with Battlefield Marine, but as you mentioned, Yoda having the Restore 2 is essentially going to say, well, the Battlefield Marine only deals 1, unless Kyle has some sort of answer, maybe a way to buff the Marine
Oh,
or an answer to Yoda.
ECL.
Looks like he's going to play the epic action on Energy Conversion Lab to play Poe Dameron with ambush here. Ambushing into Yoda, and where do we use any of the on attack abilities here?
So to me, the most appealing one is the 2 damage. You could either use this to clear the opponent's last unit or just to push more damage onto the opponent's base directly. And it's going to be used to clear a unit. Actually, a copy of Wrecker being discarded there.
Yeah, Wrecker being discarded to deal 2 damage and defeat the Outer Rim Outlaws. But now, big response for Jeff. He's got Fell the Dragon. Poe Dameron defeated.
Kyle swings in with that Battlefield Marine, played on the first turn, and has somehow survived through all this crossfire, continuing to get some value. Only 10 HP left now for Jeff, but Kyle does not have a large board.
Kyle does not have a big board at all. Jeff has the initiative, and he's going to start with
Pillage.
Pillage, and that is going to rip both of Kyle's cards from his hand. He has no cards in hand. Does he have a Cassian here?
I think it's either a no or he's waiting for Anakin to swing before he gets Cassian onto the field.
So Marine gets in for 3. Sabine action ability dealing 1 damage. That's 24 damage on Jeff's base. And now we are going to see Anakin. He is +4 power. He's swinging for 8 here. He's going to hit Marine, and he's going to overwhelm for 6. That is a big hit from Anakin.
6 HP left for Jeff. That's not a ton, but Kyle had nothing to play. The dream here for Kyle would be to draw like 2 for a cause I believe in and just win immediately. That's not a super realistic scenario.
Yeah, we've already seen him discard 1 in this game. So if he doesn't have any resourced, he only has potentially 2 more still available. Let's see what he found as he was drawing off the top. He's going to play Chewbacca here. Now,
Okay.
Anakin could answer the Chewbacca, but it would be a trade.
That's right.
So Restored Art getting in for 2. That does let Jeff restore 1 damage from his base, bringing the total back down to 23.
Looks like Kyle is mulling over whether to use Sabine's ping in this scenario.
Yeah, it is tough. You use the ping, you could potentially get hit for 8 here, which means that one more swing from Anakin would be game. And Kyle, at this point, unless he draws into a way to buff Chewbacca up, is not showing fatal with just a Chewbacca attack. But here comes Luke Skywalker. Luke is going to give Chewbacca just -3, since none of Jeff's units have been defeated. And now Anakin is going to crash into Chewbacca, take that threat off the board. More overwhelm damage coming through, and Anakin survives because of Luke's ability.
Yeah. And that is, I think that's that. Yep.
Yep, that is going to do it. They are scooping it up. Jeff taking game one with Anakin over Sabine.
It was a bit close there, but Jeff was able to get what he needed to hold the line against that Sabine aggression. And we'll see if he can do the same thing again to get a quick match win here in the 8th round of Swiss.
Yeah, big game there for Jeff. As you mentioned, it was close. Kyle had Jeff up to, I believe, 24 was the most damage he had at one point, but just couldn't get the reach there in the end to close it out. And the force throw plus the pillage, Kyle was definitely limited to his options as he had to discard 3 cards throughout that game.
Yeah, not a great situation.
Now, one thing that you talked about, Tower, is Fighters for Freedom. And Fighters for Freedom is a card that a lot of Sabine players are kind of back and forth on. There's 2 3-cost units that kind of are constantly fighting for the same spot in the deck. It's Sundari Peacekeeper and Fighters for Freedom. And in this particular matchup, I feel like the Fighters for Freedom would probably be much better. So if Kyle has that, and of course we didn't see it in game one, if he either has it in his main deck, he hopes to find it, but it looks like it's in his sideboard because look, he's got his cards on the table. So Fighters for Freedom could very well come in for the sideboard. I think it's probably a much better card in this matchup because as we saw the Outer Rim Outlaws so good, and against Sundari Peacekeeper, for instance, the Outer Rim Outlaws can just take it out with ease and again just loses the shield token. So the Fighters for Freedom with Saboteur could come in handy.
Fighters for Freedom it's a really interesting unit. You know, when I'll honestly say I was disappointed by that unit early on in the game because I had imagined that its ability was going to be getting a lot more value than it actually. In a lot of Fighters for Freedom's ability to damage the opponent when you play another aggression card does like 0 damage or maybe like 1 damage.
Right.
And that was disappointing to me. But being a 3/4 Saboteur and getting that incidental damage at least sometimes can be very worth it in some matchups, especially with the prevalence that we've been seeing of Village Protectors as kind of a premier defensive card.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, those Outer Rim Outlaws, another great target. You know, you could potentially fire your ECL on turn 2 and just wipe those guys off the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an argument because if you're Kyle, you want to position yourself well in the early game, get going, get that early board presence, and if you can put that early pressure on, then you can hope to carry that into the closing stages of this game where you start playing those big threats, maybe finish the game off with something like For a Cause. He was 6 HP away, or 6 damage away last time. We'll see what happens this time. Kyle will start with the initiative as Jeff taking the 1-0 lead with Anakin Blue. As both of these players searching for their 7th win of the day as we are closing in at the end, or towards the end of day 1 here in Minneapolis. Yeah, just confirming both of these players 6-1 right now. So a loss here puts you down to 6-2, and it means that that final match is so important because it is a really a must-win situation to advance on today too. So here we go. Both players are ready, and Kyle's going to start things a little bit differently in this game in the Space Arena with the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, but Jeff also playing to the Space Arena with the Restored Arc 170. And Kyle is going to use a very early energy conversion lab with Sabine's masterpiece. And having the A-Wing on the board, that means that you're going to get that on-attack ability controlling the command unit. Kyle will be able to put an experience token on one of his 2 units, and it looks like it's going to go onto the A-Wing. Big play here on turn 2 for Kyle.
Yep. Sabine's Masterpiece is another card that I think has really defied some expectations. When that card was first shown, to me, it looked a little janky. It looked a little complicated. It looked, oh, it has all these different weird little effects, but they're only good if you have other stuff on the board. And it's like, is that going to really be good? And honestly, in testing, the answer has been yes. It's an amazing card with Energy Conversion Lab, especially if you can lead off the game with a command unit like Kyle just did.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Sabine's masterpiece can create some big value. And with Kyle holding on to the initiative, he's going to swing for 3 right away with masterpiece, putting another experience token onto the A-Wing. It is now a 5-4.
One thing that I think is indicative of some of the value of Sabine's Masterpiece is the card is so good that people have altered the composition of the other early units in their deck to play more green units in order to get more value out of Sabine's Masterpiece in particular.
Yeah, and I think it is good enough to warrant that. Kyle is going to get in for another big swing with the A-Wing, 5 damage. Jeff has 12 damage already on base. We're just on turn 3, and Sabine has not been flipped. Now, Jeff does put a unit in play that can help a little bit here, can potentially heal some damage from his base. Kanan Jarrus does have the on-attack ability that could start healing some damage next turn. We're going to see the Sabine action ability, 1 damage to each base. And now the question is, does Jeff just claim the initiative? We're going to see K2SO coming out. Big board presence here for Kyle. And the real problem right now is Jeff is just not showing an answer to the Space Arena. Now, K2SO played. Anakin's ability being used allows Sabine to trade into K2SO, but the when defeated ability, another 3 damage to base, and that is a lot of damage already on Jeff's base. Sabine getting in for another 3. It looks like that's 21 damage already, Tower.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. Kyle is really pushing the damage quickly this time. And while Jeff has brought out Kanan Jarrus, he doesn't have as much, we haven't seen as much restore here. And we haven't seen like sentinels landing and really jamming up Kyle's attacks. I think right now Kyle is in a pretty commanding position, though we'll see what Jeff can do to try and stop him.
Sabine's masterpiece absolutely has snowballed in this game. Now here comes a start for Jeff to kind of clean up this board, fell the dragon, defeating the big Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. Sabine gets in for 3, and now Kyle has put 24 damage on the base. We saw him get to this point last game, but I feel like in this game he is in a much better position.
All right, so R2 swings in, damaging Sabine. Here's a question: if you're Kyle, and you swing with Sabine's masterpiece, what do you do with it? I think in this situation, because you don't have a command unit, you might like to give an experience to Sabine, but you're not going to get a chance to do it. If you play a command unit before you swing Sabine's masterpiece, Kanan can just swing. So I kind of think that it might be best to just swing with the masterpiece now and get the 1 damage ping from having a red unit and just use that on the base.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he had something like Heroic Sacrifice, he just wins the game. but I guess he
Fleet
doesn't
Lieutenant,
have it.
lots of options.
Yeah, lots of options here. So going into base for a total of 4 between the 3 power and the on attack ability, Kanan defeats Sabine and will heal 2 damage
Heal
from
2.
base here. Yeah.
Could be worse. So 26. For a cause I believe in could win the game at this phase. I think I
Does
see
Kyle
one in
have it?
hand.
I think
I
I
think I
see it
see one.
too.
This could be the winning move. But if that is a for a cause I believe in, will he hit 4 for 4? That is the question.
I think, and that's what he's
He's
thinking
firing it. Here
about.
we go.
Gonna play. Come on, does he get it?
1,
Are we going to game
2,
3?
3. No, he
Oh,
misses the
he
last one.
hits the
29. Now
timely.
he's still winning, but Jeff has a bit more of a window to try and make this comeback happen.
My goodness, Kyle 1 damage away from closing it out with for a cause. Now Kyle, of course, has some decisions to make because you take a look at those 4 cards. You can put them back on top or you can discard them. So now Kyle has to choose where they're going. It looks like Timely Intervention is going on top. The other 3 are discarded. So Kyle pushing in the space arena. And Jeff is going to need to heal more than 2. He can't do it. And we are going to a deciding game 3 in round 8. You love to see it. Let's go.
Yeah, and in this round, Kyle really put the pressure on. Sabine's masterpiece got a lot of value in that match, and Jeff was not able to hold it back. That ECL ambush on the Sabine's masterpiece, turn 1, clearing out, I think it was a restored arc that Jeff had developed,
Yes.
and kind of clearing the skies and also starting to give those experience tokens, just a tough thing for Jeff to deal with.
Yeah, there is no doubt that Sabine's masterpiece was the MVP for Kyle in game 2, created so much value. It snowballed. It generated a ton of damage with the extra experience tokens on Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, and he just got so much value, was able to build up so much pressure early. Jeff just could not recover, and we didn't even get to the point where Jeff was able to deploy Anakin in that game.
Let's see here. I don't think we're seeing. Were there any sideboard changes that you saw, or are they just shuffling up? I think they might just be shuffling up.
Yeah, I think for this one, they are just shuffling up, and we are going to get ready to go into this deciding game 3. Again, both players looking to keep their record at just 1 loss on the day going into that final round, because a win here puts you at 7-1, which means you're very likely then locked into day 2, even if you were to lose the last round.
Let's see what's happening here.
A very good point from Dakota in chat. Anakin having the initiative, it is huge. You're absolutely right. Initiative can be a very important factor for Sabine in a lot of matches, and definitely going to matter here if Jeff can get some of those good restore units online, maybe the early Sentinel, and try and create those favorable trades maybe with the Anakin ability early to keep Kyle from ever really getting anything going like he did last game.
Here we go. Jeff with Anakin Dagobah Swamp versus Kyle Sabine ECL. The 3rd game to decide the match. They've both resourced.
Go.
C3PO.
Game 3. I believe this is the first time we've seen C3PO in this match. And I believe
Also, I
Jeff
think the
misses
first time
here.
we've seen Jeff going first.
Yeah, Jeff with the initiative certainly proves to be important, and that's what we were just talking about, because now with the initiative in C3PO, Anakin's ability will allow C3PO to attack and defeat that battlefield Marine right away before Marine ever has a chance to get in any damage.
Let's see here.
Now, Kyle did start the Sabine pinging, 1 damage to each base, but yeah, C3PO and Anakin's ability so good here. 2 more damage to Jeff's base, but he is okay with that, defeating Battlefield Marine and keeping his unit on the board.
And there's the Sabine's masterpiece that was such a star in the previous game, this time played without ECL.
Yeah, definitely not as good as it was last game in this spot. You also see Yoda coming out for Jeff. That's important, getting that potential restore 2 online. And Sabine's masterpiece at the moment doesn't have any other units on the board, so it's not going to get any additional value.
Now, a
Now, Kyle
Sabine
did
flip
claim the
would be
initiative.
an aggression unit on the board and would then enable a ping that could either be extra damage to the base or maybe clear that C3PO.
So initiative absolutely playing an important role early, and now Kyle on the back foot here has to find a way to try and shift the momentum back over to his side. Sabine is deployed with his first action.
Let's see Jeff's response. And I was looking quickly over at the time here, and as is often the case in Sabine matches, we have an ample amount of time. Even here in Game 3, they have more than 30 minutes to get the job done.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits, right? I know you and I have talked about it on some past streams. You know, one of the things bringing Sabine to a tournament, you know that you're never really going to have these long matches. You'll have more breaks, plenty of time to get food, take a break, clear your mind, and that can certainly play an important role for some of these players.
Yeah, there are some real quality of life advantages to playing and it's not just Sabine, there are other aggro decks that can do a similar thing. Ooh, takedown for Sabine.
Yes, Sabine will not do any work as the leader unit in this game 3 for Kyle. Now, Kyle is going to play the blue leader into the space arena, which does mean that now he's going to get some more use out of that Sabine's masterpiece. Yoda's
Yeah, so
restore online.
I think the masterpiece here, you probably just swing and give itself the experience to hit the opponent for 4 and win this turn. And then next turn, you ideally swing and buff the blue leader to keep both units out of range of that Fell the Dragon that we saw Jeff play earlier.
Yeah, I think that's a good point for sure.
Unless he wants to get Jeff to play the Fell the Dragon, in which case he could do it on the Sabine's masterpiece and then maybe later play Poe or Wrecker. Now, what is happening here? Jeff has spent all his resources.
Yeah, maybe Jeff's deciding whether or not he wants to attack with C3PO, but if it is still Jeff's action here, I would be shocked if he didn't attack with him, just for the simple fact that you have to know that Kyle is swinging with that masterpiece. So Jeff should have the ability to take the initiative, even if he does swing with C3PO. But maybe there's something else going on. Looks like we have a little pause in the gameplay here.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I wonder if there's a judge call or something going on. I do think it's a comparatively straightforward decision. There are definitely some cases make an attack, but usually those are scenarios where the opponent seems unlikely to do anything else in the turn, and so attacking loses the initiative. In this case, it seems pretty likely that Kyle's going to swing with his masterpiece here.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting way too much value, being able to get that experience
Now,
token. So
now what was that? Jeff passed. I wonder if he was thinking there might be like a one cost unit from Kyle entering the board. And he was trying to keep C3PO up to potentially crash into it with Anakin's ability or something. I'm not sure.
yeah, that is possible. Was a weird little sequence there, but we move on to the next round. First play for Jeff, force throw. And the question is, it looks like he is targeting Kyle. Kyle's going to discard Rebel Assault, so that's only going to be 1 damage, which is important. None of those units will be defeated on Kyle's side.
Yeah, force throw, playing it and making your opponent discard sometimes can generate massive value, but sometimes they might have a card that costs 1 or even 0 and just take very much damage from it. And here comes Poe Dameron ECL, one of the signature plays of this Sabine build.
Wow, and look at this. He's going to ambush Yoda on attack ability, discarding another copy of Masterpiece to defeat C3PO. Jeff's board is wiped, and he is still staring down more damage coming through this turn in the space arena.
R2D2 from Jeff, not the biggest, most powerful unit, but looks like it is going to look at that top card of the deck and move it to the bottom.
Yeah, R2 offering a little bit of cycling here for Jeff. Maybe Jeff looking for some specific cards at this stage. He still has 3 more resources. Now, I do believe the action should be back on Kyle right after the R2. And here we go. Now he's just deciding how he wants to go about the attack. So now we've got the aggression and the command unit. So he's going to be able to give a token, an experience token to a unit and deal 1 damage. So he deals an extra damage to Jeff's base. And now Jeff is going to present a unit in the space arena with the restored arc.
King there from Sabine.
And
It's
Kyle just
looking
going to clean
it's
it up.
looking pretty good for Kyle right now. The start of this game was a little more looking a little better for Jeff. We had him with the initiative able to use his C3PO to clear that Marine. But Kyle has now made some stuff stick, and Jeff only has the R2D2, not the strongest unit in the world.
Yeah, no, this was Jeff having the momentum early, and Kyle has definitely shifted it back around. And once again, Sabine's Masterpiece has been really important. He didn't get to do ECL with it, but it's still been really important. And here's a pretty big play for Jeff, disabling Fang Fighter, defeating the experience token. And with Blue Leader having attacked and defeated the restored arc, he had 3 damage on. So now the Blue Leader defeated after losing that token. Action back over to Kyle. Still has 2 pretty big threats on the board, but Jeff certainly needing a response in the space arena, and he did find one.
Here's a big question. What is going to happen with Anakin this turn? I believe this is Jeff's flip turn, and it could be huge. But Kyle is going to attack with Poe Dameron, not risking a potential blowout from a Fell the Dragon or similar. So that's going to be 6 to base, discards a card for 2 damage to clear that Fang Fighter as well.
Yeah, discarding for a cause here to
That's a
take out
good
the
card,
Fang
though. I
Fighter.
don't know that
Yeah, it is.
you
It's
really
tough.
want to lose. What must he have in his hand for losing for a cause to seem good?
Yeah, that's tough. So Anakin is deployed, and Anakin is big. He's +3 power. He's a 7/7 with Overwhelm, of course, giving an immediate answer to Poe Dameron. Let's see what Kyle has here on his next action. It looks like he has 1 card in hand. He still has the Masterpiece ready, and it is going to be the Wrecker. He will defeat a resource, 5 damage to Anakin Skywalker, which means that if Anakin attacks into either of these units, he will now get defeated.
Yeah, it also means that Kyle has developed 2 different powerful units. A Fell the Dragon can only clear 1 of them. What is this from Jeff?
He
Just a
does
restored arc.
have another restored arc. It doesn't immediately do anything about that Sabine's Masterpiece. It does potentially give him some restore on future turns. The action back over to Kyle here after the restored arc is played, and Kyle is showing potentially 5 damage with that Masterpiece. It's a 4/4, and then the on-attack ability, having the aggression unit in play, could potentially deal an extra damage to base.
I think you take this attack. At least personally, I think you take the attack. That's like, 5 damage to base probably. That's getting Jeff very into the danger zone.
Yeah, big deal here. Sabine's Masterpiece coming through. It is going to be 5 damage, 22 damage on Jeff's base, just 8 HP remaining. And now where does Anakin go? You have to answer one of these threats. The question is it Wrecker or is it Poe? And it looks like it will be Poe to do the extra overwhelm damage, 8 damage on Kyle's base now. But now Kyle can claim the initiative, and he's got Wrecker ready to go to potentially deal 7 damage with his first action.
I do think eliminating Poe there was the correct play for Jeff, because with 22 damage on the base, if Jeff had killed Wrecker instead, Kyle could have attacked with Poe, discarded a card for the on attack ability, and done 8 total damage to the base to just win the game outright.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So great call. You get the extra overwhelm damage, Poe. Yes, you are right. With that on attack ability was actually showing fatal. At this point, Kyle has to take 2 actions to win the game.
Unless
He
there's a
does
heroic
have the initiative.
sacrifice or something for Wrecker.
Yes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Heroic sacrifice would be the potential buff to win this game with 1 action, attacking with Wrecker.
Rebel Assault wouldn't function here because Wrecker is not a rebel. You play the card, but it would only buff the Sabine's Masterpiece.
So here
Jeff to
comes
1
7
HP.
damage. Oh, here it is. 1 HP remaining. Does Jeff have an answer? What does he have up his sleeve for us? And he doesn't
Nothing.
have it. He's going to give the fist bump. And Kyle from the Colorado Cantina crew improves to 7-1. And that very well may lock him a spot in day 2. Sabine ECL and Kyle taking it over Anakin and Jeff. What a match.
That was great, Josh. Well done to Kyle for that win. And it was another nice close match. We had 3 games. There was definitely some back and forth. And it was interesting to me, this last one here, Kyle started out not having the initiative. Jeff had that the C3PO set up to remove that early battlefield Marine. It wasn't a good start for Kyle, but he turned it around and got the win.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you, Sabine's masterpiece, absolutely, in my opinion, the MVP for Kyle in this match, because in games 2 and 3, it was so important and just got so much value, and it really did help carry Kyle across the finish line.
Very interesting situation and a strong win there for Sabine. Now, as we were discussing earlier, those Sabine games leave you with a lot more time. So we still have
Right.
about 20 minutes before we move to the final round of Swiss. And I believe we are going to take a quick break during that time. I'm Tower number 9, joined here by Josh from Next Gen Gaming SC, and we will be back for round 9, the final round of today's Minneapolis regional qualifier here at McClunky Gaming.
All right, guys, we are back with the live stream from the regional qualifier in Minneapolis. I'm Josh Schneider. Tower number 9 is with me as we are going to be bringing you the final round of Swiss of day 1 here in this regional qualifier. It has been an exciting day, some great matches. And Tower, now it all comes down to this one last round to see who all gets into day 2.
That's right, Josh. And we've had some great matches on stream so far today. This is going to be the 9th and final round of Swiss play in day 1, but there are going to be more Swiss rounds tomorrow. And then following that, there is going to be the top cut.
Yeah,
We
we will
should
have.
have an interesting match here. Claire is saying we're going to have Yoda versus Luke, so stay tuned for something spicy here.
Oh, that's awesome. Can't wait to see that. Some heroism action, and you've got to believe that that Luke player is, man, he's hunting that showcase. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. Now, I want to point something out real quick before we kind of get into this feature match. Going into last round, so this was 7 rounds in, was one of the final undefeated players, Matthew Weisenberger. I might be pronouncing that incorrectly. If I am, I apologize. But Tower, not only was Matthew 7-0, he was 14-0 in his game record. Insane. It's just absolutely crazy that it was 14-0
What a
through
record.
7 rounds. Yeah, incredible. Now he ended up getting paired against the other Han. So there was 2 Han solos that was undefeated. It was a Han solo Audacious Smuggler Data Vault. That was your undefeated with not one game loss throughout the first 7 rounds. And then you had Cole Lapine on Han Solo Blue Han 2, Han Solo Worth the Risk, Dagobah Swamp, and you had Matthew finally take his first loss of the tournament, but what a run that was. So going into the final round here, we now have just 2 undefeated players remaining. Your 2 undefeated players, Cole Lapine and Ophir Maram, and that is Wu, of course, on Kira Data Vault and Cole on Han Dagobah Swamp. But we're going to get a match that should have big implications, Tower, because this match, I believe, is between 2 players that are X and 2 fighting for a spot in day 2.
Ooh, that's going to be a hard fought battle indeed. Uh, you know, it's always tough when somebody's on the bubble. Let's see how we do here.
So blue-green heroism versus blue-green heroism, both on Data Vault. This should be rather interesting. Now, when you compare the 2 leaders, Tower, I would say that, you know, when we get into the later game, like you would think that Yoda has the ability to be more impactful than Luke does, right? With that wind deployed ability, if he can set it up, it could be a huge tempo swing.
Yoda is a very interesting leader. I'm not sure if this is going to be the combo standard version. There is actually a combo version of Yoda where you're focusing on trying to play Endless Legions for free via You're My Only Hope. But I am not sure if that's what this deck is doing. And Tony showing off some big swag here. His mat proclaims that he's already a PQ champion, and he has a showcase Yoda already as well. So he may not just be a showcase hunter. He may be a dedicated Yoda player.
Yeah, absolutely. PQ champion. That is great stuff. Pretty cool. Awesome. Star Wars, the card game throwback there. Old school Star Wars card game play mat for Joe. And we are ready to go. Final round of Swiss. Tony versus Joe. Yoda versus Luke. Again, lots of implications here. These players trying to advance on to day 2. And you got to know that Joe is just itching to get that Luke Skywalker showcase. So, Tony, he's actually sitting there with a showcase already, Tower. You know that Joe would love to get a hold of that Luke showcase.
Yeah, the Luke showcase is a much rarer one. Cases due to not being included in Spark of Rebellion. And here we go.
We are off. Game 1 underway. Phoenix Squadron A-Wing for Tony and Battlefield Marine for Joe. So a little ground versus space action to start this round.
And ground versus space does tend to favor the player on the ground. Not universally true, but that does seem to be the general trend.
So first action, Tony getting in for 3, and then Joe playing the Fleet Lieutenant, getting in with Battlefield Marine for 5 damage. And I don't think they're putting the damage counters on the base as of now. Maybe we can get them to start putting the tokens there for us and the viewers. But the Village Protectors also coming into play. So Tony playing his first ground unit of game 1. Joe has the initiative.
The old Village Protectors there, quite an obstacle here for Joe, but he's fighting it out with them. Now, should there be some damage on Tony's base here?
Yeah, so neither one of them put damage on their bases last turn when they attacked into each other's bases. So hopefully we can get them to add the dice onto the bases.
Yeah, you mentioned that, and I'm noticing they have still not done it. A little unfortunate, but looks like it's going to be a pilot Poe played as a ground unit and bringing the X-wing over there, then not hopping on a unit as a pilot.
Yeah, just pushing some board presence here, going wide with that Poe. And we see Kanan Jarrus coming out for Joe. So Joe has been all ground arena for the first few turns of this game.
And there are the markers on the base.
There we go. Yep. So 6 damage on Joe's base, 5 for Tony.
It's an interesting field here. It's kind of unusual to see these battles where both sides have quite a few units on the board, but we have 3 units in play for both players already, and we're still pretty early into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players sticking some units to the board early in this game.
Let's see what's happening next. Kanan, pretty cool here. Very useful to have in a race, not only doing a decent chunk of damage, but also some potential repairs, depending on what ends up getting discarded from the opponent's deck.
So Tony continuing to go to base, 3 damage with Poe Dameron. And Joe will say, I call your 3 damage. Fleet Lieutenant getting in for 3.
Ooh, Admiral Akbar.
Nice little play. Admiral Akbar defeating that Battlefield Marine.
Admiral Akbar is not the most commonly seen unit, but honestly, I think he's a pretty good one.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see Bright Hope coming in for Joe, actually returning his Fleet Lieutenant back to hand, drawing a card, and now we'll be able to take advantage of that win played ability on Fleet Lieutenant at a future point in this game.
That is a big obstacle for Tony's Space Force here. That not only is Home One potentially able, or I'm sorry, not Home One, Bright Hope, able to potentially defeat both those small fighters while staying on the board, Joe's going to use Luke's ability to give it a shield as well. That is a big obstacle in space.
Yeah, absolutely. Bright Hope paired up with Luke's action ability, getting the shield token. That is quite the play for Joe here on that on that on that 5 resource turn. And now here comes blue leader for Tony, paying the extra 2, moving over to the ground arena, ambushing and defeating Kanan. And now we're going to see Joe playing Obi-Wan Kenobi to slow things down in the ground arena. Tony still showing Poe and Akbar ready. Luke Skywalker deployed.
Big sentinels in both ground and space for Joe, and with Luke now on the field, he potentially has some ways to shield them as well.
Yeah, very good stuff here for Joe. Luke's going to get in for 4. Obi-Wan now getting a shield token. So, as you mentioned, 2 Sentinel units, both of them have a shield token. Joe says, look, you've got to get through these Sentinels. I'm going to keep pressuring the base. We've got 17 damage on Tony's base. Luke on the board can just continue to put more shield tokens on these units. Units can have more than 1 shield token, so these Sentinels are going to be quite difficult for Tony to get through.
Yeah, and both players here are on Data Vault. So even though Tony has already taken, I believe that's 17 damage, there's still going to be a big chunk of HP left. I believe 16 left there for Tony. And Joe with, I believe, 26 left.
Now there's a start, taking out one of the Sentinel units, take down, defeating Obi-Wan Kenobi, but that does allow Joe to use that when defeated trigger. Luke Skywalker getting 2 experience tokens. It's a force unit. Joe gets to draw a card as well, and here comes another Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Ouch, not a sight that I think Tony loves to see here. These Sentinels are a massive problem for Tony if he is trying to go with any kind of race game plan. Indeed, we're seeing those base HP totals really coming apart here as Joe is able to keep attacking Tony's base, but Tony is unable to get through Joe's Sentinels.
Yoda action ability used. He gets to draw a card and then put a card back. This is very interesting.
And look at that. The
Great
Bright Hope
presence.
there, it looked like he was thinking about it, but he ends up going for the base, not for one of those units.
So now Yoda deployed. U-Wing was on top, so Obi-Wan Kenobi defeated. And look at this Luke Skywalker, 2 more experience tokens going in for 8 damage. Bright Hope getting yet another shield token.
This is looking terrible for Tony. He I don't know if he has a solution for that. Luke, I don't know if he has a Sentinel of his own, but I mean it's looking really bad. I think he's just gonna have to. Let's see. Luke has what, 8 HP here?
Yeah, I believe he had 11 total. He's got 3 damage, so yeah, 8 HP remaining.
Is Tony just gonna have to crash into him? It looks really bad.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's just probably going to have to attack in. He's got the blue leader. He has Yoda. So between both of those, that's 9 possible damage. Now we also see the Admiral Yularen coming out.
He does just crash on in. But he developed the Admiral Yularen. You know, overall, it's not looking that bad. I mean, I don't know. The double shielded Bright Hope is still a big obstacle in space. But at least that double buffed Luke is off the field. Tony's got to be at least breathing a bit of a sigh of relief with respect to that.
Yeah, that is a good point. Now, did you happen to catch what he chose with Admiral Yularen? Did he choose the restore?
I am not sure.
Pretty clear he didn't choose the shield, right? He would have given some.
No, it doesn't actually give a shield.
You're right.
It gives
No, you're
shielded.
right.
You'd have to be
Yeah,
playing them.
yeah, you have to play it. Nope, you're right. So I guess we're not sure. I guess he could call Sentinel too. That could also slow Joe down.
Yeah, though, I mean, with those 2 shields currently on it, that Bright Hope would actually be able to just fight its way through both those fighters if they were sentinels and actually would be undamaged.
So Bright Hope getting in for a couple extra damage, actually 4 damage because of that Fleet Lieutenant. We saw Joe bounce it back to hand earlier, and he attacks for 4, putting Tony
28
up to...
damage on Tony's base.
That is quite a bit. Now we do see Home 1 coming out and pulling back the blue leader.
Fell the
And
dragon
now,
countering Home 1.
yeah, that's good play. Take the big 7/7 space unit off the board. Now Bright Hope finally losing that last shield token. Tony has had to do quite a bit of work to get through the shield tokens here in this game.
We are now at 28 damage on Tony's base, which means that a Fleet Lieutenant buffing that Fleet Lieutenant would end the game. But I believe it also means there's 5 HP left for Tony, which means the You're My Only Hope, get whatever's on top of your deck for free is now enabled.
Joe with the first action. Does he have a way to find the last 5 damage that he needs here in game 1?
Rebel Assault would win the game. Fleet Lieutenant would win the game. Not sure what else he might be running, but we'll see. I don't think he has an instant win, or he would have played it already. You don't really have to spend a lot of time thinking about those normally, although maybe you'd want to check up and make sure you're doing your math correctly.
Yeah, that is a good point. Crucial play right here for Joe. And again, I think pretty clear that he doesn't have the pump at this point. I think he would have played it. Bright Hope's just going to get in for 2, taking the damage total up to 30. And now the Village Protectors in the ground arena for Tony. That's going to be a roadblock for that Fleet Lieutenant.
Now, some people are pointing out that it's possible that Yoda Leader should actually not have been removed after crashing into Luke there, because Luke was, what was it? It was 4 experience, so that was total of 8 power, and Yoda does have 9 HP.
That is a good point. I do believe it was just 4 experience tokens on Luke, which, yes, that is right. Just 8 total power. And look at this redemption coming out for Joe. That's just another big Space Sentinel. It's a 6/9. And there's, no real reason for Joe to heal any damage here. You just want the threats.
Just wants more numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. So redemption, like I said, just a big 6/9 Sentinel in the space arena. Joe has put down so many big Sentinel units in this game. Lauren is going to crack into Fleet Lieutenant.
It's funny that this game started out with Tony being the player with the stronger space arena, because Joe's Space Sentinels have created a huge obstacle for Tony. It looks like he's just going to crash his fighters into that Bright Hope and get it off the board, so space is now totally clear.
He had the answers for space. He played Fell the Dragon to defeat Redemption. And then between the blue leader and the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, he was able to take out the Bright Hope. Now, both of his units were defeated in the process, but now, with just 3 HP remaining, he has the Village Protectors guarding the base from Fleet Lieutenant.
Man.
Joe has the first action.
I wonder if Tony has some way to combo off. Or is he running a more means the problem with the Endless Legions combo version of the deck is it involves running a bunch of cards that are bad. Or like they're not bad, but they're out of aspect and things that are really not like if you like, are you really going to play, you know, like a double out of aspect relentless or whatever? You know what I mean? Like
Right.
there's a bunch of like just like weird stuff in there. Um, or are you really going to play an out of aspect crate dragon? I don't know that
Right.
you're even going to have that many resources in a game. But with Endless Legions, you get to play them all for free if you do the combo correctly. But then in those games where you don't get to the combo, it's like, why is this card in my build?
That's a fair point, Tower, for sure. So look at this U-Wing reinforcement for Joe, finding Luke Skywalker. And Luke Skywalker is going to defeat the Village Protectors. But Tony having the 3-power Luke Skywalker in the ground arena, able to trade with the Fleet Lieutenant. And now Joe just going to put another threat on the board, which presents lethal, the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. So now 1 unit in the ground arena, 1 unit in the space arena that Joe can win
Yoda's
this
ability
game with.
used, but it's not going to be that endless legions.
So the question is, what can he find? Because he plays U-Wing reinforcement, but again, he's got to find an answer for both arenas here, because either one of Joe's units swing for fatal if they're kept on the board. Maybe multiple Sentinel units could be an option here.
Yeah, it could be interesting.
Maybe
Like what
something
would
like
you
Bright
want
Hope
here? Like
plus.
yeah, that's just what I was thinking, but he doesn't have it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Bright
Echo
Hope.
Baby
He has one
Defender.
Sentinel.
It's not going to be enough. All Joe has to do is take the initiative now, unless Tony has some way to heal or to get that A-Wing off the board. It's going to be able to just swing for lethal. I think that's game.
Here's so, yeah, the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing representing lethal, and that is going to do it for game one. Joe, the Luke Data Vault player, you know he's got to be hunting that showcase. He takes game one here in round 8. Again, both of these players looking to advance to day 2. We're going to head to game 2. Luke with the lead early in this final round.
Yeah, and in chat on the YouTube chat, Claire pointed out that the situation with Yoda, a judge was called and it was pointed out to the players, but it was too far past the moment, and they both agreed that they were going to just proceed from there. So unfortunate situation, did get caught, and luckily they were at least informed of the scenario, so they'll know about it if it comes up again. But unfortunately, we were too far past to have any sort of direct remedy, it seems. That is how it happens sometimes. Not everything can be necessarily settled, and also that Yularen had called grip, which I don't think ended up being very important.
Okay. But certainly good to know. And yeah, again, both of these players sitting at 6-2 right now, needing this win to get into day 2. Now, we didn't see the whole Endless Legion line for Tony and the Yoda Data Vault. Is there anything specific you're looking for that we didn't see in that game 1 for Tony to try and turn things around?
One of the thing, like, it's kind of interesting. I don't know what the exact role is at this point in the I don't know what the exact role is at this point in the match. I don't know if he's thought, okay, I'm going to be the control. If he is going to be the control, I think you're going to want to have some restore. You're going to want to have sentinels. I mean, but some of these are cards that he's already playing.
Right.
Another question would just be, if he is doing the combo, he didn't see it, but he may just be playing a non-combo version of the build. However, even a non-combo version of the build can still get a lot of value out of You're My Only Hope. It can actually be an extremely powerful card with Yoda. Another card that can be good for Yoda in particular is the card Foresight, where these really synergize with his ability to let you kind of rig the outcome of a card that would otherwise have a lot of randomness. But I'm not sure. I don't know if he's chosen not to run those, or it's just been bad luck for him not to draw them, or what.
Yeah, no, you do make some really good points. You're My Only Hope goes so well with this Yoda leader as you're able to set up what goes back on top, and then you can potentially play it for free if you have 5 or less remaining HP on your base. So the card we're talking about, if you're not familiar with it, You're My Only Hope. It costs 3. You look at the top card of your deck, you can play it, and it costs 5 less unless your base has the 5 or less remaining HP. Then you can play it for free instead. And the big combo with Yoda is that Yoda allows you to draw a card, and then you get to put a card from your hand back on top or bottom of your deck so you can set up exactly what you want on top to combo with your My Only Hope. And also, of course, the leader flip combos very well with just the flip also. But I think another thing that could be important here for Tony, we saw these big Sentinel units loaded up with shields really be the difference in that game. I'm wondering if he has any more ways to bring in removal from the sideboard. Maybe some extra removal to get through and deal with those big shielded Sentinel units. Maybe that's an option as well.
Yeah, and another option would be some kind of removal that could handle just clearing Luke, the leader, who was a big part of all the shields that were accumulating. Like a rival's fall just to clear
Right.
Luke would be, I think, quite welcome here for Tony.
Yeah, absolutely. So Joe starting out all space arena here in game 2. We see the restored arc on turn 1. Sabine's masterpiece coming out on turn 2. And Tony just playing Yoda did not have a turn 1 play.
Well, I mean, not having a turn 1 play is pretty bad. Having Yoda is pretty good. So one thing that's interesting here is Sabine's masterpiece with a friendly vigilance unit. The only ability that's relevant on there is actually an ability to restore, but it's going to be traded for by that blue leader before it gets any ability to go off. What
Oh, and
pilot
then
is that?
it's Chewbacca, I think. I'm pretty sure it's Chewbacca. So Sabine's masterpiece defeated, and then Chewbacca put on the restored arc. That's now a 5/6 with restore 1, and he gets in for 5. That's going to need to be answered rather quickly.
Yeah, but what answer might Tony have? That's the question here. With Chewbacca making the restored arc immune to normal effects and with no glory only likely not being in this build because it would be out of aspect, I'm not sure what Tony has that's going to be an easy answer to this restored arc.
That is a strong point. Chewbacca going to make it very difficult to take care of that restored arc. Again, Chewbacca, when played as a pilot upgrade, attached unit gains. This unit can't be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. So things like Fell the Dragon here, some form of removal with an event just won't work. And look at this. Once again, Joe playing the Obi-Wan Kenobi. And now Jedi lightsaber going on Kanan Jarrus. That is a massive Kanan Jarrus.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. Kanan can now swing in for 7, and so not only would that be enough to defeat Obi hit even without the debuff means he's only going to take 2 damage in return.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Getting that extra on attack ability from the Jedi
Now, did Kanan's
lightsaber.
mill go off there? Did they forget it?
It appears so. Now, is it a May ability? Can't remember. Is it a May
I'm not
or
sure. Let's
it is a
take a look
May?
at that.
It
It
is
is
a
a May.
May.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
just a
Just
missed
a
trigger, I
miss there.
suppose.
Yeah. So we're trading some damage after Luke comes out. A shield token put onto the Concord Dawn Interceptors with that on attack ability. Of course, when Obi-Wan is defeated, once again, just like in game 1, 2 experience tokens going on to Luke Skywalker. It lets Joe draw that extra card, and Luke a 6/9.
There is an answer though. That Kanan can actually defeat Luke in 1 hit here. He's only swinging for 7, but with the on-attack ability from the Jedi lightsaber giving the target -2/-2, that is enough to clear Luke.
And this time he does remember the on-attack trigger, discarding Battlefield Marine. Tony gets to heal 2 damage from his base, and that is a great point. The on-attack trigger giving Luke -2/-2. That will defeat Luke Skywalker, and Kanan will stick around with 6 damage on. He still has a couple HP remaining, but now it's Luke Skywalker, the 7-cost unit for Joe. That's going to come in, give Kanan -6/-6, defeat him, and look at this. Tony has his own Luke Skywalker, and the piloted restored arc is defeated.
Nice play there from Tony. His own Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight clearing that restored arc with Chewie on it is big. And Yoda deploying, flipping U-wing reinforcement and clearing Joe's Luke. Tony is now far ahead.
It was a huge advantage for Joe, and that Luke Skywalker taking out the restored arc, and then as you mentioned, Yoda flipping, taking out Luke. I mean, it has completely flipped here, and now Tony has complete control of this second game.
Yeah, Joe still has his Conquer Dawn interceptors up there in the space arena. They're even still protected by a shield, but the ground arena has fallen completely out of his control. We have Leader Yoda, Luke Jedi Knight, a unit Yoda, and a copy of Village Protectors. He is in big trouble here.
Now, Joe is going to slow things down a little bit, plays Obi-Wan Kenobi, but of course, Luke Skywalker with 6 power able to attack and defeat Obi-Wan as well, or right away. 2 experience tokens going over to the Concord Dawn Interceptor that deals 3, but now with both Yoda in play, the 3-cost unit and the leader unit, Tony is able to restore 4 right now, and he's restoring 3 with Luke. That's 7 restore on the board.
Yeah, getting that buff onto the Conquer Dawn Interceptors from Obi-Wan's ability is nice, but it's nowhere near enough. There's just way too much restore.
Yeah, this game has completely flipped on its head for Joe. Joe now finding himself probably in a spot he just can't claw out of. We see Bright Hope come out. Poe Dameron's going to come out and attach to that X-Wing token that was just created. And with 19 damage on Joe's base, I do
Look,
believe...
if I were Joe, I might just scoop for time. Unless he knows something I don't see how he's winning this one.
Yeah, there's no way back in this game, I don't believe.
This isn't, I mean, I don't, maybe he has out of aspect super laser blast or something, but it's looking really bad.
Now here's a start. Luke Skywalker, another copy of Luke for Joe, coming in, defeating Tony's Luke. And now we're going to start getting in with the other units that Tony has. We've got 23 damage on Joe's base after Yoda leader unit getting in, restoring a couple damage. Joe's Luke Skywalker getting a shield token from the leader Luke's action ability.
Man, does Tony must have lethal this turn, right?
If he
He
doesn't,
must.
he's got to be close. Here comes
Oh, but he may have just
takedown
lost
to
it.
defeat Luke. So now once again, Joe's ground arena is cleared. 3-cost Yoda getting in for a couple more damage. Another Village Protectors. You've got 25 damage on Joe's base. And with all that restore, he's about to have no damage on base.
Joe is fighting on. Now, to be fair, they do have a decent amount of time. They probably have time for a third game, but I don't know what the path to victory here is for Joe. I'm not sure what he's seen himself potentially drawing that could get him out of this situation.
Yeah, this is an awful situation for sure. He's going to start first action, another Obi-Wan Kenobi. If I'm not mistaken, that's all 3 Obi-Wan Kenobis in this game. So Joe just trying to extend the game a bit more, see if he can find some sort of answer. And now The shield token going on Obi-Wan Kenobi will make it a little bit more difficult for Tony to break through the defense here.
Well, he is drawing it out, but Tony's bright hope finally cleared.
Yeah, after a couple attacks with the interceptor,
I just don't
that
think the
bright hope
damage
gone.
that Joe has in space is up to chewing through Tony's restore.
Well, take 2 for Joe. He plays Chewbacca once again as a pilot upgrade on Restored Arc. We saw him do this earlier in the game, and now Tony's going to slam home 1 down. And that's going to be a big problem because that's going to, at least as of now, go unimpeded in for 7 next turn, and that is going to do it. Now Joe will scoop it up, and we are going to a deciding Game 3 between Yoda and Luke.
Yeah, we'll see who is able to get the advantage this time, but man, what a reversal we saw in that last game, Josh. With the Kanan using that lightsaber to defeat Luke, followed by Tony having a great answer for Joe's own Luke with the Yoda flip. The whole game turned around in 1 turn, it felt like.
Yeah, it really did. It was such a big turnaround. Joe had the Restored Arc, piloted by Chewbacca, was getting in for 5 each turn. And that Luke Skywalker coming out and defeating Restored Arc on a turn where Restored Arc was still ready, hadn't even got in the damage yet. So that was an extra 5 damage as well that Joe wasn't able to get in. And then the big play, flipping Yoda, Ewing reinforcement discarded, defeating Luke. That was just, at that point, I don't think there was ever a real way for Joe to climb back into it. Tony just had complete control from that play forward.
Okay. You're shuffling on up. I mean, this is a big game for both these players, Josh.
Oh, this game is huge. It all comes down to this final Game 3 to determine which one of these 2 players will advance on to Day 2. The pressure is on. Joe will be able to start the initiative, or start the game with the initiative in this final Game 3. It's been an action-packed day of Star Wars Unlimited here in Minneapolis, and all comes down to this feature match, 2 decks that we had yet to see throughout the day. You and I talked about it before the games even started, the potential of players looking to go showcase hunting, especially with the Spark of Rebellion, the Luke Skywalker, and Darth Vader. Darth Vader, Spark of Rebellion, was actually one of the, I believe it was one of the top 8 most represented decks in the field. Now, we didn't see Luke on that list, but clearly there was some Luke players as well.
Showcase hunters or not, very few people playing Luke. Here we go.
All comes down to this final game. Joe with the initiative, playing the Restored Arc. C3PO for Tony. This time it's a miss. He will not get any card advantage off of the when played ability. And here it is, Joe, once again, Chewbacca on turn 2. Oh, no, excuse me. Sorry, that's Luke Skywalker. So it's a little bit easier for Tony to deal with, but it's still +3 power. So Joe still dealing 5 damage on turn 2 with Restored Arc. A little bit of deja vu here, Tower. Joe has been very aggressive in this match. I mean, really, all 3 games, loading up the shielded sentinels in game 1 and just going base, 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 and then back-to-back games with restored arc, being able to swing for 5 starting on turn 2.
Yeah, now Tony's going to try and slow Joe down a bit with right hook, see if Joe has an answer. Resupply.
Now both players have played resupply in this game. Now, Joe did get in his attack with Restored Arc before the Bright Hope came down, so 10 damage on Tony's base with 2 attacks from Restored Arc. But now that 6 HP on Bright Hope makes things a little bit interesting because with just 5 power that the Restored Arc has, either 2 attacks or some other way of buffing that Restored Arc to get through with 1 action. And we are going
Might
to
be
play
tough.
Blue Leader. So look at this play. Blue Leader coming in, ambushing the Bright Hope, which puts 3 damage onto Bright Hope. Blue Leader takes 2 damage back, and then Joe uses the Win Plate ability, moving the Blue Leader over to the ground arena, paying the 2 resources there, 2 experience tokens, and now Luke is able to give it a shield. So it's a 5 power ground unit with shield for Joe. Big time play there. Tony just going to take C-3PO, attack into Luke Skywalker. C-3PO defeated, 1 damage onto Luke. Luke will get in for 4 damage. The Restored Arc shielded up. And now the Restored Arc will attack and defeat the Bright Hope, just losing the shield token, restoring 1 from Joe's base. And here comes You're My Only Hope into Luke Skywalker.
Dang. That is a big play.
That is a massive play. Joe's Luke Skywalker leader unit defeated. And that could be a big tempo play for Tony here in game 3 that really changes things.
I believe in between the first 2 games, we were talking about how Yoda is one of the biggest cards potentially for Yoda. And I think this is the first time we've seen it, but we've seen it with a big result.
Absolutely. That is a big time play in this game 3 for Tony. Now, initiative on Joe's side.
He still has some powerful units on the field.
Yeah, he does. He's still showing on board 10 more damage between those 2 units. And he is going to go with Blue Leader into Luke Skywalker here.
Interesting.
And now Luke will go in for the trade. So Tony, okay with the trade there, restoring 3 damage. Both Luke and Blue Leader off the board. But that Restored Arc getting in for another 5, 16 damage on Tony's base.
Yeah, and that Restored Arc is protected by Chewbacca. That does mean a lot of normal removal isn't going to work on it, and it's almost restored Joe's base completely. Only 1 damage still left on there.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Now, a
Ever
card
since
that
the
would be...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say another Luke Skywalker for Tony would be huge, but I don't
Oh,
think he
yeah.
has it right now.
A Luke from either of them would be huge.
Yeah.
Now, Restored Arc has been a card that I've quite liked ever since the early preview decks of this game. It's just a really solid, basic, decent stats, nice keyword, just nice traits, just decent, solid starting value unit. And it's going well for Joe here, especially with that Chewie to pilot it.
And now Joe making another pretty epic play here. We've got the U-Wing reinforcement. Let's see if he can really put some big pressure on Tony with what he finds. Taking a little time to think this one through. And it's going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi, not the most aggressive unit, but it does put a 4-6 Sentinel in Joe's ground arena. Now the action back over to Tony. Oh,
Now what? Wait.
it was
Oh, you
Luke.
know what? It wasn't Chewie. It was
Yeah, it
Luke
was Luke.
Skywalker.
Now,
I was thinking, now what's happened here? They misplayed it, but Yoda was able to defeat the restored arc because that pilot wasn't Chewie, it was Luke.
yep, that's
Now Luke
absolutely
now
right.
arrives on the ground arena, and notably Luke is a force unit. So if that Obi-Wan gets defeated, he could potentially give the 2 experience and to Luke and get the card draw from that if Tony doesn't clear the pilot Luke there on the ground first. And he doesn't. So there's
Now
the
here
buff.
comes, yeah, here comes Blue Leader coming in, will ambush and defeat Obi-Wan and remain on the board.
Well, that pilot being Luke and not Chewie definitely made that situation less stable for Joe than I was thinking.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
Now, somebody asked, why doesn't Restored Arc have 2 damage on it from way back when it hit Bright Hope? Someone else says that it has a shield. And yeah, Yoda flip is an easy answer there, but in the event that it had been Chewbacca like we thought, the Yoda flip would not have been effective there because Chewbacca would have rendered it immune to one of those straight defeat effects.
So now Joe has the first action, and he's going to play his own Blue Leader, paying the full 5, a 5-5 ambush into Yoda. Yoda defeated. That's a big-time play.
And now Tony taking the trade with his Blue Leader, but not for his opponent's Blue Leader, rather for that pilot Luke. And that means that Joe's going to have the opportunity to shield his Blue Leader with Luke's ability if he wants, but he's going for something else.
No, just playing the Echo-based defender, putting another Sentinel, and here's another copy of Luke Skywalker for Tony. The buffed-up Blue Leader defeated.
This is feeling like one of those earlier games we had where the players are trading haymakers with these really big, impactful plays.
Yes, you love to see it back and forth. Big swing versus big swing. Joe has the initiative, 4 damage to base with the Echo-based defender, but Luke Skywalker will very likely nullify 3 of that damage that just came through with the Restore 3. Echo-based defeated. And another Luke Skywalker, this time on Joe's side, will defeat Tony's Luke.
But there's Fell the Dragon.
Incredible.
An empty
Absolutely
board.
incredible. Empty board for both players. Now, Tony does have more available resources. He also uses the Yoda action ability, ends up drawing a card, putting one on the bottom of the deck, and is just going to play Luke Skywalker. So right now, these two players just completely controlling each other's board. Both leaders have been deployed and defeated.
They're trading hits here. Now, Joe is ahead on base HP. They have a little bit less than 11 minutes until time is called. And there's another Luke.
Luke after Luke after Luke. Joe's got it. Luke taking out Luke.
Man.
Does Tony have another
Luke
answer?
Skywalkers have we seen here?
I mean, it's been, what, at least 4 or 5 in this game. Has to be. Now Joe's Luke getting a shield token, and Tony's going to play a big unit of his own, playing home 1. Let's see what he gets back.
Yeah, home 1, and it looks like he has at least 1 resource, so we could see a more expensive unit. A common misconception is that home 1 has to bring in a 3 or less cost unit. It can actually bring in a more expensive unit than that, as long as you have the resources to make up for the rest of that unit's cost. And I guess he had at least 2 resources because it looks like he's bringing in a blue leader and sending it to the ground arena, but I can only imagine he won't resolve ambush since Luke would just defeat it.
Yeah, that is exactly right. Not resolving that ambush, but still getting a 5-5 in the ground arena, a 7-7 in the space arena. Not too bad for one action.
Yeah, home one is a lot of, especially late in the game when you have a bunch of resources and can bring in those expensive plays.
So here we go. Joe has the initiative. He's got Luke on the board. He's certainly ahead in this race. 15 damage on Tony's base, just 1 damage on Joe's base. It's all on the line here, folks. Both of these players in a must-win situation to advance to day 2. Joe's got his own home one. What is happening, Tower?
Oh, what a crazy game this is. It really is just some of the, and he's going to spend 3 resources to bring out an Obi-Wan.
That is huge. Obi-Wan
That is
Kenobi is a big deal here.
now the blue leader crashes into Obi-Wan. Neither is defeated, but both are left at 1 HP.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then Joe has the door open. Luke Skywalker getting in for 6, restoring the last damage on Joe's base. And Tony really doesn't have much of an option. He has to trade home one for home one.
He
It's
still has a
18
lot of
damage.
resources.
Yes, he does. So let's see what he does here with 18 damage on his base. Can he
Boy.
once again change the landscape of this match? We have seen so many momentum shifts throughout this entire match.
Oh, it's tech. Tech is a
Look at
huge
this.
deal with this many resources in the row.
Absolutely. I don't know if we've seen Tech yet in this match. He's going to play Tech, and then it looks like he smuggles in the Village Protectors.
That's going to be a major obstacle now. And I think Joe would really like to get that tech off the field. I wonder if he's going to have a takedown or something that he can use to, or some way to get rid of that village protectors and then play another blue leader or something. There's tech is a really major threat when this many play.
Absolutely. This late in the game, Tech essentially makes it to where every one of your resources is essentially a card in your hand. Every resource gains smuggle. Now, it does cost an additional 2 to play that card, but this is an absolute massive card advantage ability for Tony, especially at this stage in the game. We'll see if it makes a big impact here. Joe with the action. Look at this, playing Redemption, and he's going to fully heal Obi-Wan Kenobi, putting that 5 damage onto Redemption. And it's Rival's Fall. It gets through the shield. He takes out Luke Skywalker.
Oh man, that.
Oh, wow.
But look at that. Chewbacca
That's
pilot.
insane.
It is Chewbacca pilot this time, not Luke. And now that Redemption medical frigate's going to be very difficult for Tony to clear.
You were absolutely right, Tower. That Chewbacca makes things very interesting. That is a 9-power Redemption in the space arena. Now, he does have 5 damage, 12 total HP, so he'll have 7 remaining, but he's going to give it a shield token with Luke.
Yeah, and that healed Obi-Wan is now an obstacle for Tony on the ground. Let's think about this. So the Redemption has 5 damage on it, but its HP is up to 12, so it has 7 HP. So even if there is a full -6 on another Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, it would not actually clear Redemption.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's immune to
absolutely
almost
right.
all other removal thanks to Chewbacca being on there. I wonder if Tony has brought in confiscates for this.
That is a good question. Does he have any direct upgrade removal? Now, again,
Given
Tech
the
on the board, he has options.
given the threat of lightsabers and pilots and shields and stuff, I do think some upgrade removal would be quite desirable in this matchup.
Now,
Man,
something
it's
else.
coming right down to it. They're low
Yeah,
on time.
that's exactly what I was going to say. We read each other's mind there. Time is certainly going to be a factor here. So starting things out, Obi-Wan Kenobi is defeated. Trade An attack from blue leader, both units defeated, and now Redemption coming in 11 power with the 2 experience tokens. That's going to be 29 damage on Tony's base.
That Redemption is just a behemoth, and I don't know if Tony has any way to stop it. Now,
At this
wait a
point,
minute. So we now have You're My Only Hope fully enabled. I believe. I
yes, you're
believe
right.
he's now within 5 HP left. You're My Only Hope. He can play almost anything for free, but is it going to be enough? Ewing reinforcement for Joe.
Now, right before that U-Wing reinforcement, Tony did take off the shield token from Redemption. Not sure that will matter, but he did take off that shield. Can
That's
Joe
true.
find another big play here off of that U-Wing reinforcement? I believe this is the second U-Wing we've seen from Joe in Game 3.
He's Sabine's masterpiece, a restored arc, or no, he's rethinking it. He's choosing differently, or he's going over his options. It looked like it was going to be Sabine's masterpiece, Echo Base Defender, and restored arc, but that's 8 resources. So he finds just the Echo Base Defender and a Kanan for 7.
Well, it's certainly still good because with 29 damage on
All of those are
Tony's
lethal.
base, that's lethal 3 different ways. So Tony has his work cut out for him. He's got to find a response, and he's got to find it quick.
The hypest thing here would be if he does the Endless Legions combo off You're My Only Hope at this point. How crazy would that? I don't think it's happening, but how crazy would that be?
It would be insane. You and I would be going crazy. Chat would be going crazy. What a final match it would be. Joe's going to add to the pressure. Sabine's masterpiece coming out as well.
Only 3 minutes left. Tony, I don't see this being a win for Tony. Joe has such a strong board, and Tony hasn't inflicted a single point of damage on Joe's base that he's managed to stick through all that restore.
So here we go. His own redemption. He is going to probably fully heal here. He is
He
going
heals
to
8.
heal. Healing 8. Back down to just 21 damage on.
And it's a big sentinel.
It is, absolutely. Does provide a temporary roadblock for that 11 power redemption with the experience tokens and Chewbacca.
Initiative taken. Joe decides not to use Luke's ability to shield one of his units here. He could have shielded Sabine's masterpiece. He could have shielded one of his ground units, but he's just going to go for the initiative instead. Tony looking through his resources, searching for potential answers that he can play with tech.
You know, and I'll tell you, the reason, in my opinion, the reason why this game's not over right now is the fact that Tony does have tech into play. It's giving him so many options. It's letting him, dig for cards, play cards that he wouldn't have access to, put more Sentinels on the board, and we still have a game.
Yeah, but that time is such an issue. I think if Joe doesn't win fast, we are going to be headed for a draw.
And that is the last thing we want to see. With a draw here, I don't know that either player would be through. Of course, we'll have to check the final standings, but I don't know if either one would be through with 2 losses and 1 draw. So Sabine's masterpiece swinging first, taking the Space Sentinel out. Another experience token given to Redemption. It just gets bigger and bigger, Tower.
Absolutely. It is a gigantic card at this point. It has +6/+6 on top of already strong stats. And here's a home 1. Another, it's used to replay Redemption. He has so many resources.
You've got to be kidding me. Redemption back into play.
I think with that, I think it's a draw. I don't think Joe can get through this turn.
Absolutely crushing play here. Joe desperately trying to find a way to get the damage he needed to finish this game. And
now, wait a minute.
Options,
if they run out of time this turn, there is still another round after this one. So it's not totally over. The 2 Redemption medical frigates crash into each other. Joe's is heavily, but with all that damage on it, it could actually be removed by home 1 now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Let's see. It's got 9, 12 plus 3, 15 total HP with 11 damage on it. So you're absolutely right. Home 1 is now an option. And that could trade with the big redemption.
Okay. This is really something, but I think my earlier prediction is unfortunately going to be borne out. I think it's going to be a draw. I don't think they have enough time to close this game.
So now Obi-Wan Kenobi once again coming out for Joe.
Initiative taken by Tony.
And we're getting word
Does
from Claire.
Joe have removed for that bright hope? But even if he does, I don't think he can find lethal. All the healing from those redemption medical frigates means that, well, Joe is poised to win the game. Now he's not even really very close. This is one of the problems that can happen when you have these mid-range battles. Like, these decks can just keep trading punches for quite some time, and I think we're now at the point where time in the round. I'm getting an update from Claire that we actually have 2.5 minutes until time. I think there's a time extension, so it's possible they're going to get 2 more rounds. But I don't know. It's going to depend on how quickly they can resolve this one and the next.
Well, if they get another round here, that could certainly play into Joe's favor here. He has a big-time board presence. Again, you've got that big redemption. Tony has the initiative, and at this point, Tony still has to worry about just making sure he doesn't lose this game. He's in no position to where he could start being aggressive. He just has to make the trade back down to 10 damage on, and the big redemption is taken off the board.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the timer has now been updated. We have a little bit less than a minute 30, at which point time is going to be called. Once time is called, they'll be able to finish the current round and then do the next round, as I understand it, which means there is a chance that Joe would be able to close it in that next round.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Joe playing yet another Luke Skywalker and taking the tech off the board, which is very important, but Tony's going to respond with his own Luke. Of course he is. Obi-Wan Kenobi is defeated, and here comes 2 experience tokens. Let's see where Joe decides to put them.
He's going to put him on Kanan because that way he can use the bonus stats this turn, and he's going to draw a card.
There you go. So Kanan can swing for 6 now.
He has 13 damage on the board, so he could take, but they're just going to shake hands. I think they've decided they're not going to be able to close it out. It's going to be a draw.
My goodness, that was a crazy match. We'll have to get confirmation from Claire that if it was indeed a draw. Thought we still had a little more time there, but they have shaken hands, and that was a unbelievable final match to close out our coverage of day 1 here. And again, these were 2 players that were 6-2 coming into this round. They needed to win here. I don't know that a draw gets them into day 2. So if they end up with a draw, absolutely heartbreaking end for both of these players.
Yeah, I mean, I think after that really intense match, just trading punches throughout, I think they may have tired both of them out without getting any clear winner. And I think unfortunately that may mean that neither of them makes the cut.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. We do have the confirmation from Claire. It's
a
a
draw.
draw, and both of them will finish the day at 6-2-1. And again, if I'm not mistaken, I just don't know that it's going to be enough to get them through. But of course, we'll see the final standings here shortly. But nevertheless, it was a fantastic match, and it was certainly a thrill to cast that one.
Yeah, absolutely right, Josh. Especially that game 3 with, I think we might have actually seen all 6 Luke Skywalkers, multiple redemptions and home ones. They were throwing everything in the arsenal onto the board there. All those big end game plays, multiple U-wing reinforcements, late game tech. It was nasty.
It absolutely was. As you mentioned, haymaker after haymaker, and we saw it all. We saw all that those 2 decks could throw at each other in that match. And, again, we'll take a look at the final standings and see where these 2 players end up, but certainly treated to a brilliant match to conclude the coverage on day 1. It's been a long day, 9 rounds of Swiss, as these players were competing hard to get into day 2. And of course, we'll be back here tomorrow for more coverage. We've got more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before the cut to top 8. Tower, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And before we sign off for today, we are going to have some final stats and some standings to go over. So you guys have a preview of what's going to be happening going into day 2 of the Minneapolis, Minnesota regional qualifier. SWU Neff asks, is it illegal to flip a coin for victory if it means that a draw stops them from getting to day 2? Yes. Flipping a coin to determine who wins a game is banned. It is, I forget exactly what it's called, but it is definitely not allowed in the tournament rule. Now, one of those players could have decided, I concede. That is valid. That could have happened, but it did not. It was a draw. And I do also think they are going for, if they're going for that, there is a chance that you don't actually make that you don't end up making the final cut, or you don't even end up making day 2, but you still make top 64. At least depending on what number of players. So I think that it's very possible that, even like, let's say that Luke player doesn't make day 2 but does make top 64 and he's the best Luke, that valuable Luke showcase, that very prized card, if he does end up being the best of the Luke players. So the difference between a draw and a loss there could be very real.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I'm glued right now. I'm looking at the standings here. It looks like they're both in Tower.
They made it.
Yes. So if this is correct, looking at the standings after 9 rounds, we've got Joe and Tony both at 6-2-1. And so before I tell you what place they're in, they're both 6-2-1, and their game record, oh, well, that's identical too. They're both 13-7-3, and they're 53rd and 54th, Tower. Gotta be kidding me.
Right next to each other. That's crazy.
You can't
How
make
about
this
that?
stuff up, folks. Absolutely love it.
Well, hey, congratulations to them on at least getting to play in the second day. Um, and we'll see where their final standing ends up being. Another important note is that with the way that prizing works, it can be quite relevant to play for a higher standing, even if you're not going to make that final top 8.
Absolutely. So super happy for both of those guys getting into the top 64. Their run will continue on in day 2. They'll have an opportunity to, of course, play to make the top cut. And also, as we talked about, hunting those showcases, Tony with Yoda was already carrying around that Yoda showcase, but you know good and well that Joe would love to have that Luke showcase. But what a brilliant, brilliant finish, and super happy for both of those guys being able to advance on.
Yeah, and I'll also say, you may already have a second Yoda showcase, that could easily be something that ends up being a trade. Maybe there's another showcase that you don't have that you're interested in, and someone else is looking for that Yoda, or it's something that you might end up selling to somebody to recoup some of your travel costs. There are a lot of ways that could go. It's certainly not a valueless prize, even if you already have one.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow. What a day. I'm
It's really
worn
been
out, but
something.
man, it's been a blast. It has been an absolute blast. And
Big shout out
looks
also to Claire and Titanic from the McClunky team, who brought the stuff here to do the physical setup for the stream. We couldn't do it without them, and it's been great to have Claire, going and fixing the internet and so on when there have been disruptions, and keeping our stream going. So big shout out to Claire.
absolutely, Claire is the magician behind the scenes. She's the one that works all the magic and really makes this stream happen through the day. Being the producer behind the scenes, working so hard. We certainly appreciate Claire and Tim, of course, as well, for allowing us to do these streams, bringing these streams to the community. It's been a blast, and just trying to wait and see if we get any more stats that we need to share with you guys. And looks like the top 8 decks, top 8 most represented. It looks like Kira's on top, Tower. And then
Yeah, I
Sabine.
think these are so in terms of the most represented decks, we have Kira, Sabine, Vader, the two different versions of Han. So that's going to be the Shadows Han Data Vault and the Spark of Rebellion Han 30 HP. We then have Ray Data Vault, Cad Bane Tarkentown, followed by Quinlan Voss Tarkentown. These are the top 8 decks by representation here. What else? What else might we have? Might we have forthcoming? I'm trying to find the melee standings following that 9th round of play.
Yeah,
What I'm
that's
seeing here, we
interesting.
have one undefeated player,
That's
and
right.
it is Wu. We had him on the stream playing his Kira Data Vault. He was one of the people who really popularized that, and now he's the only undefeated player left as we move into day 2.
Yes, absolutely incredible run for Ophir. You love to see it. He's coming off a big planetary qualifier win, which I believe was his first. He had been trying to get that PQ win, and he had several top cut finishes. I think a runner-up finish. He just got that PQ win, I believe, just a couple weekends ago, and now he's the only undefeated player at the end of day 1. Watch out, folks.
Yeah. And so that is Kira Data Vault. And I believe we have at least one other Kira who made the cut. Actually a significant amount there. This is spread across multiple pages on Melee, but I'm taking a look now. Definitely a fair few Sabines, including Ryan Warner, aka Rebel Resource, another content creator in the community, and he is running his signature deck, Sabine Yellow 30 HP, and he is 8-1, currently in 4th place for the day and advancing to day 2 with Sabine Yellow 30. So shout out to Ryan Warner, aka Rebel Resource. I believe he plays with the Bothan Network team and is a well-known partisan of the old. He's a well-known partisan of Cunning Sabine, and he's doing well with it.
Absolutely. Ryan is a fantastic player, and he's playing a deck in Sabine Cunning that, I mean, we're not seeing that anymore, Tower. We're not seeing that deck do well. The Sabines that are doing well, mainly Sabine ECL. You had the Data Vault, of course, over in Lille, but, mainly ECL, and Ryan coming in, proving everyone wrong, saying, look, Sabine Cunning, it's still a threat. 8-1, the 4th seed going into day 2. You love to see that. There's a lot of big names here. How about this run from KTOD in the top 8? Ophir. You've got John Tata. You've got Alex Blandon. 3 of the KTOD team members in the top 8. That's a fantastic run. And then, of course, you've got Ryan Warner, and I believe you've got Carlos as well. Carlos Torres from Bothan Network in the top 8. So a good run for Bothan Network as well.
Yeah, we have, and there's some more. If we expand what we're looking at here, Frank Myers, who we had on stream with the pilot Vader, he is in 11th place, advancing to day 2. We have Matthew Gem from another well-known KTOD player, advancing to day 2 in 16th place. I mean, we've definitely seen some of the prominent players in the community doing well in this event.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if I'm not wrong here, looking at the top 20 that we see on the screen, 3 of those Bothan Network teammates getting through with that Darth Vader deck. So I think that Carlos was certainly onto something with Carlos, Frank, and Jeff all in the top 16 of day 1 with that Darth Vader Cunning deck. And we're also getting word from Claire that Tim has made day 2. That is what we really wanted to hear.
Big shout out to Tim, aka
Yes.
Titanic, made it there to the second day. Very cool. And perhaps we'll see him. Perhaps we'll see him get some wins on his own stream here. Also, I want to give a shout out to a local player from my area, Zach Huey, who has himself moved on with Han Solo Data Vault. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of cool stuff here.
Yeah, so many good players up at the top. Shout out to Sith with pointing that out. Both of the Conroe brothers in the top 16, Ryan and Michael, they're both on Ray Data Vault. So, hey, Ray up here. I think we've got 3 Ray Data Vault in the top 20. Big stuff. Also, Rebel Trader pointing that out. I did miss that. CJ, I believe that's Chrono, I may be wrong, from KTOD. So actually 4 of the KTOD team members in the top 8. That's insane. What a run from those guys. And then, of course, Matthew there as well. Big run for the KTOD
We
guys.
might see
This is
there's been
crazy.
a bit of a rivalry between Ryan Warner with the Cunning Sabine and CJ, aka Chrono, with the Sabine ECL. You know, they were doing some show matches about this a while ago in the KTOD Discord, and maybe they're going to have a maybe they'll end up battling it out in the actual tournament. It would be very interesting to see.
Oh, yeah, that would be epic. I can't, I don't know, Tower, if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. I mean, what we're going to see tomorrow is going to just be absolutely incredible. So it's going to be tough to sleep. I'm excited already for day 2. I don't know about you guys. Now, I don't know if we've pulled it up, and I don't know if Claire can pull it up. Oh, I think she's pulling it up now. That's exactly
Yeah,
what I was
yeah.
going to talk about. Here is your decks that have advanced on to day 2. There you have it. So look at that. Han Solo, that's Han 2, Kira, and Sabine, your most represented leaders. And how about Kira? It's all Data Vault.
Yeah, like take a look at this. On Kira, we have unanimity that Data Vault is the way to go, at least among the people who made the Han. This and so for Han Solo from Shadows, we have 130 HP blue and 7 Data Vaults. For Sabine, we have 8 players with 6 ECLs and 2 Sabine yellows. And then Han Solo Audacious Smuggler, everyone seems to like Han Green, but it's split. We have 5 on 30 HP and 2 on the Data Vault.
Yeah, that is super interesting, and yeah, you do love to see that. Ryan, of course, not the only Sabine yellow through, but Ray having a big showing as well. Ray getting 6 Data Vault in and 1 Tarkentown. Now, uh, let's see. Can someone confirm in chat? Maybe they could find it quicker than me. Was that Chris? Is that Chris from Bothan Network? He's tried and true on Ray Tarkentown. That's probably Chris Schutz. That would be absolutely brilliant. It's got to be Chris.
The
Yes.
one rogue non Data Vault Ray
Yep.
player. You know,
Love it.
Vader, there seems to be a pretty clear consensus that the 30 HP yellow is the way to go. And then Cad Bane, we see a mix. 4 Tarkin Towns and 1 Data Vault. Those are very different decks. Same thing with Quinlan. Quinlan Data Vault, that's pretty interesting. And then you know, I think this is a fairly diverse top cut. We're seeing quite a lot of different leaders and no one leader with a gigantic share of the pie here.
Now,
So
oh, I'm sorry, Tower. Go ahead.
oh, I was just going to say, it's going to be interesting to see how things continue as we progress through day 2 tomorrow. But we're going to have a lot more Star Wars Unlimited coverage coming to you guys tomorrow here at McClunky Gaming.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to ask one quick thing before we go. I'm sorry, you know, Claire's ready to go. Everybody's ready to go. All of these players, these one-ofs, they're confirmed to get a showcase, right? Like they're in the top 64. There's only one of those leaders. Do they automatically get the showcase?
I think so, and I think that means that the Luke and Yoda
Yes.
players that we just saw in that last match, they both made it. We
That's
thought they might both not make it, but it was the opposite. They both made it, and they're both winning showcases.
That's what I wanted to see. That is absolutely awesome. So guys, thank you so much, every single one of you for tuning in. It's been a fantastic day. It's been a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you again. Thank you to Tim and Claire and to everybody making this event possible. Tower, it's been a blast. I can't wait for tomorrow. Guys, we'll see you bright and early in the morning. I believe it starts at 9 a.m. Central Time. But until then, may the force be with you. We'll see you in the morning.
See you soon, guys.